Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to respect the host? So funny, Chad.
When you see people laughing. Nah, like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said.
Gene, turn your camera on. Turn your camera on.
It is on.
All right.
We're live. We all got our dicks out under the desk. You just don't realize it. We're ready to go.
Whoa.
No dick jokes. I'm too low brow. Save that for Shab streams. He loves all the dick jokes.
I thought you were just going to leave it at that.
Yeah.
Jokes.
That is the way of Shadisky. Oh, so we have who's young RJ?
Young RJ, he's
It's one of the Shabisky supporters that you're lucky to have here, you piece of crap. Amateur.
Mm-hmm. So where is everybody? Where's Skeppy? Where's Timmy? Yeah.
Dude, immediately gonna hit him with a roll call, John. I mean,
roll call.
Give people a moment, John. We
were all touching each other in the closet.
They were probably here on time and got tired of waiting for Chab to hit the go live button and John to turn.
They
his
had to wait
on.
all 63 seconds or something. Don't have time for that.
Yeah. We're in the brain rot age where 30 seconds is an eternity.
You can spark a lot of dopamine in 30 seconds.
I had a nickel for every woman who said that to me.
If you have a podcast and you're going over a topic and you're discussing something in depth and it takes a few minutes to discuss all the details, then you're just not shutting up because everything
too long
needs to be summarized in the span of 10 seconds. Because that's how education should work. If you're taking a college lecture, if you're working at a factory and they're explaining how to use the heavy machinery, your supervisor or whatever, they're supposed to get all that done in the span of 5 seconds, or else they're just not shutting the fuck up. Yeah. And clearly, when a large majority of people, that's how their brain works, and a lot of Zoomers and Gen Alpha, apparently educators will talk about how they'll try to present a 5-minute video and the kids just can't focus on it. They can't focus on anything that isn't that's more than 20 seconds, 30 seconds in length.
If it was 5 minutes of skibbity toilet, they could.
Yeah. If you type out 3 sentences worth of information, you're a loser who has no life. It's not like if you have a high school level of education, you should be able to type up a few sentences in less than a minute. But hey, it's word salad. Too long, didn't read. What's that?
Doesn't that have some sort of positive outcome in the end?
What's the positive outcome?
Better content. They're gonna try to make better content to keep the 30-second little artards watching. Right?
Oh.
All the little artards.
Yeah, quality.
Yes.
When I think of quality, I think everything being condensed into 20, 30-second intervals.
No, I'm saying that they're gonna make stuff maybe whatever. Shut up. You don't even get the point, Gene. You need to listen.
Oh, Deborah Jackson said hi. Hi, Deborah. Aren't you the
Hi,
one
Deborah
that
Jackson.
You didn't even get through your freshman year in high school, Shab.
Yeah, I was too smart. I left.
Yeah.
It was just all dumb.
Who needs high school?
I don't need to know none of that stuff.
And Bill Hicks is like, Gene, what are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. Bill Hicks says, Gene, what are you talking about? We're talking about people having short attention spans, where if nothing's happening for 20 seconds, they just can't retain their focus.
Well, see, I understand Shabisky not wanting to finish high school because I hated high school so much that I finished it junior year. We both had different paths to get out early.
Well, anyway,
didn't come back.
Let's get to our first stories.
Yeah.
Trump gets luxury plane ahead of Middle East trip.
Ukraine war are expected to dominate much of that discussion. And while in Qatar, sources tell ABC News, President Trump is expected to accept what's likely the most expensive gift a foreign government has ever given to a U.S. president, a super luxury Boeing 747-8 jumbo jet.
Now, everything I read about this, they don't really specify, is this a gift to Donald Trump specifically, or is this just a gift to the White House? Because you have the, what is it, the Boeing 57 or whatever it is, that's their, typical jet that the Secret Service uses to fly the president around in. So it seems like they're gifting this as a replacement to that particular jet. And this is going to be the new, Air Force One or whatever. So doesn't really seem like it's that big of a deal. So people are arguing, is this a bribe? Because there's no conditions or caveats that come along with it. But if this is just replacing a jet that is just going to be passed down to the next president, then this is a scenario where I think the left-wing media is kind of exaggerating it.
Foreign government has ever given to a U.S. president, a super luxury Boeing 747-8 jumbo jet the president plans to use as the new Air Force One. Aviation experts say the plane is worth an estimated $400 million before the U.S. Air Force makes modifications.
This happens with every fucking president where they'll go to the Arab states, Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and usually all the big monarchs there will shower the president with gifts because the United States is a big shill to the Arab states
that the president will need. Let's get right to ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang and ABC News national security and defense analyst Mick Mulroy. Selena, I want to begin with you. What are President Trump's top priorities outside of the jet with this trip to the Middle East? And does this luxury plane from Qatar?
Oh, and he made the claim, Trump was claiming, I got this big announcement and everything. So he was hyping it up. And then it turns out his big announcement is that he's just going on a tour to the Middle East.
Raise any red flags in Washington?
Yeah, well, first of all, the fact that the president is choosing Saudi Arabia as the first major foreign trip of his second term just signifies this growing political and economic relationship between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia under the Trump administration. You'll remember that Saudi Arabia was also where President Trump had chosen to take his first foreign trip in his first term, and he's once again breaking tradition by skipping over America's closest neighbors. Now, this does come as the Gulf has played a critical role in mediating conflict.
All those Europeans,
Bill Hicks says it could be designed to fail while in the air. That would be the most cartoonish way for a president to die, dude.
I'm telling you, the thought did crossed my mind that this was the Trojan Boeing.
The Trojan Boeing, dude.
Well,
that would be awesome.
If they wanted to do that, it wouldn't be in their favor or their best interest because
was an accident.
All the Arab Gulf states, they love the U.S. government. The U.S. government does nothing but support these states, Saudi Arabia, and its genocide in Yemen.
But John,
what's that?
All it takes is one saboteur in the chain of command, John.
True.
Well, I think the Secret Service, they've been pretty incompetent, the Secret Service, so...
You say
wouldn't
saboteur?
shock me if it... Saboteur.
Oh.
Conflicts around the world, including the war in Ukraine, with Saudi Arabia serving as a venue for separate U.S. talks with both Russia and Ukraine. This also comes as the Trump administration is trying to make progress when it comes to the humanitarian crisis and the war in Gaza. Now, when it comes to that luxury plane, it certainly raises questions about whether or not it's legal for the Trump administration and ultimately the Trump Presidential Library Foundation to accept such a valuable gift from a foreign power.
Well, Trump would never break the law.
But sources are telling us that both the White House and the Department of Justice have concluded that because the gift doesn't come with any conditions, it's not conditioned on any official act.
Either.
Now, do you think this is a scenario where the media is trying to fabricate it? Because this is something where you can see a photo with pretty much every U.S. president from the last 30 years touring all the Arab states, bowing down to their monarchs, the monarchs showering the U.S. presidents with gifts. You saw this with the Clinton administration, all the Bush administrations. Obama did the same thing. So this really is nothing special. This is a good example where people are not able to recall anything that has happened prior to the last year or 2 years, because whenever shit happens that happens all the time, people completely forget about it. And they always act like this stuff is novel when it's nothing new.
Considering
I don't know,
that this
John.
does
It
not constitute bribery.
sounds pretty cool to me.
Sources
I
tell
wish I was the president. I want the Saudi Arabian government to give me a free private giant airplane.
But is it being granted to Trump? Because it seems like it's just being granted to the White House in general. So if it's just going to become the new Air Force One, then okay.
That
Saudi
basically
Arabia,
means it's being granted to me.
Well, it just seems like Saudi Arabia just paid for America's new Air Force One upgrade.
ABC News, the royal family of Qatar is preparing to deliver a luxury Boeing jet to President Trump for him to use as the new Air Force One. As ABC News' Selena Wang reports tonight, this could be...
Now, the UAE, there's, what is it, Dubai? We need to go there. That's an awesome city. They got, like, vending machines for gold. Like,
that's cool.
Yeah, and they have all the cops ride Ferraris, and I mean, that seems like the best city to vacation in. So we need to do the next meetup there.
A foreign government has ever given a U.S. president.
Sources tell ABC News the Trump administration.
So Channing Brown says, "You guys just whining soy boys. What are we whining about?"
It's not the fact that it's not what we're saying, John. It's how we're saying it. We just sound.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the fact that you just disagreed with the liberal take on this subject and actually stood up for against that idea that it's bad because it's just part of the Air Force One. Yeah, dude, you're so dumb. You're such a whiny bitch, Gene. No nuance. All you do is complain about Trump.
This super luxury Boeing jet from the royal family of Qatar. The 747-8 jumbo jet would be used by President Trump as the new Air Force One.
It's got 4 engines. One goes out, it's probably just fine. It'll just continue going, I'd imagine.
I think it needs 12 engines.
Past February, while it was parked here at the West Palm Beach International Airport, calling it, quote, a flying palace. The current Air Force One fleet dates back to 1990.
$400 million. It better be a flying palace.
We need one of those, like, flying aircraft carriers. Like the one that's the giant base of operations for the SHIELD agents in like the Marvel universe, or what's it called? Or the one in Fallout 4 that's the like base of operations for the Brotherhood.
Oh, the vertibird.
They need to do like a
not
crib.
The vertibird. It's like this giant flying aircraft carrier in Fallout 4. That contains a shit ton of vertibirds.
Built by Boeing, riddled with years of runs. Back in 2016, newly elected Donald
episode where he shows us what the fuck it looks like inside of that jet. I'm really curious.
Well, they probably don't want to.
Yeah, I guess, but I'd really be interested to see what a $400 million jet looks like inside.
Yeah, they probably don't want people to actually know what's actually inside of it, and you can probably find other like photos of interior, like the interior design of these sort of jets, from owned by other billionaires.
Yeah,
$4 billion is for Air Force One program, and I think it's ridiculous. I think Boeing is doing a little bit of a number. We want Boeing to make a lot of money, but not that much money.
But in 2017, 1 month,
but not that much money.
Negotiations with Boeing seem to be moving forward.
We're also working on the Air Force One project, which was a difficult project for previous administrations, but it looks like we're getting closer and closer.
Boeing's most recent estimated delivery date is now 2027, but Trump has made it clear he wants a new plane this year. Just before the end of his term, ownership of the plane would transfer to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation, according to sources familiar with the proposed arrangement. The unusual and unprecedented gift of this luxury jet is sure to raise questions about whether it's legal for the administration and ultimately the Trump Presidential Library Foundation to accept something of this value at $400 million from a foreign power.
The Trump Library
The Pridwin, that's what it was.
Look that up, because if it isn't going to the White House, then I will say that that's very questionable.
Sources tell ABC News that White House lawyer David Warrington and Attorney General Pam Bondi concluded it would be, quote, legally permissible for the donation of the aircraft to be conditioned on transferring its ownership to the Presidential Library before the end of President Trump's second term. Selena.
Presidential Library. So if it is going directly to Trump himself, so it's a gift to him, this is sort of akin to lobbying in the United States, where corporations will just sort of donate millions or even billions of dollars to the government. And usually it's when they're about to vote on some bill, and they make it very clear. It's like, hey, they're voting on some policy towards like some kind of pharmaceutical drug. And then some pharmaceutical drug corporations just abruptly donate a shit ton of money. So it's kind of like, hey, you'll get your cash flow. We're not telling you what to do with it, but hey, if you continue to vote for the right thing, you'll continue to get your money. So they're not obligated, but it's very clear that it's this sort of soft bribery.
And a lot of times it'll be in the form of these giant gifts instead of just straight up money.
And the thing, this is something where, when it comes to the Republicans and the Democrats, the Democratic Party does the same fucking thing.
Absolutely.
They don't follow through with passing policies that are supposed to be fitting with the agenda of their party because they're full of shit. They're just wolf in sheep's clothing. And it kind of shows how the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party, they're just one and the same. The only difference
oftentimes those... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the Republican Party is open about its fucked up policies, and then it follows through with the fucked up policies. The Democratic Party claims to be more altruistic and to have more, I guess, ethical sort of agendas, but then its practice is still as fucked up, or nearly as fucked up, as the Republican Party.
Sources tell ABC News the Trump administration is preparing to accept the gift of this...
Yes, Chris Joseph, that's pretty much the world we live in. Pretty much part of being a politician is just taking in the bribery.
Super luxury Boeing jet from the royal family of Qatar. The 747-8 jumbo jet would be used by President Trump as the new Air Force One. President Trump toured the new plane this past February while it was parked here at the West Palm Beach International Airport, calling it, quote, a flying palace. The current Air Force One fleet dates back to 1990, the next generation being built by Boeing, riddled with years of delay and cost overruns. Back in 2016, newly elected Donald Trump balked out the cost.
Going to be over $4 billion for Air Force One program. And I think it's ridiculous. I think Boeing is doing a little bit of a number. We want Boeing to make a lot of money, but not that much money.
But in 2017, 1 month into his first term, negotiations with Boeing seem to be moving forward.
We're also working on the Air Force One project, which was a difficult
I wonder if they sort of designed these jet engines to be 5 times louder than the previous plane's engines. Because Trump, whenever he's really addressing journalists, it's always in front of some sort of aircraft that's currently active.
Yeah. And that was brought up on recent streams too before this.
Yeah, he seems to kind of use it as, I don't know, some kind of filter.
Create chaos.
Yeah. Well, it's to, I guess, use as some kind of excuse when he isn't able to give really articulate response. It can be like, hey, there's all this noise in the background and stuff. So, yeah, it's because of that.
For previous administration.
What do you think about this, John? Imperial in the chat says, Trump is the perfect American president. A liar, overweight, at risk of a heart
Welcome
attack,
back, Imperial.
and with a
I
bad
don't see Imperial in the chat. Where is he?
You're probably on top chat, John.
No, I'm on live chat.
Yeah, I don't see
Oh,
them
well.
either.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see them there.
There you are. I had to click back and forth between live and top chat 3 times.
I
Imperial!
really didn't want you to see that.
Do you have Discord? You should pop in Discord and come on our stream to discuss things. We can talk about how, like, Americans are fat and lazy. Because it seems like we got a lot of similar views. All the mods pointed that out. We can talk about how manga is just, or manga, just developed for white people in the US. Bunch of spurgs.
And closer.
Boeing's most recent estimated delivery date is now 2027, but Trump has made it clear he wants a new plane this year. Just before the end of his term, ownership of the plane would transfer to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation, according to sources familiar with the proposed arrangement. The unusual and unprecedented gift of this luxury jet is sure to raise questions about whether it's legal for the administration and ultimately the Trump Presidential Library Foundation to accept something of this value at.
But look up the Trump Library Foundation.
$400 million from a foreign power, but sources tell ABC News.
Developing at this hour out of Sri Lanka, a passenger bus skidded off a cliff, killing at least 21 people, injuring 35 others. The driver, who was among those admitted to the hospital for treatment, is still being investigated. Local authorities there say about 50 people were on board the bus at the time. Deadly bus crash.
Shab, where's Sri Lanka?
In Indonesia?
No.
Oh.
It's off the coast of India.
These are actually pretty common in Sri Lanka, especially
south of India.
And
Shab,
I said
where's
Indonesia. I meant to say India. See? I just
where's
misspoke.
Indonesia, Shab?
In India.
Yeah.
They're next
You
to
gotta pay
India or
more
whatever.
attention.
It's right
not
next to India.
No. It's north of Australia, and it's like east of like Indochina and Malaysia.
Wait, Indochina? The fuck
Indochina is Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam.
Since when does that exist? Indochina?
It's existed for quite a while.
Oh.
Especially in the mountainous terrain. But the cause of this one is...
So, which Western power controlled Indochina?
The...
Yeah.
I just spilled a drink in my lap.
Norwegians?
France.
France? Oh, okay. I was close again.
You know, Vietnam, the Vietnam War, France.
Yeah.
They...
I knew about that. Yeah.
Losing control. Yeah. So then, west of Indochina, you had Thailand. Who colonized Thailand?
The Thai people?
Well, they were never colonized.
Oh.
And then, west of Thailand, what do you have?
Indonesia?
I got a fire shab. Bangladesh!
Oh, yeah, Bangladesh. Yes, okay.
Or Myanmar.
Sparked
I think it's
light bulb.
Myanmar, Bangladesh, and then India. North of that's Nepal, and then India, Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Pakistan were part of the British Empire.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew that.
And then who controlled Indonesia?
The British Empire.
The Dutch.
I mean, the Dutch. Yeah. I knew all that stuff. I just needed to be reminded of it. Oh, that guy
Well, Burma, it's the junta that started referring to Burma as Myanmar. So apparently, most of the civilians in Burma or Myanmar prefer to use Burma over Myanmar. So lots of people died. There was a bus crash. Poor infrastructure.
Tragedy in Sri Lanka. A passenger bus plunged off a cliff, killing 21 people and injuring at least 14 others.
The accident happened early this morning in a mountainous region east.
So 21 people died in a bus crash, but what recently happened in India, in Kashmir, that terrorist attack resulted in 26 deaths. So I don't know. Do you think maybe there's a bit of a overreaction? Because it just seems like the average mass shooting in America results in over a dozen casualties. And it seems like when there's some notable attack on civilians where nations really start beating the war drums, it's usually when it results in at least close to 100 casualties. It's kind of like, India, they got 1.4 billion people. So somebody engaging in a shooting and killing a couple dozen people just seems like, I don't know. It's kind of, they're being a bit excessive, engaging in all this, like, aerial warfare and crap.
East of the capital, Colombo, police say the driver survived.
Wait, what is our friend, do we got any upgrade or updates from our friend Imperial?
But is among the injured. Deadly bus crashes are common, especially in the mountainous regions, due to reckless driving and poorly maintained, dangerous, narrow, and winding roads.
A tragic end for so many. This state transport bus was taking dozens of passengers.
Okay, let's get to the next story. Boring.
Do you understand? Americans don't know geography.
So, do I not understand geography? So, what am I getting wrong with my geography? This dude, I guess below me, they're shitty when it comes to their geography, but what about me?
At approximately 5:03 this morning, as a result of that,
I have
collision,
other
Nissan caught
talents.
fire and unfortunately,
Okay.
the occupant inside succumbed to their injuries as a result. The tour bus was carrying 63 occupants altogether. On the bus of the...
Yeah, next story.
I apologize for the inconvenience. I'd be happy to call you a taxi.
That's true, Nicholas. I agree.
There has to be another way. I'm not taking a taxi all the way to Virginia. I work in Virginia.
I understand. And I apologize for the inconvenience.
So this is the New York Post, and they're covering a story about just some bratty sort of Karen engaging in stupid sort of police cam drama. So why is this being covered by the New York Post? Because you have all those like police body cam channels that every single day there's like 5 cases of something like this happening.
I just need to get out.
There's people that will watch this as like their this is like the new like TLC, just kind of binge watch and just sit there and eat chips, kind of like I've seen it before.
So someone else in the chat says Americans in general had bad geography, not just a single person. Yeah, I agree. Americans have terrible geography skills, but what about me? I mean, did
Imperial
I showcase piss poor geography skills?
Imperial says people who live in green rooms don't know geography.
In green rooms? Is he talking about?
I'm assuming the green screen.
Okay, but is he claiming that I as well am in a green room? Because I'm not in a green room. This is some Discord filter. This isn't a green screen.
I have a green screen, but it's not set up right now.
But
Stop. You cannot move this. I'm telling you right now.
I gotta go to work. What do you want me to do? I have to go to work.
You cannot get out. I can't help you with that.
No, but Imperial, you're not taking... Are you going to take me up on my offer? Come in Discord and come on the stream and discuss things with us.
Please do not disturb this area.
I might have to.
Ma'am.
Yes, Cappy, I'm insecure. I need validation.
I'm going to run through the roadblock. It's 2 George Lincoln 466. Stop! Stop your car!
What a crazy
Stop!
Excuse
Stop!
me, y'all.
There's a lady running down BMW. Stop!
Do the American cop thing, shoot her.
We're at 6 now. Stop! Stop!
Bash the windshield open. Okay, this really... Yeah.
She could have at least hit a couple people or something. Like, damn.
Okay, so talking about
Imperial's
how
last
stupid
message
Americans
just
are.
says Imperial's last message just says people in the green room. That's all it said.
Huh.
What is the green room?
Can some...
I think that they are trying to specify that they're talking about Shab.
I'm in a green room too.
Oh, true. Yeah.
There are 2 people in a green room.
Is that the only thing to judge someone's intelligence by? Is their geography skills?
No, the color of their room.
That one thing. If you don't know where
Buddy,
Pakistan
tell
is,
me.
you're a fucking idiot.
What the is this? And I'm not using no app.
My God.
That's a
He
UFO.
opened up a tear in reality.
I am on County Road 2 in between
God created like some kind of cigarette burn in the sky.
State Avenue and Cape 32.
Yeah.
And I have never seen anything like that in my life. And it appears that little black stuff is falling down the center of it. That is just weird. And then just to let you all know, I'm not kidding here. This is real. Sorry, it's my phone doing that because it's a piece of crap Motorola. But just so you can see, it's me. And I'm live.
Okay,
That's true, Nicholas Rosa. My
that's
room is
dissipating.
sometimes green.
This is something that wouldn't be difficult to fake at all with CG or any sort of like modern sort of like filter in a video editing program. So
Not only is this real, John, it is actually distinct proof and evidence of extraterrestrial activity in our airspace.
No, it's demons.
It could also the demons are
from the
aliens.
dark earth.
They're one and the same.
Tell me.
It's like the Bigfoot from the Earth filament or whatever. They're trying to tear through.
It's actually a Martian Bigfoot.
Freaking weird. I have no idea. I've been recording it. It was a dark black circle, and now
somebody's cutting through the filament.
Yep. I mean, it looks like somebody blew a big old smoke ring.
It's because he got caught, in the act, so it has to disperse. They can't be found out. Not yet.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But then it looked like everything was falling through the center, but now it's just like totally dissipating. But
have you ever seen a swarm of birds like that, John?
What's that?
Have you ever seen a bird swarm like that, where it's just a little fucking cloud of birds that passes for like minutes?
No.
Yeah, it's fucking insane.
Bill Hicks says, "Don't talk shit on Motorola."
So watch that, like the sky. It just like the layer tears open, and then a giant like demonic hand just comes out.
Yeah, it was the portal.
Hey, just so everybody knows, I'm legit. Somebody pulled over and talked to me. I'm not talking to myself.
And we are back.
Yeah, if he didn't
with Bill Gates,
if he didn't sit there and record the thing and observe it, then the demons would have been allowed to tear a hole in the space-time continuum, John.
Imperial says Americans will believe that everything they see in the sky is otherworldly.
It's true.
Imperial, what about the Koreans? Do the Koreans also believe everything they see in the sky is otherworldly?
Yeah, how do you feel about all the other races?
Yeah.
Tell us. Don't be a racist black person's profile picture.
What about all the Indians and Pakistanis and like all the Brits and the French and the Brazilians? How do they fare when it comes to this kind of judgment? So we get it. Americans pretty naive. Everything they see in the sky is an alien or supernatural, but
it's true.
Yeah. What about all the other nationalities?
Let me ask you what you think about the state of the global economy, and particularly the U.S. economy. Ken Rogoff, great Harvard economist who I spent some time talking to, says that to him...
I like how we're just encouraging this dude to be racist in the chat, by the way.
No. Well, hey, is it racism or is it xenophobia? Because we're talking about people within sets of borders, not necessarily the ethnicity of the person. Or it could be both.
U.S. current economic policy is it's all self-inflicted and voluntary. That in the past we made mistakes, but they were during a big crisis, a great recession, or Nixon facing the problem of the dollar not being able to be converted to gold, or even Smoot-Hawley was after the financial crash of 1929, after the Great Recession.
What do they say now?
Okay, preface this. I am reading a translated message from another person. He says, Koreans are like dogs and believe whatever we tell them to believe. The British are smarter than you, is what his last message says.
Okay. Are smarter than you. So are the British, are they a Borg? Are they a hive mind?
And they're smarter than the American hive mind.
Yes.
Trying to figure out what to do. These tariffs we've just imposed on ourselves, how damaging do you think it is?
Well, the big concern I have is we've created a lot of uncertainty. If you're going to build a new factory...
Now, what about the Venezuelans? Imperial. What do you think of them?
To understand the policies for the next 20 years, not just the next 2 days or even 4 years. And so the notion of, okay, what is the structure, particularly in a time of AI where the labor substitution, both white collar and blue collar, is going to start to change the economy. I think it's a bad time to interject so much uncertainty. This is not a...
Now, who do you think has more of a right to classify themselves as a self-made billionaire? Bill Gates, Elon Musk, or Trump?
Oh, fuck.
Bill.
I guess Bill.
Now, he doesn't consider himself to be a self-made billionaire, unlike Elon Musk and Trump. So maybe
it was IBM connections,
there.
Right?
Well, he did come from a middle-class family, so it's not like he inherited millions of dollars right from the get-go like Trump and Musk. But he did, I think he made his first millions designing some kind of traffic light system. I forget what city it was for. But he was when he was younger, was a gifted student, and he went to forget the university, but he would walk there and they had a program where he could go to their library and they had mainframe computers where they were actually able to practice programming for the computers. And he found some exploit because you had to pay a lot of money. And there was some exploit that him and his buddies found that allowed them to just spend all the time programming as much as they wanted. So he did kind of develop that skill on his own. Now, one of the reasons he says he's not self-made is because he had access to that sort of opportunity that a lot of people wouldn't have had. And then there's also the genetic environmental factors, like outside the environmental factors, genetically, some people are just going to be more gifted academically. But I would say that he definitely is more of a self-taught sort of entrepreneur compared to Trump or Musk.
What'd you just do, Shavisky? Wait, so we got two messages from Imperial. The first one says, "The people of the British Isles are so depressing, humorless, and ugly that it may be something of a hive mind." I have a lot of British friends, so damn. Beanie Man uses too many hand gestures, almost like a human puppet on various drugs. I do that a lot too.
Hey, what's wrong? Using hand gestures. Now everyone's speaking fucking Japanese.
That's a good one.
Yeah, now everybody's Google translating their messages. I'm not reading all that shit.
Set of things, what's going to happen with pharmaceuticals or electronics?
All the mods engage in a Google Translate war with Imperial.
I open the paper every day wondering. So I do worry that uncertainty means that investments don't take place. How worried are you about the future of the U.S.?
That's why China had higher tariffs on the U.S. and imported less than they exported with the U.S. because USA had low tariffs on the world. Okay.
Economy. I think there's a lot of resilience in the U.S. economy. We've seen even with this uncertainty, the jobs numbers have not been that bad. I'm not an expert on that. I mean, another 1 or 2% of growth. For me, it's about the cutting edge and saying, okay, can the U.S. stay in the lead? And, I do think being friendly to other countries, so they want to, they don't think we're going to withdraw our technology in some sudden way. That's important.
So he's advocating for diplomacy. He says being on the good side of other countries can actually help with trade. Do you think he making a good point there?
Yeah. Also, I agree, Bill Hicks. Obscure Star Trek references are probably not the best ways to make analogies, unless you're talking to a Star Trek fan. Imperial says, "It's wonderful to see these people embrace the true word of God."
You love God, Imperial.
And then, being an exemplar of, briefly.
Are you? What is it in Japan? Isn't it half of the Japanese? It's Shintoism. And the other half, I guess, are agnostic.
There were gigantic tariffs on very poor African countries, and I don't see what the benefit of that would have been. I'm particularly focused on our role in lifting up those in greatest need, and the potential tariffs would have been particularly bad for these poor countries.
Do you think the tech bans on China are work, or do they make the Chinese more determined to come up with their own local versions, as with DeepSeek, as with Huawei with the Ascend chip? I mean, are the bans having in a weird way the opposite effect?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they've forced the Chinese in terms of chip manufacturing and everything to go full speed ahead. Basically, it's very hard in the world we live in with open source software and everything. The Chinese are not going to get substantially ahead of us, and we're not going to get substantially ahead of the Chinese. The AI technology.
See, he's not really going into a lot of detail or presenting a lot of novel information here.
Will be available to the world, and people can.
Imperial says black people's profile pictures are racist and stupid American. So yeah.
Imperial, why don't you get in our Discord and actually come on stream? Can have some discourse
on those in their own way. The notion that it was going to be super unique to us. We made clear to them that they needed to make their own chips, and they're making great progress on doing that.
All right, Bill Gates, always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm
Happy to report that we made substantial progress between the United States and China in the very important trade talks. First, I want to thank our Swiss host. The Swiss government has been very kind in providing us this wonderful venue, and I think that led to a great deal of the productivity we've seen. We will be giving details tomorrow. But I can tell you that the talks were fucking terrible. We had the
Imperial says Bill Gates is the best American because he understands that technology is God. Well, I mean, most Americans have technology integrated into their life, so that's a non-argument.
A lot of Americans are also big Luddites, technophobes when it comes to tech.
Right.
Who were integrally involved, Ambassador Jameson.
I don't know. I think we should just have a supercomputer that just acts as our government. That needs to be the progression. We just had our AI overlord.
And myself, and I spoke to President Trump, as did Ambassador Jameson last night, and he is fully informed of what is going on.
And this was, as the Secretary pointed out, a very constructive 2 days. It's important to understand.
Okay, next vid.
President Donald Trump says there's progress being made in negotiations with China after U.S. tariffs. Leaders from the two countries...
So, like, negotiations, what are they trying to, like, resolve here? It's like, if he didn't try to apply tariffs to all these countries, then nothing would need to be negotiated.
In Switzerland yesterday and plan to continue talks today. It was the first significant meeting since Trump increased tariffs on
What's
China.
that?
That's the point. He's got to do something.
Exports. President Trump posted on social media that he's looking for a reset in trade agreements between the two sides.
Sometimes you got to take a big old shit just to clean it up, John.
Change depends on the outcome of the talks.
All of this happened because of President Trump's implementation of powerful tariffs to end the era of economic surrender and rebalance America's trading agreement.
Economic surrender. The United States has the largest economy on the planet. And it's had the largest economy for quite some time. So this attitude of they're not, I guess, contributing their fair share when it comes to importing goods or services is horseshit, because the way the global economy works, again, modern appliances are pretty complex. So regardless of what country you live in, all the parts that come together or all the labor that comes together to actually generate these products is reliant on goods and services from across the globe. So these tariffs are just going to fuck with the global economy because of compounded tariffs. So when it takes like, I don't know, 30 different devices that come together or components that come together to develop one device, and 80% of all of that, like labor and all the like devices are developed overseas, it's just all those tariffs are going to add up. So it's going to be ungodly expensive, and the way a lot of people process it is in a very one-dimensional manner, where it's just, this product, like a laptop, the tariff is just on that one product, that one laptop. It's like, no, the tariff is going to be on all of the micro components that come together to make that laptop. And you'd be shocked at just all the different hardware that goes into that one product. Like things as simple as the screen for like the monitor, that in and of itself is just probably going to be something that's a compounded tariff next to the microchips. And then you look at the microchips and like the cobalt and all the transistors that go into that chip, and all of that's going to be subjected to tariffs. It's just going to add up, and everything's going to be ungodly expensive.
In addition to trade talks with China, the White House says they're in negotiations with close to 24 other trade partners.
New developments tonight in the ongoing trade talks with China. The lead negotiator for the U.S. says, quote, substantial progress has been made. It all comes as President Trump prepares for a trip to the Middle East. Today, he expressed doubt that Ukraine and Russia will reach a ceasefire deal. As Willie James Inman reports, he's encouraging the two nations to meet in Turkey this week.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent described day 2 of the trade talks between the United States and China as productive and said more details will be released Monday. The weekend talks in Switzerland mark the first significant discussions between the two nations since President Trump imposed a minimum tariff of 145% on Chinese goods, and China responded with its own tariff hikes. In other international news, President Trump expressed...
China just needs to be like, you know what? we're going to have 500% tariffs. You need to just rip it off like a Band-Aid.
Out Sunday on Truth Social that Ukraine will reach a ceasefire deal with Russia, noting President Putin of Russia doesn't want to have a ceasefire agreement with Ukraine, but rather wants to meet on Thursday in Turkey to negotiate a possible end to the bloodbath. The president's post comes just 2 weeks after he sat down with Ukrainian President Volodymyr.
Do you think a ceasefire will actually happen?
I'd love for it to. You know,
I do think they agreed on a 30-day ceasefire, but I don't think it's going to continue past those 30 days because both sides seem completely reluctant. It's the sunk cost fallacy at this point with both parties.
Volodymyr Zelensky at the Vatican to discuss the war. On Sunday, Zelensky responded cautiously to Russia's offer of direct talks, calling it a positive sign, but insisting that Putin must.
Somebody said, damn, Gene called you a girl. Well, I actually am in the process of transitioning. Slurring my speech.
Doing a good job. You're looking like a straight up bitch right now, Jane. Good job.
Fire first. And in domestic news, state governors are weighing in on the deportation debate. On Sunday's Face the Nation, the governor of New Mexico expressed concern over what she called a lack of due process when it comes to deportations.
My bigger issue is indiscriminate ICE raids and sweeps, sowing fear in communities and with businesses all across the country, and that includes many communities right here.
Hey, we got to get rid of all these infiltrators. See, it's like we want to be like Prime Minister Modi, where he refers to all the Muslims and Sheiks and Christians as infiltrators that need to be found and they need to be eliminated. They need to be sent out of the country. They need to stop allowing all those infiltrators into their nation because they need to be of a Hindu majority. So Trump's really replicating what other great diplomatic sort of pro-democracy leaders are also advocating for.
In New Mexico.
All of this comes as President Trump prepares to visit the Middle East this week. He heads to
Sarah Fox says you guys are hot. No.
Just talking about me and Dirt.
No, fuck you. But
and Zidane, okay? Not you.
Sorry.
According to all the far right sort of MAGA cards, we're all look like neckbeards living in our mother's basement. That apparently, it's all the guys that always claim that we look ugly. Isn't that kind of odd?
I think
all the women in the chat always compliment our appearance. I never get insulted in regards to my appearance by any women in the chat. It's always the men that want to claim that our appearance is kind of.
They're just hitting on you, Gene.
Yeah.
I think
Saudi Arabia,
like
Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, where he's expected.
Oh, 2 of these guys are hot. Which ones aren't hot?
Is it Gene? Is he the hottest one here? Oh my God, Gene. So fucking hot.
To discuss the war in Gaza and fighting in Yemen. Willie James Inman, CBS News, the White House.
And sources tell CBS News the royal family.
Clearly, Dirt is the most alpha of us all.
Of Qatar is donating a 747 jumbo jet for President Trump's exclusive views.
Take off your shirt, Dirt.
Qatari officials confirmed the possible transfer of an
We all need to start fighting with each other now.
Aircraft from the Qatari Ministry of Defense to the Department of Defense is now under review. Tomorrow, the president departs on his trip to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United States.
So, Imperial, which one of us is the most hot, the most attractive?
Yeah. Which one of us do you want to bang?
Imperial. Yeah, which one would it be?
Arab Emirates.
So excited to figure out the answer.
How long have you been in this tunnel?
In these tunnels? About 5 years. Since COVID.
For a 39-year-old man who wants only to be known as Tree, this is.
I like what Trash Channel says in the chat. What is everyone gonna do with their Doge checks? I'm gonna hope mine. I'm gonna hope mine comes. Right. Didn't he have some goal of amount of money he wanted to save before he would actually cut a check, or do we have an update there? Because last I heard, we didn't quite meet our goal that I said that I would hit to cut the Americans a check. So maybe next time. We'll see.
I don't know. Well, during the pandemic, when they were giving everyone their stimulus checks, they didn't give me one. They said I made too much money. Piece of shit. See, they don't reward the rich.
Ran, and I just followed the trail.
Okay, I'm being an asshole. I'm sorry.
Ended up down here.
That place, a network of tunnels stretching hundreds of miles, originally meant to divert rainwater, and now home to an entire underground population, all living just a few feet under the bright lights of the Las Vegas Strip. How many people do you estimate?
Well, once I get my Doge check, I'm going to spend it on my sex change operation.
You're living here right now.
Approximately 12 to 1,500.
So we are 3 feet
Caesar's Palace.
Beneath Caesar's Palace on the Las Vegas Strip.
You said it yourself. You've been here many times. You would never even know it was here.
I feel like I've spent so many times looking up at the.
So, Shab, if you were homeless, would you live amongst the mold people in these underground
The
tunnels?
mold people.
No, mole people, not mold.
Mole
I would
people.
find better place.
I was wondering what they
Better
like.
place? Would you?
Yeah, because the sewer, like the sewer and drain system.
Well, it's
small
not a
cities,
sewer system. It's like a storm like drain network.
Well, they have those in small towns too. Storm drain networks. You could just go stay in one of those, and you won't have to worry about there being like 50 to 100 other guys that are living throughout the tunnel, and you gotta deal with their bullshit. That's what I would do if I was poor here in Vegas. I would go live in the tunnels here in Boulder City.
What do you think they're doing with all their excrement?
They're pooping around, and then you're gonna sit there at the end of the tunnel and notice like
How do you think
poop
it
and water
smells?
coming your way, and you're like, "Oh shit, I need to get out of here! It's the storm's starting up. All the
Well,
poop's
what do you
coming
think of
my
the
way."
odor? So, how do you think it smells like? What do you think the aroma is?
Like poo-poos and pee-pees.
Human feces, probably something like that. You know,
pretty yucky.
I have never once looked down. Rob Banghart works for Shine a Light, an organization that helps guide people out of homelessness
See, this
through
makes me
services
just
like
want to go
addiction
to
treatment,
Caesar's
mental health
Palace
care,
so I
and
can look down in the drain things.
My God.
Feel better about yourself. Boost your ego.
Yeah, Shab will spit down the drain and be like, I hope I hit one. I hope I hit one.
hoping to reach people. Does it ever get hard to be in the dark for so many hours? No? You get used to it?
Yeah.
Rob was addicted to a number of substances and says he's now been clean
He's
for
living the life of a true Raiders fan.
Yay!
Is a world he once knew firsthand.
I was underground for about 2.5 years. I found
girl's
somewhere
too
that I
hot
could
to
go
be
and be
down
left alone and not bothered and not have to worry about the direct sun or the wind or the randomness, right? And there was a lot of chaos in my tunnel too, but like
I don't think she's part of their community.
devil
I
in you.
know. I'm saying she shouldn't even be stepping her feet down here. This is horrible.
Now, do you think that the
world of
reason
the
why
peasants?
people feel the need to live in this sort of underground city of rejects, do you think maybe it's because there's a lack of social institution?
Well, dude, if you lived in Vegas and you were a bum, this is probably like heaven being down here because it's so fucking hot during the summer. Especially, you'll get like 120 degrees out and stuff. I could only imagine, like, that being down here, it's nice and cool and shaded, you know? So it's I'm sure it's pretty nice having that
Now,
in Vegas.
A lot of homeless shelters, what I don't get is, I mean, a lot of them have social workers, but a very large percentage, it's like they'll provide them with temporary shelter. I don't know why they don't have programs where it's like if you sign on, we'll give you like shelter. We'll have like these little like mini apartments that you'll share with others and kind of make it more of like a boarding home sort of system. And then part of the program is they help them actually find work and help them actually be able to afford their like a new renting space, and they don't have any of that. So it's just a good example of give a man a fish, they'll eat for a day, teach a man to fish, they'll eat for a lifetime. So it's just this is another example where when it comes to liberal policies, the Republicans don't do anything, they don't care, but then the liberals kind of just do the bare minimum. So it kind of shows that both parties really fucking suck.
Aaron, can you turn off that light so people can really feel just how dark and still it is down here? Okay, turn it on. Yeah, I mean that is.
Yeah, you can sleep any time of day. It's great. You can sleep off whatever sort of twack you're on. It's great.
To this level of darkness, of desperation, of solitude.
We've made them feel so not a part of that they retreat underground because it's that guilt and shame of just walking around. I haven't showered in a year. I haven't shaved. Yeah,
I haven't showered in a year.
Dude,
wow.
Well, I don't know. You haven't tried to preserve your body's natural oils, create like a sheath?
Dude, I knew somebody who stopped showering for that exact reason, and he was grody.
I got my own layer of butter all over my body. self-made butter.
You got to create like a sheath, and then it protects you from any sort of bacteria.
Yeah. The bacteria will be so like you're so nasty it's gonna run away. It's like fuck this dude. It's nasty, ain't bathing.
Your own natural bacteria will fight off.
Wow, Shab. Look at you being completely dehumanizing.
No. I was talking from the point of view of the bacteria. I wasn't saying that. The bacteria was saying that.
Yeah.
Shows more than 771,000 people experienced some kind of homelessness in 2024.
We want homes for the homeless.
A nationwide crisis playing out for
Come on, just asking for handouts. Why don't they just get a job? Maybe it's like when they don't have access to running water and they can't bathe. Maybe that has something to do with why it's hard for them to find work.
York.
Do not throw away my belongings.
Where an increase in eviction.
And a lot of countries will have public, like, sort of sanitation centers where they can go and it's just they have showers for the homeless. Maybe we should have those, but hey, that's taxpayer money going to waste.
And an influx of asylum seekers has strained shelters. You gotta go! To Hawaii, where a devastating wildfire affected thousands.
Everyone I know is now homeless.
The Trump administration has attempted to freeze some of the $5 billion allocated in 2021 for homelessness assistance. NBC News.
All right, people talking about their love for long hair in the chat, so I aim to
Who has the best hair?
The hair is out now.
You guys are a bunch of fucking
Receive a response by deadline.
I think Gene's probably got the longest.
Will jeopardize services for people like Jay, who says he's lived in the tunnels for 13 years.
Why did you choose to live down here instead of live on the surface?
It doesn't matter. We can't be there.
Oh, he has a kitty.
So this is more out of sight, not mind, than on top.
Do you want to go back to the
Kitty's
surface?
like, what are you doing here, bitch?
Damn.
I'm trying to chill.
It doesn't even matter. I have no...
Is she missing an eye?
I just don't...
Guess so.
Yeah. Is a deformity.
A life in limbo, hidden in plain sight. Morgan Radford, NBC News.
Thanks for watching. Stay up. Stunning images of near-empty passenger planes are popping up on social media.
Oh, so tourism is on a decline. Do you think that's good for the economy?
Yeah.
When less people are traveling to the United States because of poor
less
foreign
non-Americans here.
Yeah. I mean, tariffs and all the like compounded tariffs and stuff, raising the price of goods. I mean, clearly that's going to benefit the economy. Deporting.
Wasn't there somebody who was here legally with and they got arrested recently?
Well, that's happened with a shit ton of people.
Yeah, that's probably
here.
That seems like it would be a big reason why people don't want to come to America as much right now. They don't get treated like they should.
Yeah, and also kind of just tarnishing the like U.S. like image on the world stage, which has been piss poor for a while, but I don't think Trump's making it any better.
It ain't exactly great right now.
And then it's just with illegal immigration, whether you're for it or against it, and a lot of the border states, the local economies, especially in agriculture, are dependent on it. So if you just abruptly start deporting everyone, it's going to crash those local economies. Then you're fucking with tourism. So it's just, I don't know. When is the economy going to completely crash?
These
when you take off that beanie,
to the
according
USA,
to the
practically...
chat.
God, everyone wants me to take off my beanie. The big reason I wear it is because when I look at myself in camera and I'm streaming, like when my hair swooshes around shit like that, it's like I kind of like just having the beanie to hold it in place. And I think it looks better in conjunction with my hair than like a baseball cap, but it's heresy to wear a beanie indoors.
Alone, Shauna Massengill flew from London to Chicago. Look, barely anyone on board.
There was nobody there. There was nobody in my row. It was really shocking. I've never been on a flight like that.
This flight from Toronto to New York is also practically empty. And a flight from Toronto to Fort Myers.
Ooh. What has Imperial said?
Row after row.
I don't know. I
Here in
haven't
California,
translated their messages in a bit because they kind of just started throwing around like child insults, and it wasn't really anything of substance. Here, let's check on what Imperial is saying.
I need you guys to translate their messages for me. So
this person's talking about how you got a great manly hairline.
Ooh.
He has a great manly hairline. I love it, Gene. Take off your hat and show us your hair. Maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I shouldn't have stopped translating Imperial's messages.
Okay. Here, 1 second. Let me part my hair
and by
properly.
9% this year, driven by higher tariffs imposed by the Trump administration. And
you'll do it for the racist Japanese
CBS travel editor Peter
person,
Greenberg.
but not
the drop
the
in numbers of
ladies.
Europeans traveling to the U.S. is staggering, and depending on the country, it's just down as much as 42% over last year. That's just Europeans not traveling to the U.S.
He says the numbers are worse for our neighbors to the north.
Canadians traveling to the U.S. down as much as 75%.
You're coming in from Montreal?
Yes.
And how was the flight full?
No, it was about 70% full.
Have you noticed amongst your fellow Canadians that they are less interested in...
My hair's a mess because I've been wearing that
Here
hat
in New
all
York,
day, but there
tourism
you
is
go.
also being hit big time, once again driven by negative sentiment toward the USA.
This year, 400,000 fewer tourists are expected to visit the Big Apple. But these visitors from France say they're happy they're here.
And you're having fun? Yeah!
I love America.
At Newark International, concern and confusion.
I should have just gotten rid of my ticket and picked another airport.
After an equipment outage resulted in a 45-minute ground stop at one of the nation's busiest airports. Issued at 8:15 a.m. local time after a source tells NBC News an audio issue caused a popping sound on a few radio frequencies between pilots and air traffic controllers. The telecommunications issue led the FAA to use their backup system. The impact fell throughout the day, with over 300 flights delayed or canceled. It's the third outage after weeks of travel chaos. Transportation Secretary Duffy on NBC News' Meet the Press.
I'm concerned about the whole airspace, right? The equipment that we use.
Okay, how does it look?
Parts or new. We have to go on eBay and buy parts if one part goes down. We're dealing with really old equipment.
Yeah.
Outage comes after radars.
Jesus Christ! Yeah, see that.
Friday in Philadelphia. But on top of the technical failures, Newark has been dealing with
go
relative
back to the ponytail right there. It's
Yeah,
like,
I think Gene wins the
like the
hair
ring
game.
The reason
falling out of the
kind
TV.
happen. We train for them. We have back.
What's that?
At Atlanta's Hartsfield Jackson.
I said I'm pretty sure that you win the hair
There
game
were runway
here.
equipment issues.
Yeah.
NBC News' Priya Sridhar is there.
Here in Atlanta, that ground stop turned into a 3-hour ground delay, resulting in almost 600 flights getting delayed.
Ooh, I see some other like.
What's
is that, like,
this
Arabic
other?
or-
Yeah, what's this other foreigner saying?
Senators calling for action.
No, don't call
They
them a
talking
foreigner,
mad
that's
shit.
mean.
The FAA must put Newark first and must put everything they've got into fixing Newark ASAP. This situation
Oh, lowbrow jester says, "Put the beanie back on."
cannot last.
Eaglin is joining us now from Newark. And Maya, it sounds like it'll take some time before
It's in Hindi. It says 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps in rhythm. Wow, my mare, what a gait you have.
Okay, so we got an Indian viewer in the chat. So I need to ask them a question. So we have a Japanese viewer in the chat, and they really, really, really don't like Koreans. So what's your view towards Pakistanis?
Yeah.
Yeah. We need to know.
Yeah, Hallie, tonight there's still a significant amount of delays here at Newark. As Secretary Duffy says,
Because when I've been doing research on the recent confrontation between Pakistan and India, I went to India Speaks, the subreddit, and then I went to a Pakistan subreddit, and both sides are really dehumanizing towards the other side. When I look at all the comments, the chats, both sides seem to really like to treat all of Pakistan like they're just a Borg. They're one entity, and then Pakistan likes to do the same thing with India. It's like they're a Borg.
he's working on.
Yeah. Also, Charles Xavier.
And out of this busy airport over the next.
You say a man should grow his hair past his shoulders, but women love my long hair. So what am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Not be a lady pleaser?
How about this? I don't give a fuck what any woman thinks about my hair. I like having long hair.
You suck. No, I'm sorry. But is there some
Dirt beats women. That's what he's saying.
Is there some universal law of the universe that it's unacceptable for men to have long hair or to wear beanies indoors?
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of queer, John. It's kind of weird. You know?
I'm sorry. I think that's a sign of poor critical thinking. When you conform to this dress code and you act like somehow there's this universally accepted sort of rule of how people should or shouldn't dress. You're doing life incorrectly. If you don't women need to have long hair, men need to have short hair. Why? Because that's what I was spoon-fed when I was a kid. Critical thinking? What's that?
On the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Right now on Eyewitness News at noon, fire crews are working to contain more than 500
I need to start getting some facial tattoos and just start piercing every end of my body.
after a lightning strike.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do
Let me do your Prince Albert for you, Gene.
Let me know what your city job.
We'll make that a Patreon exclusive video.
tribes in the Amazon or tribes in various different parts of Africa, they'll have those like discs, like they'll get the gauge in their mouth and then they'll gradually put larger and larger discs. I need to get one of those.
You are a snack, little rail jester. I just saw that message.
San Martello, and this brush fire is near the Lizzie Lake Preserve. According to officials, it's 70% contained right now. Channel 9.
Long hair and caps are standard for Orthodox monks. Yeah. What about?
But where's your beard?
Buddhist monks.
JJ Burton is alive near.
Where's your beard?
Please take off beanie.
Well, my hair is blonde, and when I grow facial hair, it's like black. So my facial hair is a completely different color than like my top hair. So it's
so you dye your hair.
Dye your hair black. Come on, John.
I got a spider on my desk. I'm gonna see if I can
blonde hair.
I want to see dark Jean.
Near the scene for us this afternoon, and JJ, you spoke to a man who actually lives nearby.
Yeah, his house is in this area. You see some houses over here, right across the street, right next to where this fire is happening. Now,
you want to be girly and gay. Well, what's wrong with being girly and gay? I don't know. Aren't there a lot of Chads that have really long hair?
I don't
Do you
agree.
hate gay people?
I don't agree that it's girly and gay to have long hair, and I don't agree with the use of the word Chad.
Dude, people hate my beanie.
You guys are girly and gay.
90 or 80% contained at this time, but again, it's still some smoke and flames up here. Now, the man that we spoke to, thankful that fire.
But what is it? I can't pronounce their name, but weren't they speaking Hindi earlier? You didn't answer my question about your opinions on Pakistan. Pakistan.
It's probably gonna be something fucked up, John.
Working on this fire and keeping it from homes. Hear from him.
Imagine seeing these flames and smoke in front of you while outside doing yard work. That's what happened to Billy Green Friday.
It's the worst ever I've ever seen it. All I could see was the line of white smoke, I guess, which they were extinguishing the flames. Then I seen black smoke on top of it over this way.
Oh, so do you think there's a correlation between this and since they've been laying off all of these park rangers and people who work for state parks, like nature preserves, do you think maybe that has something to do with it? That the fire's just being allowed to pass right through these preserves and it's going unattended?
It kept moving from east to west.
Mike Vicente with Florida Forest Services tell Eyewitness News, lightning strikes is what caused this fire, burning 575 acres out here. And crews worked for hours to contain it.
The dozers take the soil down to natural dirt and take away all the vegetation and the burning materials. And naturally, fire can't burn in sand.
Vicente says this year has been a busy one for wildfires. They've worked over 1,400 fires so far this year. And he says things are not slowing down.
We've been in droughts the last couple of years, but this year has been an extreme drought. It hadn't been this dry since probably 2011, 2012.
Think climate change has something to do with this? Yes or no?
No,
probably not. It was.
Do you want the nice answer?
It was lightning.
Climate's changing all the time.
They just fucking told you, John. It was lightning, not climate.
I was gonna
change.
say yes either way.
Well, they're also saying that it's a drought that contributes to it.
Yeah.
They just said that it makes the fires worse. Pay attention, Dirt.
Yeah, but Florida is a traditionally dry place, right, John?
But even if it's a like traditionally dry place, it can still be
Florida
drier.
is
like
not
Ben
a
Shapiro's
traditionally
wife.
dry place.
Yeah.
That was the joke, Gene.
I know, but I'm saying that
Oh.
even if a place is traditionally dry, that doesn't mean it can't exceed what the norm is.
Don't realize that. So we've had the counties have issued burn bans, and the Florida Forest Service backs them up. And we haven't been letting anybody burn and really been keeping an eye on things. So we've been running 4, 5, 6 fires a day.
Green says he's lived out here for 35 years, and this is the worst he's seen. He's thankful to firefighters for the work they're doing.
I think they did a good job.
I don't know. I blame Hamas. I think they're behind it.
Undocumented workers in a fern farm in central Florida. These people have a common concern, the fear of deportation. Lorenza is from Guerrero in Mexico and has been working in the United States for 35 years. She has 6 children, and now for the first time, she's thinking about going somewhere else.
I've been. Dude, see, even like the illegal immigrants are like, you know what? We're just gonna leave. Fuck this.
I'm working here, and with the laws, they can send me back to Mexico. We don't have driver's licenses, we don't have IDs, and now they are stopping everyone. Now here in Florida, it's worse than anywhere else.
People here are paid by the amount of fern they can collect in a day. A low-income salary that for many is not worth the risk they face anymore. Florida has some of the harshest immigration laws in the country that punishes employers who hire undocumented workers, and that's why thousands of undocumented workers have left.
So I'm sure. So we want to bring jobs back to America, and we really want to foster our own workforce. So do you think a lot of young Americans, especially young right-leaning Americans, really want to work these kind of jobs? Do you think they're going to fulfill these particular jobs that are like these vacant positions?
All right-wing people are hard workers, Gene, and they are going to fulfill them jobs and get it done.
This is unskilled labor, and 18-year-old white kids are definitely going to do it.
Yes.
They are terrified of the consequences if they stay. And that's why Florida is facing a labor shortage, with businesses.
So Charles says you guys should have an open panel for debates. Well, we invite people to come on, so we're very welcoming towards that. So, and we want Imperial to come on, but they're not taking us up on our offer. We really want to talk to them about Korea and talk to them about foreign affairs.
All right, I'll call it out. I'll call it as I sees it.
Open position.
Imperial, otherwise known as suck under cheese. I don't think you're a serious person. I think you're doing it all for the meme. If you'd like to prove me wrong, talk to us in a Discord chat. But until then,
yes,
you keep having fun, I guess.
Maria Lord is a business consultant in the area.
Oh, there is. So somebody said Muhammad the neurosurgeon is taking my job.
Muhammad the neurosurgeon.
Yeah. It's not like we're short on work in those areas because in America, the quality of education is declining. And in terms of things like literacy and just how well educated the average American is, that's also on a decline.
Is a problem, and there is a problem that is impacting the economic development in the local government or in the local areas in the United States. So Americans are suffering for that. Clients closing because they don't have nurses.
Everyone keeps pressuring me to take my beanie off.
They don't have servers. They don't have.
I'm tired of hearing
about it. Like when I'm seeing myself on camera, it's like, oh, I gotta constantly part my hair and shit like that. So I'll and I gotta get my hair cut a little bit. Next time, I'll go without the beanie.
Have no people who clean or people for accommodation.
Republican Governor Ron DeSantis is now pushing for softer child labor laws to fill in the job gaps that, for example, would allow teenagers to work.
How about this? Yeah. If we get halfway on the tip goal, next stream I'll won't wear my beanie
the whole time.
Work on overnight shifts. Maria Elena Valdivia is a migrants activist in Florida. She says a change in the law will have an impact among the most vulnerable communities.
When are they going to have time to do homework? When they're going to have time to study? How it is going to be with these kids? The effects that it's going to do on their mental health again. By 14 years old, are they going to pay the same thing, the same amount of money as they pay an adult? No. Are they going to be asked to produce more than any adult? Yes.
What's happening in Florida is an example of the impact the crack.
Wait, people continue regurgitating that comment without any evidence? What evidence?
Down on undocumented migrants is having in the United States. And while many people have fled to other states, those who continue to work here are vulnerable.
I know, they're trying to derail me. It's working, Bill Hicks.
And afraid.
Yeah, I was going to say, I also think that they're just trying to derail because it got to a point where it was just kind of like Xbox Live insults, and that was when I stopped translating every message.
A Tufts University doctoral student returned home to Massachusetts yesterday after spending 6 weeks at a Louisiana detention center. She has not been charged with any crime, but the Trump administration says she's a Hamas supporter and a danger to the country. Rumase Ozturk was released.
So, what do you think their reasoning is for classifying her as a Hamas supporter?
She has tattoos, gang tattoos.
Dirt, what do you think it is?
They found a bomb.
Nah, I think my prediction is she's criticizing the IDF and criticizing the IDF and trying
makes you a Hamas.
Yeah, it's just black and white. You're anti-Semitic if you criticize the Israeli government because let's ignore the fact that it's a state. And for some reason, Israel has this special status where criticizing the country and its government equals hating Jewish people? Because I'm pretty sure that those two things are not mutually dependent.
Friday. The Turkish native was detained in late March near her home in Somerville, Massachusetts. Joining us now is Christian Benavides. And Christian, this is the latest case in the Trump administration's crackdown on international students. What have they said about her release?
Suzanne, the Trump administration has not yet responded directly to this recent release, but they've previously said that a student visa is a privilege and not a right. We know that this case captured headlines for two different reasons. The first.
So, Dirt, Chad, do you have your passports yet?
No.
Now, we got a lot of Canadian viewers and fans and stuff, so you got to get your passports ready, because if Trump does take over the government and stuff, and if he does become our new dictator, well, you got to be ready to flee to Canada, seek asylum there, because we're guilty of acts of sedition, speaking out against the one and only Trump.
They don't want us. They're not going to let us through.
You should all just move there now.
Were in plain clothes and masked as they circled around the Tufts University student, Rumeysa Ozturk. At one point, you even hear her scream for help. The second reason is because of the questions that it has raised about freedom of speech. A student in this case had co-authored an opinion piece that called on her school to divest from Israel over the conflict in Gaza. All that led to a number of protests, and eventually a federal judge ordered her release. Last night, Massachusetts Senator Ed Markey said freedom of speech and due process are not suggestions, they are fundamental rights. All this comes as the administration is looking into the possibility of suspending habeas corpus, meaning the right of due process in court for some immigrants that it wants to deport. Suzanne?
And Christian, this comes as well as Homeland Security is looking into arresting 3 lawmakers in New Jersey after a confrontation at an immigration facility there. What do we know about the situation that led to those tense moments?
They're harboring terrorists and gang members, and I guess they've classified gangs in South America as terrorist groups, so supporting these gang members, they're terrorist apologists, and they're harboring terrorists.
Well, look, there was a protest that was taking place outside an ICE detention facility. There were a number of activists that were there.
Who isn't a terrorist these days?
In addition,
everybody's a terrorist.
I'm not a terrorist. I'm on the record. I'll say it. Yeah, and call it a virtue signal if you want. I am not a terrorist.
Whoa, woke
Okay,
Kurt
somebody
Cobain.
says, scholars like, Trump's not a dictator. Get over the stupidity. We didn't say he's a dictator. We're saying if he becomes a dictator, and I don't think that's going to happen. And it's a joke. I was joking about us having to seek asylum in Canada. So I guess it just went over your head.
Yeah, jokes usually.
Officer's body camera.
Yeah, during the Biden administration, we roasted Biden all the time.
Oh, yeah. So we must be
all 4
right.
of us did.
Yeah.
Took place in front of the ICE detention center. We do know that the mayor of Newark, New Jersey, Ross Baraka, was arrested during the incident.
Christian Benavides, thank you so much for.
Who were they, an infiltrator?
America is the greatest democracy in the world, and I believe in those.
They say America's the greatest democracy. Do you agree with that? Now, clearly, she's just saying that to distract from the fact that clearly she is a Hamas supporter.
Well, we're actually not even a democracy, John. It's a democratic republic, John, which is not quite the same, actually.
Well, based on that logic, no country is a democracy.
It's not.
Yeah. Well, we're a representative democracy because we vote for the representatives that vote on the policies. So an absolute democracy is when absolutely every policy is voted on by the populace, which kind of isn't that practical unless the country only has a few hundred people living in it. So, but I don't know. India is the largest democracy. Do you think India is a greater democracy than America?
Well, if it is large, there's a lot of people involved in that democracy, John.
What about Finland? Do you think Finland? Well, they're communists, of course. I don't know.
Nicholas Rosa has it figured out. RuneScape is the best democracy by scale of economy.
Somebody
said Democratic Republic.
move on.
Explain, well, a republic. So all democracies are republics. Not all republics are democracies. And a republic is just any country where there's, I guess, their political figures are voted for based on the populace. And a democracy is supposed to be, or an absolute democracy is when every single policy is voted on based on the popular vote. So then it gets kind of arbitrary, like with a lot of semantics. because it really isn't black and white, so it's not like there's some unequivocal metric.
I have faith in the American system of justice. This has been very difficult time for me, for my community at Turkey.
It's semantics. So they said, I don't understand the whole Democratic Republic thing.
But I'm so grateful.
Dirk, why are you spreading false information here? Why are you confusing the chat?
Huh? What?
With your stupid government classification semantics.
All the sport, kindness, and care.
Pedantic semantics. Ooh. Here's a story about Japan. Maybe our buddy Imperial can give their take here.
In Japan,
I haven't said much because I called them out for being an unserious person.
Losing all contact with their kids.
辛いし、どういう生活を送っているのかっていうのもわからない。子供が成人するまでは会えないと思っていますね、個人的には。
So apparently, some notable issue in Japan is that when it comes to divorce court, when it comes to having custody of the kid, it's pretty much whichever parent gets to the court first pretty much gets full dibs on the kid. And then at that point, they can pretty much just completely isolate the child from the other parent. So apparently that happens a lot. Where
a game of Mario Kart to get to the building first.
Yeah, so apparently that happens a lot where the parents get divorced, one parent will get to the court first, and then they pretty much get full custody of the kid, and then they bar the other parent from having any interaction with the child.
I think we've covered this before. Yeah, this thing.
They grant sole custody to whoever was last physically with a child, which critics say encourages parents to abduct their kids.
I came back to an empty house, and I quickly realized that was it. My kids had been taken.
Yeah, is this a new video, John? Because we may have watched this exact one. Yeah, I remember this guy's face.
I don't know. This is I don't think it was from Al Jazeera.
Maybe not, but I do remember seeing that guy be interviewed.
Yeah, because the last video I think we watched on this was from BBC.
Nah.
To allow judges to impose joint custody.
I just want to have a relationship with both people.
But there's opposition, including from survivors of domestic violence.
例えばその住む場所とかも元パートナーに相談をしなきゃいけない。
101 East investigates Japan's parental child abductions. This is a road Izumi Uchiyama knows well. She travels it several times a month. It's a journey driven by desperation.
I do think Japan is very lavish with all the greenery and stuff. It definitely does have beautiful landscapes.
近くを通るとやっぱり下校の時間にちょうど会ってすれ違ったりとか少しでも顔を見ることができないかなっていうふうにいつも思います。
Izumi hasn't spoken to her son and two daughters for 7 years, not since she says their father abducted them.
I think Japan's one of the few countries that has the steering wheel on the right side of the car that wasn't part of the British Empire.
孤独はやっぱり感じることはあります。ただ私がおそらく感じている以上に子供はその孤独というか寂しいっていう思いをしてると思うので。
Determining child custody is always a sad process, but more so it seems in Japan, where more than 100,000 children lose contact with a parent every year. Izumi lives in a modest one-bedroom ground-floor apartment in Chiba, about 50 kilometers from Tokyo. She just manages to support herself by selling insurance.
So, is this just like, hey, they've never really updated this sort of policy or reviewed it or changed it, so it's just a byproduct of some sort of policy that's been in place since the late 19th century or early 20th century? Or is this just something that's kind of instilled by, I guess, some kind of like modern politics or modern like principles?
一人になって仕事はもともとフルでしていたからあれなんですけど、月曜日から金曜日は日中仕事をして帰ってきて夕飯を食べてお風呂に入って寝る。特に何かこう楽しみがある。
Think people from Japan are overworked?
ような生活ではないし。
A judge suggested that she and her children could send each other 6 letters a year. That's the extent of her contact.
そうね、辛いし、この写真だけだとどういう生活を送ってるのかっていうのもわからないから不安でもあります。大体同じ感じで笑ってる写真なくて、そう。
As well as obscene gestures, she's also received abusive messages from her children, calling.
And no, you don't need an account to tip with StreamLabs.
And it'll ask you to subscribe, but you don't have to.
Yeah.
So, in Japan, child custody laws are undergoing a significant change with a new law allowing for joint custody for divorced parents effective 2026.
So
that's pretty late for stuff like that.
Yeah. So do you think this is just something the government has just been lazy in terms of addressing or updating?
Previously, Japan was the only G7 country without a legal framework for joint custody, leading to a system where one parent typically receives sole custody, often excluding the other from parental contact. The new law aims to give divorcing couples the option to choose between sole and joint custody, with family courts intervening if they cannot agree, and especially in cases of abuse or violence.
Now, how much?
So it's it's just like, holy fuck, this can happen to families.
So what you're seeing right here from the kids, do you think maybe this is some brainwashing that is being conducted by the father here?
Probably.
They're stupid and telling her to go to hell.
そういうことをもうする子たちじゃなかったので、すごいショックだったっていうのがまず来て、でもそれだけじゃなくて、こういうことを書かないと生活できないような状況下にいる子どもたちのことが本当に心配で。
When Izumi decided to leave her husband, it became a race to get the children. Initially, they were with her, but within 4 months, they were living with her husband. And a judge ruled that's where they should stay, finding that as the children's father, he hadn't kidnapped them.
I don't know. Do you think maybe, I mean, we don't have all the information, so maybe she has some kind of history, which is why maybe the judge gave the custody to the father. But every time I've looked into this, it always seems like it's the fathers that get the custody. Maybe it's because, I don't know, they got some antiquated sort of attitude towards women.
Thank you, Mom, for knocking out the spam.
会いたくないって言っていますよっていうふうに、夫が主張したんですよ。初めの会えない2年間はもう日本の裁判所を信じて子供に会えるっていうのを信じてずっと戦ってきました。
Twice, Izumi has asked the court to grant her physical access to her children. Both times it was denied. A third petition is ongoing.
そうですね。今は会えなくてもいつか子供たちとは絶対会えるっていうふうには思っています。
Shinji Kojima has also lost out in Japan's courts. It's been 8 years.
Kojima mentioned.
After sole custody was granted to his ex-wife. The former boxer asked us not to use his real name. Child custody disputes are a sensitive issue in Japan. For 6 months, he saw his young son once or twice a month, but then everything changed.
Now, isn't sumo wrestling, it's number 1 or number 2 in terms of the most popular sport in Japan? I think baseball is more popular than sumo wrestling, but a lot of our Japanese viewers, they'll say very fatophobic things, which of course I'm never fatophobic, but they idolize all those sumo wrestlers. I don't know. A lot of hypocrisy there.
私に会うたびにお父さん僕のこと助けてと助けをもう泣きながら体使って暴れて助けを求めてきていたんで
He says this video proves it. The boy pleads to stay with Shinji when his mother comes to collect him. A month later, Shinji says he did what any father would do. He didn't return his son. His wife took him to court, but the video had the opposite effect.
俺がやらせてるって私がね演技させてるもう本当これ見ると涙出てくる
The last time father and son saw each other was when Shinji was arrested.
So it would be one thing if one parent was just given custody based on who could get there first. But the fact that they're able to bar the other parent from even seeing their kid so easily, that's something that just seems like so, I guess, foreign to what you see from any other part of the globe.
Unnecessary too.
Yeah.
さあ、ピンポーンと呼び鈴が鳴りまして、ドアを開けてみると、16人の警察が立っておりまして、もう家の中に16人がダーッとなだれ込んできて、で、私のことを押さえつけて逮捕したんですけども。
He was held for 3 months at this police station, sharing a cell with other men.
1日8時間を20日間みっちり取り調べを受けて、もう本当にきつかったです。
It was here that he realized that he was gay.
わざとね、泣かしたりとかそういうことやってたんだろうっつって。とても精神的に参ったっていうのもあったんで、食事も食べられないし、もう何も手につかない状態でした。20キロ痩せてました。
Shinji
20 kilograms. That's like, was it 44 pounds?
Says he was only released after pleading guilty to kidnapping his son.
子供は当然子供が一番の犠牲ですけども、私も元嫁さんも司法の犠牲だと思ってます。だから、子供が成人するまでは会えないと思っていますね、個人的には。
He's now remarried and has 2 children.
もし彼らがいなかったら、自分の
See, if he really cared that much, why is he just trying to
moved on so easily?
Yeah, he's just creating some replacements.
メンタルももっとやられたんじゃないかなっていうふうに思っております。今の子供たちにも君たちにはね、お兄さんがいるんだよってことを伝えておりまして、まあ今の子供もお兄ちゃんに早く会いたいっていうふうにいつも言ってます。
It's not just Japanese parents who've been fighting to end the country's sole custody law, but foreigners too. Some of them are at this gathering of so-called left behind.
Now, do you think the courts are biased in the favor of the parents who aren't foreigners?
Probably.
How do you think they act like? So if somebody takes a plane, let's say you're married to somebody from Japan and Australia, and you have a kid with them, what happens if you have a falling out, they get on the plane, take the plane to Japan? Do you think you're ever going to see your kid again?
Possibly not.
Behind parents who've been denied the right to see their children. And after growing international pressure, on May the 17th, 2024, Japan's parliament changed the law, allowing the court to impose joint custody if it's deemed in the best interests of the child.
Yeah, I wanted to add something actually. So, it appears that once this law is fully implemented in 2026 about joint custody for divorced parents, it looks like they will be retroactively applying these rules to already divorced couples. So there might be some people who got a bad deal before that might actually get to see their kids again. Hopefully that's what that means.
何をしているのか、今目の前にある日常があまりにも現実と思えないような世界でした。
Do you believe you'll see your child again?
願っているとしか言えません。
And do you still have faith in Japan's justice system?
信じていません。No.
Frenchman Vincent Fichot has been at the forefront of the Left Behind Parents campaign. It's cost the former financier his high-flying career. He last saw his 2 children in August 2018. At the start of what he thought would be just another day.
So on Friday 10th, 2018, I came back from work and the house was empty from floor to ceilings. And I quickly realized that was it, my kids had been taken. And I tried getting hold of my wife and she wouldn't reply. And then I went to the mailbox and I got a letter from her lawyer saying that my kids were taken.
Now, apparently when it comes to tourism, so in when it comes to more Western countries, people in like Japan, Singapore and stuff, they kind of hate Australian tourists because since it's a lot closer, it's a lot cheaper to vacation there. So a lot of times they get sort of your more rowdy tourists, but then places that are closer to like the US, when you have tourists that go there, they think that like the American tourists are insufferable and stuff because again it's a lot cheaper, so they get a worse element.
That I should not expect to see them again.
He now lives back home with his parents in the French city of Marseille, returning to Tokyo whenever he can. When he last saw his children, they were just infants.
It's tough because when I'm in Tokyo, I could just walk by them in the streets without, and I wouldn't even recognize them. The hardest part is not knowing how they.
When are we going to do the Sydney meetup?
Look like is not knowing how they are, if they're healthy, if they're happy, if they need anything. This is very difficult to handle, to be frank.
Vincent has resorted to desperate measures. During the 2021 Tokyo Olympics, he went on hunger strike for 20 days, losing 14 kilos. 3 years on, he refuses to give up on his children. Do you think you'll ever see them again?
Of course, because I wouldn't be fighting if there was no hopes. But I think it's going to take another 10 to 15 years.
He's now on his 5th lawyer, having already spent more than $300,000 on legal fees.
He needs to hire some kind of private contractor, and they need to do the cliche thing where they go to where their ex-spouse lives and they just knock on the window, get their kid out, and smuggle them out of the country back to Australia. I think that's a good idea.
Akira Ueno says that
I like how quick you guys are to.
My bad,
Joe. You don't have good ideas, Gene.
Yeah, bad.
the change to the law is superficial,
for the
but
police
concedes it's his client's only hope.
とは今回最高裁判所でもう彼の敗訴に終わったので、最後次のラストチャンスかけるのは今度の新しい法律が施行されて、それにかけるしかないと思っています。
Akira was a left-behind parent himself. He knows all too well how difficult it is to win custody cases when the other parent has taken the children.
How many cases have you taken on?
私が弁護士としてやったのは100件以上やっています。
And how many have you won?
勝ったのは1件だけです。でもその1件もその後奥さん側がアピールして東京高等裁判所でひっくり返されて。
Vincent says unless the new law is properly enforced, it's destined to fail.
The law is not going to change much, at least for me. I'm hoping that it's going to bring change for the next generation.
That's one thing where even if laws are being broken or even if laws are enacted, sometimes it's hard to find people to actually enforce the laws.
Enough children?
Here. Let's get to the first topic in the title.
New at 5:30, a potential breakthrough in the ongoing hostage crisis involving Hamas. The group announced today it plans to release Adnan Alexander, the last known living American hostage.
So they're American, so they're definitely more important.
Being held in Gaza. Sources say the release could come as soon as Monday, but is more likely on Tuesday. Hamas has reportedly been in direct contact with the Trump administration in recent days, and those talks have been described as positive. They could also pave the way for a broader ceasefire deal and resumption of humanitarian aid into Gaza.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Jessica Moore. Adnan Alexander, the last American hostage believed to be alive in Gaza, may soon be going home. Steve Witkoff, President Trump's special envoy to the Middle East, confirms tonight that Hamas has agreed to release Alexander. Witkoff says the goal is to restart ceasefire talks and resume aid deliveries into Gaza.
Now, do you think he's going to be a skeleton once he is returned to the U.S.?
Spokesperson for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his office
right back up.
Yeah, everyone's fat in America.
Yeah.
is aware of the plans. Alexander would be the first hostage released since the ceasefire fell apart in March. 59 hostages are still in Gaza, with about a third of them believed to be still alive. Witkoff is traveling to the region tomorrow ahead of Adnan Alexander's expected
A third of them believed to still be alive.
Release. And our colleague.
So, what do you think is the cause of death of a lot of the hostages? Do you think Hamas killed them, or do you think it's just due to, I don't know, maybe one of the tunnels collapsed due to some of the airstrikes, or do you think some of them died due to just neglect, not getting the nourishment that they need?
You're muted.
Can't hear you, Don.
Zidane.
Matt Bradley, who's going to weigh in on this breaking news.
I need to get
the Israeli soldier Adnan Alexander and a U.S. dual citizen may be released forthcoming.
I'll ask a question, and then it's like 10 seconds of white noise.
In negotiations to try to end the war between Hamas.
Yeah. Don's been better than you guys.
A lot of them probably died from starvation, is what I was trying to say.
So what you're hearing about this, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing about as much as everybody else. I mean, the real issue here, as you mentioned, to try to end the war. We heard from Hamas themselves and Dr. Khalil Haya, who's been making a lot of these announcements over the past year and a half. He is the head of Hamas's negotiating delegation. He did say that this effort to release Adon Alexander, the last remaining American living hostage still in the Gaza Strip, and again, he's a dual Israeli-American citizen. They said that this statement, that the movement, referring to Hamas, affirms...
Now, is he a natural-born citizen? Because if he's not, then, you know, he's probably one of those infiltrators.
Readiness to immediately begin intensive negotiations.
Aren't they discussing how they want to change the Constitution where you're not granted citizenship if you're born outside the United States?
Tommy tipped $3 and said something, but Gene, I don't know what he said or what they said. They said something about me being great or something.
Here, let me open up StreamLabs.
And exert serious efforts to reach a final agreement to end the war. So as far as Hamas is concerned, this is an effort, a goodwill effort probably, to try to get to a point where they can actually reach a new sort of ceasefire. Remember, there was one that started in late January. It lasted for 2 months until March 18th, and that was when Israel decided to back out of the ceasefire, which had already extended beyond its deadline. All negotiations to extend that ceasefire had been unsuccessful. So it looks as though Hamas is hoping that this effort, releasing this last American hostage, will pave the way for a renewed ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. Now, so far, all of these ceasefires, all of these negotiations have eluded any kind of accord that would bring some measure of...
It says, for the feed, Derek and Shabisky fund, Shabisky looks like he needs food, you know, when he's on screen. Also, Bill Hicks, you are stinky butt.
You're,
Piece of the Gaza Strip.
wipe your butt.
Has been going on now for months, ever since March 18th.
Bill Hicks is really pissing a lot of people off. I don't know.
It's all part of the
for more than the past 2 months, Israel has blockaded the Gaza Strip in a full way. It has prevented any aid, and that means food, fresh water, electricity, fuel, and medical aid from getting into the Gaza Strip. So the population is really, according to medical officials, international aid organizations, on the brink.
Yeah, Bill Hicks, why don't you donate?
Of famine, and we've seen this reported both from our teams on the ground and from several different advocacy organizations. So there really is a desperate need for the people of the Gaza Strip to try to relieve that blockade. This effort, releasing this last American hostage.
Oh yeah, now they've had a full-on blockade, so it's not just them obstructing supplies where they'll claim that, oh, we found some toothbrushes and they can chisel the toothbrushes down and use them as weapons, or there's zippers. And the zippers can be used as weapons, so we're not going to let any of these trucks through. They've had a full-on blockade for 3 months where they haven't allowed anything through.
Trying to assuage the population of the Gaza Strip, more than 2 million people, many of whom, Alex, by the way, have been protesting against Hamas's rule.
4-month-old Janan El-Skafi died in Gaza on Saturday after malnutrition and digestive problems. Her doctor said she could not be treated because of a total Israeli blockade that aid agencies believe is undermining the health of the entire Palestinian population in the enclave. I was torn into a...
Now,
this is absolutely fighting terrorism.
When every single international aid organization is calling out Israel, do you think all of them are wrong and all of them are being unreasonable? And all of them are just using flawed rhetoric? Amnesty International and Doctors Without Borders, Red Cross, I mean, Human Rights Watch, all of them. They all just, clearly they have ulterior motives.
Janan's mother says. The baby needed hypoallergenic milk formula, a common product now absent in Gaza, to help her with chronic diarrhea that caused malnutrition. Ultimately, she was too weak to fight infection and lost nearly half her body weight in her final days, according to her doctor.
So, when your immune system starts to shut down because of malnourishment, what happens is usually they'll develop diarrhea because it's your body trying to flush out all of the bacteria and so forth. But you're already malnourished, so by your body doing that, it's going to cause you to be even more dehydrated because it's flushing out more of the fluids and more of the nutrients that you need. So it's this horrific cycle. But sure, yeah, there's clearly nothing unethical here. It's their fault for voting Hamas to office because it clearly was a fair election.
The war began on October 7th, 2023, when Hamas killed 1,200 people and took 251 hostage, according to Israeli tallies.
Israel has since cut most supplies, and its campaign has killed more than 52,000 Palestinians, mostly civilians, according to Hamas-run health authorities. Although Israel allowed more aid into the enclave during a ceasefire from January, it imposed a total blockade when its devastating military campaign resumed in March. International aid agencies warn of an unfolding catastrophe. UN humanitarian agency OCHA says more than 2 million people face severe food shortages. That's the vast majority of Gaza's 2.3 million population. Malnutrition is severely affecting.
Do you think all 2 million of these people deserve to be subjected to this because of what Hamas did?
Children,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a fire shaft.
women, and people with chronic
Looking at
conditions,
different
agencies say.
stuff.
Mohammed Abed is head of the pediatric care department at Gaza's Nasser hospital.
We have noticed an increase in premature babies these days. This percentage has increased compared to before. We noticed that most of the births during this period are premature births, which are often due to malnutrition and a lack of foodstuff among pregnant women and breastfeeding mothers.
With Gaza's fields inaccessible to civilians and its seas barred to fishermen, the territory depends almost entirely on food from outside. But the last delivery Israel allowed was on March the 2nd, the final day of the ceasefire. Israeli officials have said they do not believe Gaza faces a hunger crisis, and that enough aid has entered to sustain the enclave's population.
Okay, so who do you think is providing the world with more accurate information? Israel or every other source that is in Israel?
I'm with Israel.
What do you think? Yeah. Clearly, they're completely unbiased, and, Human Rights Watch, the UN, Amnesty International, Red Cross, every single international aid organization, all of them are just fabricating things and are just over-exaggerating.
And that they want
Hamas has just infiltrated all of those, third-party organizations.
supplies coming under the control of Hamas. Israel has also said it plans to expand its campaign, deepening distress for displaced Gazans. The Gaza Health Ministry said at least 65,000 children have shown
Ash the Fifth, or Ash V, says, what a weird take. So, do you disagree with my take here?
symptoms of malnutrition, and the Gaza government media office said at least 57 people had died as a result of malnutrition since Israel closed the crossings. Both bodies are run by Hamas.
For the last 2 months, Israel has imposed a total blockade on aid to Gaza, which is just 42 kilometres long and home to over 2 million people. The impact has been devastating. Families that I speak to.
So, do you think the two individuals we see here, do you think they're Hamas militants, or do you think they voted for Hamas? What do you think, Dirt?
Yeah, I'm so glad I came back just in time for the suffering children segment.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, do you think either of these two voted for Hamas, or do you think either of these two have acted as Hamas militants?
I was going to say, not only do I think these two infant children voted for Hamas, but I believe they are, in fact, themselves Hamas militants. Yeah, John.
Exactly.
Tell me they are starving to death. Images shared from the ground show babies in wards with their ribs and bones poking through their flesh. In fact, the UN's child agency UNICEF says that more than 9,000 children have been admitted to treatments for acute malnutrition since the beginning of the year alone. The Israeli government has defended its actions, saying that Hamas has been stealing that aid to fuel its warfare, but rights groups say that this is collective punishment and a potential violation of international law.
Yeah, it is 100% Hamas. So again, we don't condone Hamas at all. Clearly, they're a fucked up organization. But do you think that maybe Israel is kind of full of shit when they blame 100% of everything on Hamas? I mean, aren't they shelling the hell out of the strip and turning it into a parking lot? So, I don't know. It seems like Hamas, they're kind of confined to their underground tunnel network. And it seems like they kind of have their hands full. It's, seems kind of odd that it seems like they have quite a bit of resources. It seems like they are able to get around quite a bit when all they have is I guess ground militants, like infantry. Seems like when Israel's shelling the entire region with dumb bombs and artillery strikes, airstrikes, seems like, I don't know. Do you think maybe at least half of all the stuff. Like, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's say half of it is Hamas. Like, do you think that it's unreasonable to at least think that maybe half of it is Israel? I'd say that's probably being a bit too generous towards Israel.
Law because of the impact on civilians. Meanwhile, the World Food Programme said that it's run out of supplies in Gaza. It's had to close all 25 of its bakeries. Aid workers I'm speaking to are telling me that the desperation is so acute, they're seeing a surge in violent lootings, including by armed gangs. The concern from rights groups is that we'll see...
Wait, Ash the Fist says, thank God this is satire. Yeah, a lot of my rhetoric is sarcasm.
Yeah, we say a lot of fucked up shit. We don't always mean it.
Israel's closest ally, US President Donald Trump, is due to be in the region next week. There is a small glimmer of hope that there may be some form of peace deal negotiated during that period. But many fear that this will not happen, and instead the fighting will escalate, it will expand, and families who are desperate and already starving will be the ones to suffer.
This is Raf Ayad from Gaza. Once full of life, she has now lost nearly half her body weight. Her bones...
Yeah, that's definitely a sign of poor health when you're like under the age of 8 and your hair is falling out.
Shot through her fragile skin. Her parents have nothing left to feed.
Doesn't this remind you of World War II when they were able to defeat the Nazis and then they went into all the concentration camps and when they rescued all the Jewish prisoners? Doesn't it have kind of a striking parallel?
Yeah, just better cameras now.
Only time leaves and water keep her alive.
My daughter is suffering from acute malnutrition. Since the border crossings were closed, we barely have any food. We watch our children suffer right in front of us, and we can't do anything to help. My entire family survives on just one meal a day. We rely on soup kitchens to get by. We desperately need the crossings to open so that the aid can reach Gaza.
As 8 trucks remain blocked and famine deepens, Rahaf's condition and that of many others has sharply deteriorated. She is not alone. Local health officials say at least 57 children have already died from hunger-related complications. Soup kitchens are failing, dozens have shut down, the rest are forced to ration what little they have.
Now, what do you think of the argument that people try to make that it's like the Minority Report argument that, well, a lot of these kids are probably going to grow up to become part of Hamas, so they should be punished for their future crimes? Even though pretty much in any sort of country, when it comes to, you look at what percentage of the nation, the population, actually makes up any sort of armed combatants, it's always like 1% of the population. And it's like North Korea and Eritrea, which have some of the most militarized populations. It's only like 3%, so it's rare that it even gets beyond 1%. But clearly, it's like everyone is just part of Hamas. Like, remember when we had Ruby on? Yeah. We asked him, like, what percentage of people in Gaza do you think are actually Hamas militants? And he's like, I don't know, 60?
Yeah.
People wait 5, sometimes 6 hours for a single plate of rice. Many return home empty-handed.
What the family are mostly telling me is that without the tequila, they have no food. This is sometimes the only meal.
Oh, do you think the World Food Program, do you think they're just part of the propaganda machine? They're also lying, all of them. All of them are full of shit. All the international aid organizations are full of shit. When the U.S. is an Israeli ally, but then you look at, like, what the intelligence reports say from our government, and it shows that it correlates with what all these international aid organizations are saying, and UN, what the numbers they're providing correlate with what these international aid organizations are saying. You look at what some of the world's top military experts are saying, where it's like they're not using more, like, less discriminate munitions that would result in, like, far fewer casualties overall and far less collateral. All of them are lying. All these top military professionals from across the globe and some of the world's leading universities, everyone's lying. The only one telling the truth is Israel and Fox News.
That they have is relying on this hot meal and this kitchen. If they close, what's left?
With no flour left, families are grinding what's left of pasta and rice distributed by UN agencies to make bread.
What's left in Gaza's markets is unaffordable for most. Prices have skyrocketed, turning basic necessities into...
Yeah, I know. Like, when it comes to journalistic sources, so mainstream news networks, should always take it with a grain of salt. But when every single news network across the fucking planet from any fucking country is showing that, you know what, what's going on here is profoundly fucked up. It's like the only sources are like the Israeli Times and Fox News and the Christian Broadcasting Network are the only ones shilling for fucking Israel. It's like whether it's a journalistic source, an academic source, a source from like some sort of intelligence agency or an international aid organization, they all show that, hey, they're clearly obstructing aid from coming into the country and they're clearly bombing indiscriminately. But clearly it's only the Israeli Times and Fox News and the Israeli government. They're the only sources you need to listen to. And you know you're on the right side of things when you're getting all your information from Fox News and the Christian Broadcasting Network.
And this is why I said earlier before I dropped out of the call that I think starvation is probably a big killer of those hostages that Hamas has the IDF have, because they are not only are they using the playbook of other authoritarian regimes that have committed genocide, but not all of those authoritarian regimes have branded, aid groups and the World Health Organization and people that want to send food. That not all of those authoritarian regimes have branded them as terrorists. So this is like almost an extreme level that we don't get to see except for a few times in history.
Yeah. But hey, they clearly voted Hamas in office, and because Hamas attacked them, therefore, it's just gloves are off. It makes everything they do okay, because let's just treat them like they're a collective. Let's not look at everybody in Israel like they're their own individual person. Let's not look at everybody in Gaza like they're their own individual person. If the government, or if some militia or a government in one nation does something bad, it makes it okay for the other country that's retaliating to do as many fucked up things as they please.
Yeah, I've had people, when they get angry on this subject, they usually say that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and they just get angrier and start hurling more insults when I would ask, what do you know that I don't? Tell me what I'm wrong about. I have no problem admitting that I'm wrong if you can really show me that I'm wrong.
Well, you clearly know that you're the one who knows what they're talking about when your only rhetoric
is to scream at people
and cuss them out. Because if you ask them any questions, you ask them to go into any detail, they're not able to. And you're wrong because you're wrong. Why? Because nothing after the because.
The WHO calls the crisis in Gaza an abomination and warns that global inaction amounts to complicity. In Gaza, food has become a matter of life or death, and for children like Rahaf, time is quickly running out. Tariq Abazoum, Al Jazeera, Deir el-Balah, Palestine.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest.
لعدم توفر المضاد الحيوي التهاب الجرعي عنده امبارح من داخل العمليه تحت التخدير.
Ooh. Do you think if you're dealing with third-degree burns all over your body, do you think when there's a lack of aid being allowed in the country, so they don't have enough medicine, in conjunction with being malnourished and having a compromised immune system, do you think all of those things are going to make it much more difficult for the person to recover?
لقوا انه جرح ملتهب، ولو كان انه فيش حصار او في بلد ثاني كان زمان تشافى وتعافى من الجرح والاصابه.
نحن نعاني من شح ونقص في أدوية التخدير والمسكنات والمضادات الحيوية، وكل هذه الأدوية هي مهمة جدا لمرضى الحروق لكي نستطيع التعامل معهم. أضف إلى ذلك أن مريض الحروق يحتاج إلى كمية.
Oh, and that's the symbol for what is it? Doctors Without Borders. So yeah, clearly this is all propaganda.
نستطيع التعامل معهم.
A known terrorist organization.
كمية عالية من السعرات الحرارية في اليوم، أي يحتاج إلى تغذية ممتازة لكي يستطيع التغلب على هذه الإصابة الذي تعرض لها.
Sitting there playing with the Barbie headless horseman.
What's that?
She's sitting there playing with a headless Barbie riding a horse. It's fucking.
Yeah.
That's a picture.
Was it in the Barbie movie? What was it? They call the one Barbie that
I didn't watch.
She was played with too hard.
I didn't watch Barbie.
You didn't do the Barbenheimer?
Nah, dude, I missed out on the Sloppenheimer, dude.
Oh, dude, I ended up loving it.
Okay, back on topic. Let's not talk about Barbie when there's dead kids on the screen.
No better time.
العلاج مش متوفر ولا أكل ولا نظافة ولا أمان. مفيش حتى المستشفيات في القطاع مش آمنة ولا حاجة آمنة خالص. مش good.
Turning now to the war in Gaza, a once bustling market in Khan Younis is now almost empty. The UN humanitarian agency OCHA says that more than 2 million people face severe food shortages.
So, OSHA, do you think they're lying?
Yeah,
absolutely.
The U.S.-based World Central Kitchen charity to halt this work. This as Israel's campaign in Gaza has killed more than 52,000 Palestinians, many of them civilians.
Democracy depends on a free.
And when other governments, so even outside the United States, South Africa has investigated and so forth, and they're saying hey, what you're doing is pretty fucked up. When we investigate, we find that what you're doing really violates there's a lot of human rights violations. I mean, you can sit there and poo-poo South Africa, but it seems like any other government that looks into it, I mean, South Africa, it's not like they're some Islamic country. It's not like they're a country that, I guess, has notable cultural ties with the Middle East. So it seems like out of any other state on the fucking planet, they're pretty bipartisan when it comes to all the other states that are involved in this conflict. So, I mean, do you think they're completely full of shit as well?
Probably, John. Just coming up with all these fake numbers to scare us, John. Make everybody look bad.
Press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman. In his last public appearance.
That's the thing. So every single fucking news network. I mean, even people say, oh, the U.S. media doesn't care. It's every single U.S. news network that covers it seems to be highly critical of what Israel's doing, with the exception of Fox News. So I don't
and One American News Network, but I mean, Newsmax, that's what it was.
Yeah. But you look at PBS, ABC News, CNN, all of them, and it's I'll talk to people who claim to be Democrats, and a lot of them are older. They're 40s and up, and you'll discuss this, and they'll be defending Israel. And it's just, you talk to them and they're completely oblivious to all of this information that it is just covered over and over again by all these news networks. So it kind of just shows that they don't fucking watch the news. And when they're discussing things politically, you can tell that it's just them regurgitating hearsay that they hear from other people, the most generic talking points regarding when it comes to the issue, and it's just them repeating headline information. It's headlines and generic hearsay.
Before his death, Pope Francis addressed Easter Sunday Mass and repeated his call for a ceasefire in Gaza. As his final gift, Pope Francis donated one of his Pope-mobiles to be turned into a mobile healthcare unit for children in Gaza. He gave his blessing to the initiative before his death. As Mother's Day...
Oh, and even the Vatican has come out and has called out, Israel, and they're trying to advocate for Gaza or the people in Gaza, claiming that like what Israel's doing is unacceptable when it comes to the war crimes. So it's just, what does that say?
Celebrated here in the U.S. on Sunday. Thousands of children in Gaza, many under the age of 5, are imminent risk of dying of starvation due to Israel's total blockade of food, water, medical supplies, and other vital aid. According to UNICEF, more than 9,000 children have been admitted for treatment for acute malnutrition so far this year. This week, we reached out to Duha Latif, a teacher from Gaza, mother of 2 young children. Spoke to her last year when she was trying to evacuate from Rafah with her family. She's now living in a tent in Khan Yunis for displaced people.
Hello, I'm Duha Latif. I'm a mother for 2 children, Amir, 8 years, and Karim, 3 years. I was once a teacher of simple trust and gentle hopes. Now I'm a witness to the slow collapse of existence. A year ago, I appeared on Democracy Now! When I was still in our home in Rafah City. That day, I spoke to you about our hope for evacuation. And I believe that my second appearance would be from a safe place, a warm home or a balcony overlooking an ordinary life. But today, I speak to you from Khan Yunis, where there is no home, no wars, and no life as you know it.
So, do you think they're going to have some issues rebuilding once the war's over?
That'll be a piece of cake, John.
It's not an emergency in Gaza. It's a part of the landscape.
I think it's Hamas that destroyed all these buildings, clearly. Israel had nothing to do with it.
A natural extension of
Well, some people will they'll say that it was Israel that did the attack, but it was Hamas's fault for making Israel do it.
Yeah, well, clearly 2 wrongs make a right.
Yeah, every time.
There's 3 people holding over 100 people hostage in a building, so you can apply cadence to try to eliminate the 3 people in the building, or you can just blow up the entire building and kill like the 100-something people inside the building. And clearly, if you blow up the entire fucking building, that makes you the good guys.
That has chosen to become used to seeing us suffer. We are not living, we are enduring. When the entire day becomes a struggle to find a single meal, a small details, a cup of tea, the smell of bread, a tomato, become extraordinary thing, almost like a miracles. We are living a real famine, not metaphorically, but hunger that grips the gut, turning every meal into a battle, and every loaf of bread into a small victory. People race each other for a handful of flour. They stand in the long lines, not to buy food, but to search for it. Markets are empty, and the shelves mourn themselves. Torn bags and empty boxes have become a daily scene. Vegetables, 1 or 2 types, hardly worth mentioning, are sold at prices beyond belief. A single piece is sold like a pearl in an auction. No fruit, no milk, no eggs, no oil. Everything is rare and everything is expensive, even water.
Do you think there's some inflation here? So when there's a lack of goods to go around and there's a huge demand, it seems like prices soar.
We should take advantage of this and go sell some water bottles here or something, Jane. We could make a good profit. We could make a killing.
Cancel Shabisky.
As if they are cooking home.
Everybody cancel Shabisky now.
No.
Hide our hunger so our children won't see it. Amir, my sons, ask me every day, Mom, when will we eat pizza again? I said soon, and I'll smile at him while my heart breaks piece by piece. Karim.
Well, somebody said post-World War II, not hundreds of years. Yeah, so you can blame a lot of this on the British Mandate. And what's going on with India and Pakistan, a lot of that you can blame on the British Mandate. So Britain did a terrible job when it came to, I guess, transitioning like power to like their colonies or like independence to their colonies. They kind of just decided, hey, we're going to pack up and leave, and we're going to kind of draw up all of these really awkward borders, and people pretty much have a week to relocate and
figure it out. You got it.
Yeah, abandon their homes and stuff. So millions of people need to just pack up and move to Pakistan or India, and like it's this mass migration. And it's not like, hey, that caused a lot of instability and disorder.
Doesn't speak much, but he runs after anything that looks like food, as if instinct has outrun language. The loss they are living is more than just the absence of food. It's the absence of life as they knew it, the absence of the love they once felt, and the absence of the hope that once filled their eyes. I spoke not to complain, but to remind you that Gaza is not just a news headlines. It's souls waiting for salvation. I'm Latif. And
so somebody said, y'all are allowing a lot of racist shit in these comments. Well, here's the thing. We try to not, I guess, censor the chat much because we just want to give everyone a fucking voice. If they want to disagree with us, if they want to show how racist they are, then fine. And I think it's kind of telling because if we cover these kind of stories and you see people come in and try to, I guess, defend the side that they're on with racist rhetoric, they're kind of demonstrating the kind of people, the kind of demographic that kind of advocate for that particular side or that particular policy. So they're just making themselves look bad, and they're making the side that they support look bad.
And this is not a temporary story. This is my life now.
Duha Latif, a teacher from Gaza, mother of 2 young children, speaking to us from Khan Yunis.
The Palestinian Health Ministry in Gaza says that over 30
the audio
people
here is
were killed
terrible.
in 2 separate.
Fears of famine in the Gaza Strip are growing as a major aid group said it had run out of food.
Meanwhile, recent Israeli
Do you think this aid group's lying, like all the others?
They're all lying on behalf of terror groups because they just want to.
More from Tel Aviv.
The Palestinian Health Ministry in Gaza says that over 30 people were killed in 2 separate strikes on a busy Gaza City street where there were cafes and restaurants. Very gruesome footage emerged from the aftermath of that attack. There were children that were seen injured, others that were seen lying apparently dead in the street, and patrons still seated at their tables who appeared also to have been killed in that attack. This is coming as a bakeries association in Gaza is saying that due to the shortage of flour and fuel, that all bakeries in certain parts of the Gaza Strip are now closed. They are pleading for Israel to reopen the crossings for humanitarian aid that they closed on March 2nd. The new U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, is saying that there is a framework for aid to go back in, saying that Israel is not involved inside of Gaza when it comes to distributing aid. That was one of the outstanding questions about how the aid would be distributed, and that there will be NGOs that will take part. These are non-governmental organizations.
So do you think that it's mental gymnastics if somebody tries to claim that the Israeli government is not just trying to starve out the population?
Yeah, it's definitely a tactic being employed here.
In the distribution of supplies, it cannot come soon enough for the residents of Gaza, with many sounding the alarm that starvation is on the horizon.
If nothing is done, if food is not brought in, if water is not brought in, if vaccines are not brought in, so if that is not brought in, we're already in a catastrophe, and we're going to have way more children dying for preventable causes.
Malnourished diseases are at a risk of spreading, and those who are injured cannot be treated properly, aid workers tell ABC News.
The problem is that when you go to those centers, to those hospitals, what you see is that children actually don't get the proper therapeutic food that can be used to treat them, but also to prevent them. And so we with UNICEF and with our partners, we still have a time.
Do you think UNICEF, do you think they're lying? Do you think, yet again, here's another
known terrorist supporters, UNICEF.
Yes. Hamas has infiltrated every single international aid organization.
Tiny quantities of ready-to-use therapeutic food, which are specifically dedicated to treat malnutrition, but we're running out.
For me personally, this is the first time that I had to look patients in the eye and say I didn't have something that I know is just miles away. The lack of even soap and hygienic products will continue to lead to escalation in skin manifestations of diseases like scabies, since there is no cooking gas. Children who...
So when all of these medical doctors, medical experts from some of the leading medical institutions all across the globe, from cultures abroad, Western, Eastern, African, Latin American, when they're all flying out here and stating that this is one of the worst humanitarian disasters that they've ever seen, and that it's just, it is appalling how Israel is going out of their way to obstruct aid and supplies. Do you think that these medical doctors are the kind of people that are just all full of shit, don't know what they're talking about?
Yeah,
they're all lying.
Yeah.
It's a conspiracy.
Conspiring against conservative Americans
Everyone's
and their
lying.
values.
Who had been waiting in food distribution lines, and the jostling of the hot food items would then lead to them being injured from the food.
A family of 5 killed by an Israeli airstrike on their tent in northern Gaza. A grandfather says his daughter and her family were sleeping when the strike hit.
3 children, their mother and her husband. They were sleeping inside their tent when they were bombed by an Israeli occupation jet without any reason or warning. 3 children with their mother and father.
The strike in Jabalia comes as residents in Gaza are using anything they can to make their own flour, as food supplies in the region are rapidly running out.
Today we can't find flour, so we grind lentils with pasta, we bake it and eat it. The high prices do not allow us to buy anything.
There is no life.
If the US government really cared, they have the strongest navy on the planet. Why don't they just fly in supplies using their navy? It's just, what, is Israel going to fire at like US supply choppers and
attack the sugar daddy nation?
Yeah, it's like I think if Trump or Biden said that, you know what, like it or not, you deal with the military sort of combat with Hamas, but we're gonna go to these refugee sites, and whether you like it or not, we're gonna dock our ships and we're gonna be flying in supplies and we're gonna have troops on the ground that are just there to make sure that the aid is being allocated to the people. Do you think Israel would be like, no, that's not going to happen. We're going to start shelling these areas where there are U.S. troops there. And the troops don't need to fight. They just need to be there to make sure that all the food and medicine is being distributed. I think the U.S. has the resources to do that. So if they want to get involved in foreign fucking affairs, I think it would be very easy for them to do that.
Without food, how will we live? We're going to die of hunger eventually. The world has to move to stand up for human conscience and to look at us with mercy.
Oh, somebody says they attacked the U.S. Navy before. Now, was that on purpose? Or was that just them being careless and stupid? I mean, which one was it? Was it intentional or was it unintentional?
Yeah, I think it was all just a big whoopsie.
The besieged and bombarded enclave has been under a total Israeli blockade for nearly 10 weeks. Thousands thronged to charity kitchens in search of a cooked meal, but staff say the majority of those who came on Friday went home empty-handed. The ongoing hunger is threatening Gaza's population, already battered by nearly 19 months.
So on purpose, and when was that? So, but the thing is, do you think if the United States decided that they were going to provide just aid to the people there, do you think Israel would decide to go, like, declare all-out war on the U.S.?
Of war. After ceasefire plans collapsed in March, Israel imposed the blockade and resumed military operations in the territory, with the aim of pressuring Hamas to release remaining hostages. Human rights groups call the blockade a starvation tactic and a potential war crime. They also say food supplies are close to total depletion.
It's time for Hayat to have her wounds treated and her bandages changed. An Israeli airstrike did this. Burns cover her arms and back. Israel renewed its blockade of medicine and food entering the Gaza Strip more than 2 months ago. It's making the treatment of Gaza's many burn victims increasingly hard.
Since the war restarted.
Now, we've seen a lot of all the amputees, so I know Gaza now has the largest population of child amputees, but I guess one thing we haven't seen much of, or we haven't seen covered as extensively, is all the burn victims. So I guess we're going to see more of that.
Started after the ceasefire collapse. We have faced many difficulties. The cases we get are more critical and difficult. The borders have been closed for the longest period since the war started, and with Israel blocking medical supplies, our task has become much more difficult.
7-year-old Hamza has had 9
Yeah, so just because says you think Trump will do aid anywhere? No, I don't. And that's the thing with Biden and Trump. I'm calling them out on being pieces of shit. If they were decent human beings, and if they actually were more altruistic, that's what they would do. But they're not doing it because they're scumfucks.
Operations to treat his burns. The healing process is excruciatingly painful. It can take months, if not years. The risk of infection is ever present and potentially life-threatening, especially in Gaza.
Because of the lack of antibiotics, yesterday when he went in for surgery, they found out his wound was infected. If it weren't for Israel's blockade, or if he had been in another country, he could have recovered from his injuries by now.
4-year-old Leanne's pregnant mother and 2 siblings were killed by an Israeli airstrike. She was pulled from under the wreckage of the building they were trying to shelter in.
The little girl Leanne was pulled out from under the rubble. She's suffering from burns and there are complications.
Now, apparently, when it comes to getting treated for like 3rd-degree burns, apparently it's one of the most painful and agonizing, sort of injuries to deal with. And when they have to change the bandages constantly, them simply, tearing the bandages off and replacing it, apparently it's pretty significant pain they have to endure on the regular, numerous times throughout the day.
She needs medicine, ointments,
each day for weeks or even months.
Food.
Yeah, but here's
the United
thing,
Nations says around 10,000 children in Gaza suffering.
It adds character.
Yeah, adversity. Yeah, I guess it's not all bad. You got to look at the positives.
Dirt loves my commentary.
Yeah,
he loves it.
Acute malnutrition have been identified since the beginning of the year.
Loves
and aid groups say that number is growing all the time. Doctors say good nutrition
right
is vital for burn victims to help fight infection.
We are suffering from a shortage of anesthetics, painkillers, and antibiotics, and all of these medications are very important for burn patients. In addition, burn patients need a high amount of calories every day. They need excellent nutrition in order to be able to recover.
Israel says its renewed blockade and military campaign on Gaza aims to pressure Hamas to release the remaining 59 captives it holds and to agree to disarm. So in the meantime, there will be more child burn victims, enduring unimaginable pain and at the mercy of doctors already struggling to find the medicine and food they need to save their lives. Charles Stratford, Al Jazeera.
نقعد نستنى في اليوم واليومين لما تيجي الشاحنات التبرعات هذه وما تكفيناش يعني لما يعبي لي قلن ولا قلنين ايش بدي يقدم لما طول النهار.
Imagine if things were that bad in your area where there's kids chasing after water trucks with buckets because they can't find any fucking water. Imagine that kind of thing in America. That's crazy.
Well, the thing is, I don't need to think about that because I need to think more about how, how Uber Eats got my order wrong.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, I have to deal with things like, video games being too expensive. I mean, clearly, that kind of stuff, when people bitch about it and stuff, it's not them being thoughtless, sort of bougie, pampered suburbanites.
I'm still more angry about Taylor Swift going to the Super Bowl myself.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's something really worth complaining about.
I forgot about that.
Something to be really mad about.
And I think
it's as loud as it can go.
Yeah, if you're no, it's not. But if you're dehydrated, even if you can't get water, salt water is going to make it worse. So definitely shouldn't drink salt water.
You're dying of thirst. Eat as much salt as possible, Gene says, I think. I think that's what he was saying. They're doing a good job wasting water.
Okay, let's get to the next story.
There are questions about a ceasefire between India and Pakistan after a week of fighting between the two nuclear-armed countries. Matt Bradley is following it for us tonight. Matt, good evening.
Good evening, Jose. Well, President Trump said today that India and Pakistan had agreed to that ceasefire.
Do you think it's all Trump? If anyone else was in office, it wouldn't have happened.
Now, it looks as though that's holding, but only just. India's foreign secretary said today that Pakistan had repeatedly violated the terms of the agreement. Now, these sorts of violations are typical in the early hours.
So far, it's both sides are just blaming the other side of everything. there's so much conflicting information, not just from India and Pakistan, but from like any other source. So it's kind of difficult to really come to any definitive conclusion in regards to what all the numbers are here.
Of a ceasefire, they don't necessarily mean that the two sides are going to be going back to the escalating conflict we saw earlier when it looked as though all-out war was inevitable. And for now, it looks as though these two nuclear-armed states have stepped back from the brink, but it's still too early to tell whether or not this peace will hold. Jose?
Thanks for watching. Both India and Pakistan are accusing each other of violating a ceasefire hours after reaching a deal.
Hilarious.
Multiple explosions were heard in two large cities of Indian-controlled, or sections, I should say, of Indian-controlled Kashmir. Yesterday's deal, mediated by the U.S., was expected to bring an end to weeks of escalating clashes and drone strikes triggered by the mass shooting of tourists last month. India blames that shooting on Pakistan, which denies the accusations.
Depending where you are in Lahore, you can either feel like you're in a Gulf capital or a third world slum. Living between these extremes are 15 million people, millions of whom have just arrived in the last decade.
Pakistan is a great country.
To understand life in Pakistan's exploding megacity, we visited all sides of Lahore, ending with the poorest and wealthiest neighborhoods. Lahore is the capital of Punjab, Pakistan's most populous province. In recent years, countless people have immigrated from villages to the city, causing its population to triple since 1998. Everywhere in Lahore, people are eating, talking, dancing, cooking, praying, you name it. The energy and chaos is palpable in Lahore's beating heart. Its old city, a maze of markets, alleyways, and mosques, largely built by the Mughals, the empire that built the Taj Mahal.
So where are we in Lahore right now? Wall City. This is the Wall City. We call it Androon. Androon means the inner city. So basically, the Lahore used to be just this.
Wow, I mean, these buildings are...
They are houses. People live in it.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I'm from India.
I'm from India.
You're from India?
India.
Really?
In India.
All right, we're visiting Pakistan.
Beautiful country.
How do you feel here as an Indian in Pakistan?
MashaAllah.
Well, I don't know. Most mega cities are pretty, like, filthy, even New York and shit. The only mega city out there that isn't really gross is probably Tokyo.
Political system is very, very bad here. I had 30 years ago.
Whereas the United States has two mega cities. It's New York and LA. I'd say LA is even grosser than New York City.
India's 30 years ahead of
Pakistan. Lahore is also famed for its mosques and Islamic shrines, and everywhere we went, people wanted to talk to us about Islam.
Allah does everything. Allah created everything. This country cannot fall on ground without his permission. Black under the black one and black night.
Countries too. It's not just us.
What?
Gee,
okay, I was looking away for a second. What did they say?
They're talking about Allah and how he made everything and everything. So I said, Gene, if you just pay attention, okay?
Yeah, that's a good way to insult any like foreign viewers that come in. You know, if you want to criticize religion, there's more of a, I guess, formal way to do it.
I just said that we're stupid too.
Oh, yeah. Most people are fucking stupid.
We want the smarter people anyways, okay? Just shut up, Gene. I'm getting smart people to...
Allah knows they cheat and feed it there.
Yeah, Dubai's pretty clean. I don't think Dubai's a mega city, though. Because a mega city is a city that has above a certain population. So there's only like a few dozen mega cities on the planet. And usually they're kind of gross because they're very densely populated and there's just so many people.
I spent in 40 days. These days are best days in my life. Allah created
Philadelphia, I would say the grossest city I've gone to in America is Philadelphia. And people will refer to it as Filth-adelphia. Like the sidewalks are just like plagued with fucking filth.
Big thing, like mountain, like small thing, like particle. Inshallah.
A few locals took us around the city, including two of our readers, Ibrahim and Musa, and two fixers, Kosar and Sajjad.
So we are in the Isreal-Hamas Mosque. This is in the middle of Old Lahore.
इंसानी अल्लाह का हमारा हुक्म है कि सब भाई हैं ये मखलूक उसकी बनाई हुई है जब सबने जाना है अल्लाह के पास वो अल्लाह
What's that?
Damn. I said everybody's got to preach to you here.
Well,
just like in America.
In New York City, you deal with the same thing.
That's what I'm saying. That was my point
when
I was comparing.
Okay.
Like,
there's a lot of street preachers in most major U.S. cities.
We are alike, you and I, guy with beard.
Oh my god, cancel chat. But one thing that's very common in New York is you go into subways and people kind of take advantage of the fact that it's like people can't get off whenever they want to. So you'll have a lot of Christian preachers that just get on the subways and start preaching to everybody.
People are annoying.
No, dude. Yeah,
They
I would
force you to listen.
I would love for me and Shabisky to get trapped on a bus in that situation.
And the thing is,
Dude,
I would win.
I'd hope that I was streaming for it, dude. That would be so cool.
I really don't care if they're on like public sidewalks and they're preaching. That's like whatever. But Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons, they like in my area, there's a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses. They just come to your door, and it's just, you know what? When you're coming to people's personal residence and trying to like shove your religion down their throat, that's where I think it's a bit like it's poor etiquette and invasive.
And it's weird. Like, imagine any ideology you have. You like going door to door. Do you believe in evolution? You know, do you believe? Did I tell you about atheism? You know, it would be just so weird if you went to door with any other subject, but for some reason when it's about God and believing bullshit, it's just okay and normal in our country.
Oh, Pierce says you guys are all virgins, 100%. Yeah, because like being able to beat somebody up in a fist fight, whether or not you're a virgin, those are the two most important things when it comes to judging somebody's character.
How old are you, Pierce? I gotta ask.
Those are the most important things when it comes to.
How old are you?
Yeah, how decent of a human being somebody is.
You don't gotta.
You know, you're talking to a very well-educated person when those are the two things that it always goes back to: whether or not you're a virgin, or whether or not you can beat somebody in a fist fight.
You don't gotta project, Pierce. You don't gotta project, okay? You should be proud of your virginity.
Well, when you have a community full of people where anytime there's a disagreement, those are the two things that they seem to be obsessed with, that they go to, it's kind of a sign that you're in a very affluent, very well-educated sort of community when that's the only like two metrics of worth.
Yeah, just childish.
City could feel like it hasn't
lacks
changed
any sort of substance. It's not actually making any sort of decent argument or anything. It's just, yeah, well, you're a poopy doo-doo head. Oh, you probably haven't even kissed a girl.
The thing is, in high school, it seems like, you know what, that's, even in high school, it's usually your sort of seedy, like, lowbrow kids. Like, your sort of try-hard, like, Call of Duty dude bros. Those are the two insults. You're a virgin. I could beat you in a
Danny's
fight.
a Call of Duty dude, bro.
So, it seems like, you know what, when you're in your 30s or 40s, and that's still the rhetoric you're using is the kind of rhetoric that the sort of undesirables in high school like to use, or like high school kids on Xbox Live, it's almost a sign that you're kind of stunted. And you kind of have never grown like mentally past the age of 13, 14, 15.
That's crazy how their wiring is there. If you go back to that scene, like seeing how just unorganized and crazy, like it was only seconds ago in the video after this.
The old city.
Well, most cities are kind of
changed in decades
like
or even centuries.
Oh yeah, you didn't pause it at the right time, but still.
Well, most cities are kind of disorganized like this, disorderly, and I don't know if those are wires.
Well,
people still shop at neighborhood stores like this using rope
cables of some sort, probably electricity, probably internet, I guess.
I don't know. They could be just branches like weeds.
Pulleys. And they still pay a few cents to watch old movies in informal movie theaters.
What's interesting, we talked to a truck driver today who said he makes about $100 a month, so that's like $3 a day, and that's around the average that a Pakistani person makes per year. And Lahore is the second wealthiest place in the country. So this is about as urban, cosmopolitan as it gets here, and obviously it's not that much of that here. And it still feels like things aren't really changing.
People are still making goods by hand and bartering over them in the bazaars. Real quick, if you're enjoying this video, make sure to subscribe. We started this page in 2024, and we started
His father used to work like as a watchman, but now he's very old, he can't work, so that's why he supports his family. That's why he does not go to school, because his father is too old, and he is working to support his family.
Across Lahore, people are remarkably hospitable and friendly.
America is a beautiful country. From Lahore, sir? Yes. These your friends? Hello. Hello. Yes, baby. Baby. Zindabad, Pakistan.
Okay, so when they're saying they love America, do you think this is a bunch of propaganda?
Powerful Pakistan. Zindabad.
Because we all know that the way it works is that anyone who is from a majority Muslim country, they automatically hate the entire Western world and all Americas because it's that black and white. There's no nuance. And clearly, when you look at dumb fucks on the right that watch exclusively Fox News and are big Donald Trump shows.
Yeah, they love to argue that if you go anywhere near those countries, they won't want you there because you're white.
Or just because you're, I guess, a Westerner or an American, and it's like, it's not like each one of these countries is their own nation with their own culture, and then all of these countries have a ton of subcultures. No nuance at all.
Yeah, some of them being thankful for Western aid.
जिंदाबाद सही है और आप भी जिंदाबाद पेशावर जिंदाबाद किला बलिसार जिंदाबाद पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद
I love you, brother. Very good.
अमेरिकन लोगों को पाकिस्तान के बारे में क्या जानना चाहिए बताएं। आपको इधर आना चाहिए, बहुत अच्छी जगह है। हम भी चाहेंगे कि जैसे हम लुत्फानंदोज हो रहे हैं, आप यहाँ आकर एंजॉयमेंट करेंगे, बहुत खुशी होगी। अमेरिका के बारे में आपका क्या ख्याल है?
Not my real name says except Yemen. They probably don't like us a ton right now, but they'll come around.
Well, the reason why they probably don't like us too much is because United States kind of supports Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, funding a genocide.
Like what Israel is doing to Gaza, I mean, is pretty much like what Saudi Arabia is doing to Yemen. And we just conducted an airstrike that killed dozens of civilians.
चाहेंगे कि पाकिस्तान के साथ थोड़ा सा ताउन किया जाए अमेरिका को भी और मुल्कों के साथ भी ताउन करें बहुत खुशी होगी मैं उनके साथ ये चीज़
ठीक है शुक्रिया At prayer time, the shops close and people clear out. Other parts of the old city are transforming though as the government tries to create a sanitized Disney-fied tourist attraction with paved roads and gift shops.
This whole section of Lahore is becoming like the Disneyland of Lahore, where they're trying to make this
gentrification,
like a prosperous
Disney World.
The Disneyland of Lahore. Can we word that differently, please, sir?
Yeah. A better comparison would be like the strip of Lahore or the Times Square of Lahore.
Yeah.
Area. You see it in the streets, tourist stores everywhere. And it seems like it's working, and they said tons of tourists are coming, but mostly domestic tourists. International tourists are still kind of scared of Pakistan. But you just see it. It's so much cleaner. It's so much more organized.
Do you guys want to go to Lahore?
Yeah.
I'm not thinking so.
It's like Disneyland.
Yeah.
We need to go to Bangkok. We need to go to Lahore. We need to go to New Delhi. We need to go to Tokyo and Seoul.
And then when you go 5 feet away from here, you're in like real Pakistan.
But apparently the city that we get the most watch time from out of any other city is Osaka, Japan. So maybe if we do visit a city in another country, maybe that should be the one first on our list.
What if that's because
they're all hate watching?
No, our only viewer from Osaka, Japan is Imperial. But they watch every second.
All the time. All the time.
Going. That would be funny.
This is clearly what they want. It's an anti-littering parade.
This is just a sample of how Lahore is changing. Later on, we'll visit an area of the city that feels like driving through Dubai. As soon as you leave these areas, though,
okay, I do have an opinion. Maybe every country on the planet, including America, should just reject McDonald's because McDonald's is gross and disgusting.
Real Lahore comes raging back.
Yeah, we need more In-N-Outs, less McDonald's. More In-N-Outs, less McDonald's. McDonald's, like, I swear McDonald's costs more than In-N-Out, and their burgers are so much better. Fucking In-N-Out.
Crossing the street here is ridiculous. Look, now you throw a horse into the mix.
The old monuments of Lahore, places like the Badshah Mosque.
Well, you'll see that in American cities where they'll have horses and carriages, like carriage rides. I went to New Orleans and had a bunch of like mule carriages. You could get on them and they take you around the city. So, I mean, that's not even something I would associate with poor development. I mean, there's like sort of that, I guess, attraction element. You kind of, they'll take you around the city and stuff.
Most people were using that, I would, but there was only like one there, and mostly cars surrounding it. So it's like most people are not using horses here or donkeys to get around.
But in most densely populated cities, you can get to most places much more quickly just by walking.
Yeah. Pakistan's most popular tourist attraction.
Who are the two most important people in Pakistan?
Like when I go to New York City, I just walk everywhere. I never, like, the cabs are less expensive than Uber, but a cab will probably, sometimes you might have no clue where to go, so it's convenient to just get in a cab because they can take you right there. But if you know where you're going, and I mean, now with smartphones, it's easier than ever to just GPS the location or the destination. So I don't see the point of driving cities.
Yeah, one was Jinnah, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Qaid-e-Azam.
The founder of Pakistan.
Yeah, and the other was Muhammad Ali Iqbal.
A poet from Lahore who's buried right here. Why is he so important?
Because he sort of popularized the idea of a nation state based on the Muslim identity, and a lot of his poetry was about like reawakening Muslim spirit as a nation, like Muslims as a nation and Indians as a whole, like sort of like wake up, rejuvenate yourselves. You become weak.
I'm Pakistani. You're Pakistani? Yeah, Alhamdulillah. Where are you from? From New York. New York. Oh, New York. Yeah. Very beautiful. Pakistan is great country. Pakistan is great people. Pakistani people great.
Okay. Next video.
New this morning, the ceasefire between India and Pakistan, it is holding. There were celebrations in the streets of Pakistan once the ceasefire was announced. It was around 5 p.m. in India and Pakistan. The ceasefire ended their 4 days of direct military strikes. And President Trump announced the truce and took credit for it. But there have been conflicting claims about the degree to which the U.S. was involved. We are covering this from all angles.
So do you think if Biden was in office, we probably would have gotten a ceasefire roughly within the same amount of time? Because most likely it isn't even the president. And both would take credit for it. It's just whoever's in office, they get credit for everything. But all the bad stuff, it's because of the president before them.
Robertson in Islamabad, Pakistan, and we have Matthew Chance in New Delhi. Nick, we're starting with you, and today a day of celebration there.
Yeah, a day of Thanksgiving. That's what the country's calling.
So apparently one of the largest aerial dogfights has happened post World War II in this confrontation. And you know, Pakistan claims that they shot down every single Israeli jet or drone. And then I think Modi claims that they hit all their targets and stuff, and they didn't face any losses at all. So both sides are pretty much claiming that they had a 100%, I guess, success rate when it came to their offense and defense. So do you think maybe the numbers are somewhere in the middle?
It to give gratitude to Allah, to thank the troops, to get that sense of national unity. And I think it is fair to say.
Well, each war between India and Pakistan, the casualties are pretty low considering just how heavily populated both countries are. So, the one that happened in the 70s, I think only accumulated a couple thousand casualties. And you compare that to most wars, it's all the wars going on with Ukraine and Russia, Israel, it's the casualties are in the tens of thousands or the hundreds of thousands in Ukraine. And then, I mean, the Chinese Civil War had millions of casualties. The Vietnam, the Korean War, they all had millions. So whenever Pakistan and India butt heads, usually the wars don't go on for too long. And then usually the casualty counts are pretty small.
That Pakistanis feel not only relieved, because let's not forget here, this was a very intense war at certain moments. India striking deeper and more extensively into Pakistan than they have done in 50 years. The countries have fought several wars previously over issues in Kashmir. Every time Pakistan loses, and recently it really felt isolated from the international community, that India was sort of looming over them, and you get a sense of this now from what we're hearing from politicians, and the thanks that they're giving to President Trump. President Trump in his post today said that he will help Pakistan and India to deal with their issues over Kashmir. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs today released a statement saying that they were grateful for President Trump and his team's involvement.
So both countries lay claim to Kashmir. What if they made Kashmir its own independent state? Do you think that will happen? I know Bangladesh and India, for the longest time, they had the most awkward borders. There were I think even hundreds of enclaves between each country, where they even had a third level enclave where it would be a Bangladesh territory within a Indian or India enclave within a Bangladesh enclave inside of India, where if you drove 10 miles in any direction, you would drive through like borders of each country like 5-10 times. It's just and they worked all of that out within the last few years. But I know they have a territorial dispute with China. And if you live in China and you go on Google Maps, it says that that territory is part of China. And if you're in India and you go to Google Maps, it says it's part of India. And,
yeah, Google's like, you can both have yours, kids.
And I think they did the same thing with Kashmir, where if you're in Pakistan, you go to Google Maps, it shows that it's part of Pakistan. And if you go to Google Maps in India, it says it's part of India. But I don't know, maybe just make them their own sovereign states.
Involvement in the negotiations that they look forward to being able.
I know they're laughing. Do you think this is a bad take?
Or to,
Well, you say belong to India, but again, it's something where both sides are laying claim to it. I know India currently has control of the region, but the thing is, Modi is accused of engaging in bulldozer politics, where he has gone into Islamic neighborhoods and they have torn down Islamic neighborhoods. And they've also, like Prime Minister Modi, he refers to the Islamic population as infiltrators. And they tore down a mosque and built a Hindu temple over it. So it seems like Prime Minister Modi and the, the BJP, his party, doesn't the BJP, it derives from the RSS, which was a Hindu supremacist party. So it'd be like if you had a Muslim supremacy party or a Christian supremacy party that was the head of your government. So it seems like, I don't know, Prime Minister Modi doesn't really seem to be too, accepting of the Islamic population in Kashmir.
Find that support going forward. And I think it's also worth noting here that it's not just the United States that officials here have been thanking. It has been Turkey, it has been the UAE, it's been Saudi Arabia, the Greeks called up the other day, China, a massive and stalwart ally.
I think it doesn't really matter which state the territory belongs to, as long as the people there are content and the people there are not having their human rights violated and their homes torn down.
His military made a huge difference in the aerial dogfights of the fighter jets and the missiles supplied to Pakistan. Military lessons learned by both sides in this 4-day conflict. But I think where Pakistan emerges today recognizes that it has huge challenges still in dealing with India going forward, particularly on the issue of Kashmir, particularly on the issue of the water that...
But do we have any Indian viewers in the chat? So what's your take on Prime Minister Modi overall? So somebody mentioned that he built 100 million toilets and stuff, I guess, for the populace. So, okay, there's some good stuff you can say about him. But if you want to show that you're being objective, do you have any negatives that you can say about him? And I do know one thing he was criticized for is that him and his party pushed through this one policy when it comes to internet censorship, where the government is able to decide which information on the internet is inaccurate about the government. And I don't know, seems like that's kind of going backwards when it comes to, freedom of the press or freedom of media, when they want to censor information on the internet.
The treaty that India says it's going to continue to abrogate and not supply vital water to Pakistan. And I think on that very intriguing and interesting question of the role that the United States played in, they saw something troubling. They piled in the diplomatic effort, both with India and Pakistan, working with both countries to resolve this and bring a ceasefire that teetered even to the last minute. Pakistan thanks the United States for their engagement. India says, no, this was all done unilaterally between India and Pakistan. Historically, India does not want to internationalize the issue of Kashmir and other issues as well between the two countries. Not clear why, but the quick analysis might be that India fears having other international players involved perhaps tips the balance against them. But certainly Pakistan feels that the balance has tipped towards them in terms of international.
So maybe they should give Kashmir to Britain. Do you think Britain would do a good job? So I hear they really love Britain in that part of the world.
Yeah, let's see how that goes.
No. But I do think Pakistan or India would manage the region a lot better than Britain.
वक्त इंडियन पोस्टों के बिल्कुल सामने छोटा जो फायर है वो हमें डायरेक्ट अटैक कर रहा है और बड़े जो अटर्ली के फायर भी जो इंडिया है वो हम पर बसा रहा था। हमारे बच्चे खौफ रात से डिस्टर्ब हो चुके थे, टार्चर हो रहे थे और इस वक्त अमतानी सिलसिला है। हमारे बच्चों के लिए वो भी मुश्किलात हैं। हमारी तालीम को मगलूब किया जा रहा है, हमारी कौम को तालीम के से दूर किया जा रहा है। हम पूरी दुनिया से अपील करेंगे।
So, like, when I looked into this, or when I was watching stories covering this recent dispute, you'd see all of these, and I know, like, you always have trolls and assholes on the internet, but you would see all of these comments from people from India just talking, like, massive shit about the population of Pakistan acting like they're a monolith, and then you saw a bunch of Pakistanis doing the same thing about India. So you just saw this massive array of this completely black and white rhetoric of like talking about the other side, Indians or Pakistanis, as if they're just one like collective, and saying some pretty like throwing out a lot of slurs and derogatory terms about the other party. Both like referring to the other party as being dirty and disgusting, and seems like I don't know. Seems like human beings love kind of engaging in this in-group out-group bias. I don't know. It's not just with India and Pakistan; it's with the entire fucking globe. You look at any dispute, and it always seems to like devolve into that. Do you think maybe that's like embedded into human psychology? It's like a part of human evolution, being all tribal. They're the other side. They're the other tribe. They don't speak like us. Their customs are different. They don't do life the right way.
कि वो दुनिया इसमें हमारी मदद करे और हमारे बच्चों को टार्चर होने से महफूज रखे।
Yeah, I haven't been to either or. But the thing is, I know that there's like 1.4 billion people in India, so I'm well aware you're going to have extreme level of variation when it comes to like you should view each person as an individual. And I'm well aware there's a lot of great people in both countries, a lot of great locations in both countries. But like much of the world, most of the world's governments are really corrupt. So I think that when you're
how do you know Indian people have individual thoughts and beliefs and stuff?
Well, they do
Did you
make
talk
up
to all the Indian people in the world? Do you know this?
Well,
how do you know?
On chess.com, there's a lot of Indian players and stuff, and they seem pretty friendly. Like, they're pretty much the only, like, when I go to chess.com outside of Canada, they're the only country where they'll actually start conversations with you. But
sweetie pies there. See,
and
have you been to India and whatever, Jake?
There's a lot of like Indian families that live in my area that have their own like businesses and like restaurants
Smoke
and so
shops?
forth. And no, but but yeah, they're all friendly, and they give a lot, like they contribute a lot to the community. So, like, every interaction I've had with somebody who's Indian is positive, and every interaction I've had with somebody who's Pakistani is positive. So there is a Pakistani like restaurant down the street for me.
कल शाम को तकरीबन 4:30 बजे के बाद हमें जैसे पता लगा कि अमन मायदा हो गया, सीज फायर हो गया, तो हमारी जान में जान आई, हम दोबारा अपने घरों की तरफ लौटे और अभी हम.
But I do think that, so when I talk about the issue with Israel and Gaza, I make sure when I'm criticizing Israel that I'm discussing the IDF and the Israeli government. And when I'm discussing Gaza and fucked up things that have happened or that that state might be responsible for, I discuss Hamas. I don't like talk about everyone in Gaza like they're a Borg or everybody in Israel like they're a Borg. And I think it's very important when people discuss these issues to be more clear that they're criticizing the government and not all the people as a whole. And based on a lot of the rhetoric I've seen, when I've seen stories or like when I've gone to threads where people are discussing it, I haven't seen people like really make it clear that they're talking about the government. They seem to just be discussing the entire nation as a whole. And I think that people globally in all parts of the world need to stop doing that.
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह हम अपने घरों में और ये है कि दोबारा हमें एक नई ज़िंदगी मिली है और इस बात की इंतहाई खुशी अल्लाह का लाख लाख शुक्र है कि हम एक बार फिर अपने घरों में अपनी खुशी से ज़िंदगी गुजार रहे हैं.
A release of stress for many in Pakistan. Across the nation, there's an air of celebration. People were preparing to hunker down and buy essentials due to a looming war.
We have heard of the Defense Day, but now we have seen May 10th. Our forces are strong and know how to respond to the enemy. All of Pakistan is celebrating on the streets.
The way our Air Force taught them a proper lesson and targeted them, they were forced to end the hostilities. As our military told them, you can start it, but we will tell you how to end it.
Also, a sigh of relief in Pakistan-administered Kashmir when the news of a ceasefire came through.
Many families have moved from here. They didn't have bunkers or proper shelters here, so they had to move out. Now we've heard this news, and we welcome it.
People are angry over what many see as an Indian attack on Pakistan's sovereignty on May the 7th. Ahead of the
with a flip-flop. Okay.
Okay, so when it comes to a lot of like culture in the Middle East, that's a common like sort of insult because your shoe is considered to be. Well, how's it any more silly than any other?
It is.
Like if you give somebody the middle finger, how's it?
I was about to compare it to the middle finger.
Yeah.
It's just some kind of symbolic gesture.
Ceasefire. India launched missiles against Pakistani air bases on Saturday, and Pakistan carried out a counter-offensive targeting Indian military sites. The US brokered deal stipulates a broader dialogue where Pakistan and India will discuss peace-building measures. On Monday, the heads of military operations will talk again. The hope in Pakistan is of a revival in diplomacy and uninterrupted flow of water from the Indus River.
What clearly is a generational issue between Pakistan and India. So the beautiful thing is that there is a ceasefire that now exists, and we look forward to hopefully managing more conversations and having this endure.
And that enduring peace remains a big question mark. This is some of the worst fighting between the two nuclear...
What's that?
We have 2,222 subscribers right now. All
Yay!
twos.
We need more subscribers.
Next
we need
goal.
more.
Next goal.
We need more subscribers from Pakistan and India.
Yeah.
So, because a large amount of people live in those two countries, it's something like 200-something million people live in Pakistan. 1.4 billion people live in India. So we'd like to discuss geopolitics. Those are two important parts of the globe. So we need people from those countries to subscribe to give their take on these issues.
So John doesn't have to go.
What's that?
So John doesn't have to go visit them himself.
Yeah.
Well, I visited quite a few countries. I've gone to Europe quite a bit. I visited Brazil and Mexico, and I've gone to Japan and Tokyo. So
Go to Pakistan.
Stop bragging, Gene.
Go to Why haven't you gone to India or Pakistan, then, John?
Because I don't know. Am I supposed to
what are you,
visit every
racist?
country on the planet? I like I said, I'd be willing to visit the New
right
Delhi
now.
and Lahore. Like Bangkok is a city that I'd like to visit. That's in Thailand. So, but I mean, I don't have unlimited time. Am I supposed to?
Right, that's why
fly
you need to
out to a
hurry,
completely
Gene.
different country every.
You only have so much time in this life, Gene. Hurry to India. Go to Lahore.
Decades.
Yeah.
And issues such as Kashmir and the Indus water are likely to keep tensions alive. Salam Javed, Al Jazeera, Lahore.
Lahore.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Yes, it's expensive. I mean,
man, you're always bragging about all your money. Shut the fuck up.
I don't fucking brag about my fucking money.
Doesn't he brag about it?
Yeah, you're always talking about how you're always going to Tokyo and fucking.
Yeah, you were just bragging about it. Bragger, motherfucking
Okay,
bragger.
I usually only bring it up when we have Trump tards on the chat that play the stupid, oh, you're a virgin, live in your mother's basement crap.
Yeah, that person
The funny
didn't even
thing-
answer my question when I asked how old they were, huh? What a dork.
India and Pakistan agreed to a ceasefire today following escalating clashes. Still hours later, the two South Asian enemies accused each other of violating the peace deal. Fox News correspondent Stephanie Bennett reports.
Celebrations across Islamabad Saturday following the news of the immediate ceasefire deal between India and Pakistan.
President Donald Trump crediting the pause in military confrontation to a long night of talks mediated by the U.S., writing in part on Truth Social, quote, "Congratulations to both countries on using common sense."
So the reason you're criticized for not going to India or PAC and not being able to speak on it because it allows that person to gatekeep the situation. Well, yeah, it is sort of you have to be part of that country to have anything to say. That's some rhetoric that people use, and then have to visit the country in order to have any opinion on it. It's like we all live on the same planet. We have a global economy, so it's just there's over 200 countries on the planet. So if you want to discuss foreign affairs, like what about territories in your own country? Like
the thing
I
is
think
you weren't even talking about something that you have to go to India to verify. You were talking about individualism, how they're not all just a Borg.
Rhetoric I'm seeing online,
yeah,
and
how
I think those particular
some of those people, and they're really nice, and they seem, and so it's like you don't need to travel to India to verify that. All you have to do is meet one Indian person that doesn't think they're like every other Indian person, then all of a sudden you verified it. But that person wanted to argue against something that's so obvious. Takes a lot of brains to be able to tell that people don't all just think the same because they're the same skin color or whatever.
Or they live in the same set of borders.
Yeah.
Intelligence.
It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all fighting and military action on land and in the air and sea.
In recent days, the fighting between the two South Asian countries has been the worst the region has seen in almost 3 decades. A gun massacre killing 26 people in Indian-administered Kashmir last.
I know. Like the Indus Valley River, that's where like Pakistan gets 80% of its fresh water from, and or I think 80% of its agriculture is reliant on that river. And there's this dam that's controlled by India, where if they ever did get into some major dispute, India would be able to completely starve them out with that dam. So they do have a treaty, and for the most part, in all the wars that they've had, the treaty has been, I guess, respected. So hopefully that continues.
Last month triggered missile and drone strikes between the two nations.
We don't want collateral damage. Civilians' lives matter more. This is not from Pakistan. This is caused from the Indian side.
Many in India and Pakistan are welcoming the news with a sigh of relief.
This is the best decision of the government. If there was a war, our country would have gone back 10 years.
War is not the solution. Peace is the solution. War was declared, but when peace was
Sorry,
What's
Bill
that?
Hicks got me laughing.
It became much better.
However, hours after the peace agreement, multiple explosions were heard in Indian-controlled territory. Residents there reported blackouts following the blasts. India's foreign secretary is now accusing Pakistan of violating the ceasefire and is urging it to address the breaches. In London, Stephanie Bennett.
Okay, if you try to say something, can it not just be repeating what the
She
person on
just
camera is
sounds
saying in an
kinda
obnoxious tone?
Fox
It
News.
sounds weird.
New tonight, Russian President Vladimir Putin has proposed peace talks with Ukraine starting Thursday in Istanbul. The announcement comes.
So somebody spamming Pakistani flags in the chat. So
yay.
What are your thoughts on the people in India overall? Do you wish the best for most of the citizens in India, not just Pakistan?
After Ukraine's President Zelensky met with leaders from Germany, France, the UK, and Poland in Kyiv, they urged Putin to agree to a 30-day ceasefire by Monday or face major sanctions.
Residents of Pakistani-administered Kashmir celebrate.
So, why don't you post, give another post where you include half Pakistani flags and half Indian flags or India flags?
Celebrated on Sunday as a fragile ceasefire between India and Pakistan appeared to hold, with US President Donald Trump offering to help resolve the arch-rivals' long-running dispute over the Himalayan region. Diplomacy and pressure from the United States helped secure the truce on Saturday following.
But the people posting all the flags, you better subscribe. We need more foreign viewers from these parts of the globe to help provide feedback in the chat when we're discussing things, to call out us stupid Americans if we get our information wrong. So subscribe.
The worst fighting between the nuclear-armed neighbors in nearly 3 decades. But hours after it took effect, explosions were heard and bright flashes lit up the sky in Indian-administered Kashmir, the center of much of last week's conflict. The blasts died down by dawn, according to Reuters witnesses, and shops on both sides of the contested border region were seen reopening on Sunday. Trump praised the leaders of both countries for agreeing to halt the aggression and said...
So somebody posted Aspie Shill. So what country are you from, J4?
He would substantially increase trade with them.
How much do you want to bet they're American?
Yeah, that sounds like something some
In a
dumb
post on
fuck
his social
American
platform,
would
the
say.
president added, quote, "I will work with you both to see if a solution can be arrived at concerning Kashmir. Hindu-majority India and Muslim-majority Pakistan each rule a part of Kashmir, but claim..."
Well, hey, at least when India and Pakistan fight each other, it's not like what we're seeing in Israel and Gaza or with like Yemen, where entire neighborhoods are just, or areas that are miles in radius are just reduced to rubble, and you have nothing but a bunch of amputated and starving fucking kids. At least they know how to, I guess, not cause countless fucking collateral.
They have twice gone to war over the region. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif saying in a post on X he was extremely grateful to the US president, while its foreign ministry urged in a statement for the realization of what it called the Kashmiri people's inalienable right to self-determination.
I think what we really are seeing is a situation where India and Pakistan felt that they had each gotten their punches in.
Johns Hopkins University foreign policy researcher...
I'm sorry if I get your name wrong, ISICLES, but I agree with you. Israel is genociding Palestine.
Daniel Markey said both sides want the fighting to stop, but described the ceasefire as just pushing pause on a much deeper conflict.
They are concerned about unintended escalation, about this particular conflict getting out of control. But a peace deal, neither side is particularly interested in that. That would mean an actual resolution of the underlying disputes of Kashmir and of broader issues as well.
On the broader geopolitical implications at play, Markey said Washington does not want India in a conflict with Pakistan, as India is a strategic partner in helping the US counterbalance the weight.
I'll bring it back.
They put the Pakistan flag loves the Palestinian flag. Why don't you post the Pakistani flag loves Indian flag? Why don't you do that? I bet they can't do it.
Of China across Asia.
Okay, so Jake Labby, we've discussed Israel and Palestine in depth, so you can rewind the stream earlier because we went over like all of the atrocities taking place in Gaza. So go watch that, and then when you're done, maybe leave a comment post-stream. Maybe in the comment, write as much as you want, and give your criticism there. So, Pakistan claims that the projectiles there are from India, and then, of course, India claims that they're from Pakistan. Which side's telling the truth?
Whichever.
Each side.
And with the side that's lying, wouldn't you want to just own what you're doing?
I don't know. Each side is putting all the blame on the other side. I don't know.
Whichever country Trump likes more, they're the one that's telling the truth.
We start with breaking news this hour. India and Pakistan have agreed to a ceasefire, effectively ending the growing hostilities between the South Asian countries.
It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all fighting and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th.
Well, we discuss affairs regarding all countries abroad, so are you supposed to visit every country on the planet? But I've probably traveled far more than the average Joe when it comes to visiting other countries. So I'm not against visiting these countries in the future, but I'm sorry that I don't have unlimited time to fly out to every single overseas nation.
12th of May.
The ceasefire comes after days of escalating cross-border attacks, both countries trading missile and drone attacks as well as gunfire at the border. Pakistan's foreign minister says the agreement between the countries involves a stop of all attacks, and U.S. President Donald Trump says America...
Anyway, I gotta piss. Talk to the chat, Shab, and don't say anything too banal or pedestrian.
Boop. So how's everybody doing? You guys all having a good day? What's up, Jake? An honest opinion. Not my real name in the generalist. I think I saw you saying you really like the show, generalist. That's really cool. If you guys haven't yet, please hit the like button for us. The more likes this stream gets, the more likely this stream is to get more viewers and stuff. So please hit the thumbs up button for us. I'm seeing 43 likes right now. If we could get to 50 likes or more, that would be really cool. Helps the stream do better, guys. So hit the thumbs up for us. These podcasters think they know everything, especially me. In fact, I know everything. Nothing I don't.
Fucking white dudes with podcasts, am I right?
Yeah, I'm tired of those crack-a-lackers. What's their problem, yo? Oh, dang. Alright, so I'm gonna smoke marijuana, because we don't just do intelligent stuff on this show. We do super intelligent stuff, like smoking marijuana. So, why are you off screen, Zidane? Huh? What's up with that? How am I supposed to see your face if your camera's not on?
I'm redoing my USB hub shit, and you don't want to see my camera right now.
Oh. Okay.
It's all glitchy and. Here,
That
wait.
sounds cool.
Is it
to
glitchy right
me.
now? Huh?
Oh, I see you.
Yeah, it is glitchy right now.
You exist.
Yeah, I'm fixing that little issue.
Cheers.
Wait, so our buddy Jake Labby said, was a nice building in the background, probably the closest you've ever been to outside. So you don't agree with our take regarding Israel and Gaza? So instead of coming up with constructive responses, it's just let's throw a bunch of juvenile insults. So that kind of shows that you're really on the right side of things when it comes to logic, when you can't even come up with a brief constructive response. And I told you, you can go back and watch the previous segment of our stream when we actually go over what's going on with Israel and Gaza. And then in the chat post-stream, you can type up an entire essay that I can reply to. I'm willing to discuss things in depth with you, but instead you want to act like a child and throw out the kind of insults you expect from a 12-year-old in 4chan.
Mediated the ceasefire between the two countries. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio also confirming the ceasefire, saying over the past 48 hours, both he and Vice President J.D. Vance engaged with senior Indian and Pakistani officials. He says both countries have agreed to start talks on a broad set of issues at a neutral site.
And just to bring you an update on that story, in the last few moments, President Trump has posted on his Truth Social media site saying, after a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I'm pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. The president goes on to say congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. So as I say, that's announcement by President Trump in the last few moments on his Truth Social platform, saying that after...
Yeah, see, if Biden was in office, then they just would have nuked each other.
Ew.
Even though these kind of conflicts have taken place numerous times and it's never escalated at that point. But yeah.
Instead of calling it a retweet, they call it retruths.
Oh.
I'm sorry, that's just a
US,
cringy
India and Pakistan
attempt at trying to be like Twitter, don't you think? Retruths. I don't know.
agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Now, we should say we haven't had any comment yet from either the Indian or the Pakistani side on this story, but you see it there from President Trump posting on his social media platform. just in the last few moments. These hostilities, of course, have really escalated in the last few days following this militant attack at the end of April, in which 26 people were killed. But in the last few days in particular, things have really gone up a notch with missiles being sent between either side. Let's bring in our correspondent in Islamabad, Azadeh Mashiri, on this breaking news. Azadeh, we're just getting this in the last few minutes. What more do we know?
Well, we knew before this that the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, had spoken to the chief of the army here, General Asim Munir, and then later on in the day had spoken to the foreign minister of Pakistan as well as the foreign minister of India. And what he had offered both of them was America's help in starting what he called both constructive and productive talks. And so now, as everyone was wondering how this could end, Donald Trump, the president of the United States, has made this announcement on Twitter that there has been a full and immediate ceasefire that has been agreed between India and Pakistan. But I do need to flag that there still hasn't been an official statement from either government. And so this is only coming from President Donald Trump.
Okay, they're going over the same bullshit we've already covered.
Dozens drones have been shot down by the Indian Air Force, but as far as Pakistan is concerned, they have been continuously sending such drones. But there has been change in pattern also. The pattern has changed because initially it was drones only for surveillance, but now they are sending drones with explosives, particularly to target the military establishment area. But armed forces are also, on their toes, and multiple such drones have been shot down. As far as this particular drone is concerned, what the sources within the armed forces are concerned that if it had exploded, it would have been very damaging for everyone, not only for army establishment, but if at all in civilian area.
So, which side do you think shot down more aircraft? Because again, both sides are claiming that they successfully shot down all the aircraft from the opposing side.
Would have fallen, it could have caused major damage. As far as this area is concerned, I will show you the visuals. Very strategically, it was shot down in a way that it fell in this particular ground. But as far as the entire case area is concerned, it is a highly dense area. And if it would have exploded, certainly it would have been damaging for the civilians also.
The Indian Air Force confirmed that they made Pakistani military airport defenseless.
But as far as the police, armed forces...
Now, I will say that it does seem that India was more successful when it came to hitting their targets and when it came to, I guess, being successful in terms of their military actions. But I do think it's childish when it's like, yeah, our side, our military, we were able to follow through and destroy more targets. I think that in the end, war's bad. And it's something that it's just, you shouldn't really be happy that war happened at all, or any sort of military confrontations happened to begin with.
Concerned, they are saying that they will try their best now to ensure that no damage is caused to army establishment or the civilians. With camera person Sattar, this is Munish Pandey in Amritsar for India Today.
And let's also get you details of how our air defense system shot down.
This is 5 hours.
Kamikaze drones also referred to as suicide drones.
Do you think we should watch the entire thing, Shabisky?
Yeah, but...
Right now, and let's put it on half speed.
I was just about to say the same.
Literally, all three of us were going to say the exact same.
The military says it has launched operations against India in retaliation for the strikes. Both countries have traded strikes today, the latest escalation in a conflict triggered by a massacre last month that India blames on Pakistan. However, earlier today, Pakistan's foreign minister said that his country would reconsider de-escalation if India stopped further attacks. And today, the Pakistan army advised all...
Wait, DLC Gamer said no Pakistan here?
Residents of Pakistan to remain in their homes
There's
until
plenty of...
in Gaza,
well, previously, there were a lot of Pakistanis in the chat.
the war does not always strike with bombs. For thousands suffering from chronic illness, it's silent, it's slow.
Gaza video snuck its way in this playlist. Okay, let's get to the next topic.
Russia says Ukraine launched a wave of drones at Moscow for the second night in a row. All 4 of Moscow's major airports were closed temporarily in what officials say was a safety precaution. There are no reports of any casualties. Ukraine has not commented, but the mayor of Kharkiv said Russian drones had attacked the city.
Okay, so it seems so far we got a ceasefire with India and Pakistan. Do you think we're actually going to get... Well, I guess they've already established a 30-day ceasefire. How long do you think this ceasefire will last?
I don't know. I think haven't they had ceasefires that didn't last here recently?
Well, I don't think they've had any. The only ceasefire I can think of so far in this war was when there was the one factory, or the nuclear power plant, where they had a little siege going on there, and they had a ceasefire to get professionals in to make sure it got proper maintenance. But with Israel and Gaza, there's been countless ceasefires where it seems like they don't really last long. Like, usually after a few days, they dissolve.
And the Kyiv region overnight. Let's speak to Frank Gardner now in Kyiv. Frank, what can we understand about what we think Ukraine is trying to achieve with this?
Sure. Well, I think it's worth reminding ourselves that as Britain and other countries are celebrating the victory in Europe Day, the defeat of Nazi Germany at the end of the Second World War, there is still a full-scale war raging here in this part of Europe. And it's been kicking off overnight in both Moscow and in the border region.
So far with this war, it's just very quickly, when Russia wasn't able to blitzkrieg Ukraine, it just turned into a stalemate. Victory has been measured in inches, and it seems like that's how modern warfare works. So this is one thing that I found to be concerning with India and Pakistan was like, what if an all-out war did happen? And you look at just the population size of both countries or the population of their militaries, plus you look at the military strength. And India, I think they're ranked number 4 when it comes to the military strength index. And then Pakistan, I think, is in like the top 20 as well. So you look at the gap between Ukraine and Russia, and it's a lot wider in terms of military strength compared to India and Pakistan. So imagine a massive ground war that happens where it results in a stalemate. Imagine that going on long term. Yeah. And the last time there was a notable ground war that resulted in a stalemate or whatever was, well, you had the Battle of Aleppo that lasted for 4 years, and that was like the deadliest battle following the Congo War. And the Congo War pretty much there were a lot of stalemates there that resulted in like sort of your typical trench-esque sort of warfare, and that resulted in millions of casualties. So far, I think since the Second Congo War, we haven't had any wars that have gone into the millions when it comes to casualty counts. So when do you think we're going to get a war that enters the millions again? But we've gone like 20 years.
Probably it probably if one of these conflicts boils out into another conflict that's already happening nearby.
The American-Canadian War.
Ukraine hasn't publicly admitted to launching these drones. There's no question in anybody's mind these were Ukrainian drones.
Well, I mean, you had World War I, World War II, which was pretty much all the European nations fighting each other. And then the First, Second Congo War, they were referred to as like the Great African War or the Africa's World War, where all the big, notable countries in Central Africa were fighting each other. We haven't had a notable, Great American War. So maybe Trump needs to get on that. Going to war with all the American countries and stuff, trying to take over Mexico and Canada. And then you can have all those nations infighting and so forth.
That have been launched. And Moscow says that 105 drones were shot down, 19 of them over the Moscow region. And even though none of them actually killed or wounded anybody, symbolically this is quite important. It's embarrassing, I think, for President Putin, who is about to host and stage the symbolically very important Victory Day, the so-called Dien Pobyedia Victory Day at the end of the Great Patriotic War. This is Friday. The big march past through Red Square in Moscow. He doesn't want anything to disrupt that. So the fact that these drones are able to penetrate Moscow's air defenses is really, I think, will be rattling people in Russia. At the same time, the war goes on in the east of Ukraine on both sides of the border. You've got Russia saying it has managed to expel all the Ukrainian forces that it made their incursion into Russia in August last year. Ukraine says, nah, not true. We are still fighting and we're still carrying out.
Who do you think's telling the truth?
Combat operations there. At the same time, Russia has been launching glide bombs. These are big crude bombs fitted with fins and GPS satellite guidance systems that glide towards their target, often with up to 1.5 tons of explosive in their warhead. And these have been launched against the second city here in Ukraine of Kharkiv, and there have been a number of casualties there.
So Jake Leddy says, oh, my comment about tunnels, stealing civilians and keeping them hostage and allowing your civilians to suffer above was removed. I wonder why.
Jake, we do not censor the chat. We literally could, if someone removed your comment, me or any other mod would be able to see that. Some way you phrased your comment was automatically filtered by YouTube before a mod even got the chance to look at it.
Yeah,
And YouTube will do that.
Yeah, because I would have seen it and been given the option to either hide or show it, and I default to clicking show unless I see something insane, and I've never seen something insane enough for me to click hide.
Rephrase your question.
Well, plus, if a mod deletes it, don't they see that their comment was deleted? And if a mod times them out, don't they see that they're timed out?
Yeah,
everybody would see the fact that you were timed out.
And where does all this leave efforts for a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine?
It could have been it.
Well,
any string of words YouTube could have declared a no-no.
For a 30-day ceasefire. Ukraine had proposed a kind of temporary, or a partial one. They said, well, how about a ceasefire in the air and on the sea? And America said, hey, look, we can go further than that. How about we do a comprehensive one?
And comment wasn't removed yet. Well, here's the thing, Jake Labby. When you're bringing up the arguments regarding tunnels, Hamas using their people as shields and so forth, we discussed this topic for over an hour. So like I said, we're discussing other things now. You can go back and watch the segment where we went over this. And two wrongs don't make a right. So even though Hamas is, what they're doing is unethical, that doesn't mean that the IDF, that their approach to dealing with Hamas is automatically ethical by default. So this sort of like black and white mentality that, hey, Hamas attacked Israel, so therefore it makes all the indiscriminate bombings okay, and it makes their obstruction of aid okay. They're engaging in a lot of war crimes. So, I mean, just because the Ukraine is not the most ethical sort of group out there, which, of course, they are terrorists, what they did on October 7th is inexcusable. And I think they shouldn't be in charge of Gaza, and the people of Gaza definitely are under like an authoritarian rule. But again, Israel's approach to addressing Hamas, I would say, is akin to genocide. They're turning all of Gaza into a fucking parking lot.
Ukraine, which was at the time still absolutely reeling from that dressing down that President Zelensky got in the Oval Office from President Trump and his Vice President J.D. Vance. Ukraine was very keen to appear compliant with any US demand, said, absolutely, we'll sign up to that. 30 days, no worries.
Okay, somebody said I need to do my research and stuff. I'm well aware that World War II involved the Axis powers, which were mainly Japan, Germany, and Italy. And that, like, it involved more than just Europe. I was just giving a summary.
Did anybody claim otherwise?
Yeah, I was making a joke about, like, the Great American War and infighting, but much of, I guess, what kind of acted as the major catalyst of World War II was all the major European countries fighting each other, and because all the European nations pretty much controlled the globe in terms of all their colonies, it resulted in all their colonies in Africa and like East Asia and so forth all fighting each other as well. So they dragged the rest of the globe into the conflict with them. So I don't think I'm ill-informed when it comes to World War I, World War II history.
Russia didn't sign up to it, and Ukraine was saying, well, we hope you're going to put some pressure on them. They didn't. Instead, Russia has proposed this temporary 3-day ceasefire over the period of the Victory Day celebrations. And Ukraine is pretty cynical about that. They're saying, look, the Easter truce that President Putin proposed was broken very quickly. Actually, both sides broke it. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of infractions of that truce. So nobody here in Ukraine thinks that this truce is worth the paper it's written on. Ukraine wants a full end to the war. So does Russia, but Russia wants it on its terms, which are unacceptable to Ukraine.
You mentioned there about the fighting being done by Ukrainian forces inside Russian borders that Russia denies. What do we know about what's really happening on the ground there?
Okay, so if you look at the map, the areas we're talking about, Emma, are absolutely tiny. I mean, you would need to zoom right in to go right up, almost with a magnifying glass to see.
So how much land do you think Ukraine's going to get back?
Yeah, I mean, right now, probably none of it.
Like, it has turned into just a war of attrition, and Russia clearly has more, I guess, sacrificial lambs that they can just draft and throw into the meat grinder. And I think Russia simply has more like resources in terms of being able to wait it out. And I think Trump's kind of fucked things up with holding aid to Ukraine. So I think at this point it's best for Zelensky to just accept a ceasefire. It's unfortunate but they might have to cede those provinces to Russia, and they should just apply to join NATO afterwards. And clearly Russia definitely, even if they end the war with control of those territories, it's not really a victory on their end. They lost so many troops, and they've really tarnished their reputation on the world stage. They've kind of shown
Putin
that
has a
they're
lot
not
of his
much
own
a military
people's blood
power.
on his hands. Sorry.
Yeah. And plus, now, his goal was to stop the expansion of NATO, and Finland and Norway have now joined NATO, or Finland and Sweden have joined NATO. So that's drastically increased NATO's military strength and extended their borders. So he didn't really achieve much of his goals.
The area that Ukraine is operating in, it's right on the border. Even when they made their incursion in August and were able to seize about 1,000 square kilometers of land, it's still minuscule compared to the 20% roughly of Ukraine that Russia is now occupying. But it's symbolic. So Ukraine was hoping by this to use it as a bargaining chip to say to Russia, well, look, we'll pull out of the areas we've taken if you pull out of some, if not all of the areas you've taken. That hasn't really worked. They're also hoping to create a buffer zone. Again, that's not really worked. So what's going on there at the moment is that Ukraine is launching some limited strikes using drones.
Next vid.
And we start the day's other headlines with the latest strikes between Russia and Ukraine. Ukrainian drone attacks disrupted flights at Moscow's main airports for a third straight day, even as preparations were underway for a massive military parade to mark 80 years since victory over Nazi Germany in World War II. China's Xi Jinping arrived today to attend the festivities. Meantime, Russian forces struck Ukraine overnight, killing 2 people in the capital, Kyiv. While in Washington, Vice President J.D. Vance told a conference that the U.S. is focused on brokering a long-term deal to end the war.
The Russians are asking for a certain set of requirements, a certain set of concessions in order to end the conflict. We think they're asking for too much, okay? We would like both the Russians and the Ukrainians to actually agree on some big...
At least here it's showing that Trump's not being an absolute shill for Russia.
Basic
Gotta give him credit there.
To one another.
Russia had rejected a 30-day ceasefire proposal from the U.S., which Ukraine agreed to. Instead, President Vladimir Putin announced a 3-day pause in fighting during Russia's Victory Day celebrations, which went into effect in the last hour or so. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has...
So Jake Labby, how many countries have you traveled to?
Yeah, also, I'm pretty sure Gene's the one here that isn't, high all the time when we're doing these streams.
Yeah, I don't smoke weed.
Dismissed the ceasefire, calling it a theatrical show.
Yeah, I
Hospital
was the
officials-
one smoking weed, Jake. Pay attention.
Before we get back into the video...
Wait, Zidane. Most of what Shab does is he deals with OBS and a lot of the technical stuff. So a lot of his, I guess, obligations when it comes to the stream doesn't really require much discourse. So he's more of the tech dude, and I'm more of the commentator. Yeah.
I'm the producer.
Officials in the Gaza Strip say Israeli airstrikes killed at least 92 people today, including women and children. One of the attacks hit a busy market in Gaza.
Oh, but earlier in the chat, Jake Labby, you said over 80% of the people in Gaza support October 7th still, and none of them would accept $1 million reward to tell us in IDF where the hostages are, and Hamas still hides underneath. Where do you get that information?
And the thing is, it's very hard for certain think tanks or research centers like the Pew Research Center to obtain accurate data, because that requires them to actually be able to get within Gaza and find people that are willing to take the surveys. And I mean, isn't Hamas a evil terrorist organization? So I think a lot of the people might fear giving their honest opinion because that might result in them receiving a bullet to the back of the head.
Provided this footage says at least 23 people were killed there, including 2 journalists. Footage from the scene showed bloodstains and food still left on tables at a restaurant that was hit. It comes just days after Israel announced plans to step up operations in Gaza, which would include seizing the territory. For the second time in 2 weeks, a U.S. Navy fighter jet from the USS Truman aircraft carrier fell overboard into the Red Sea. The ship has played a vital role in the U.S. air campaign against Houthi rebels in Yemen. Tuesday's incident occurred when an FA...
And here's the thing, Jake Levy, what about all the international aid organizations? So what about Doctors Without Borders? What about Amnesty International? What about OSHA? What about the Red Cross? Are they all lying? Because every single international aid organization on the fucking planet, like Human Rights Watch, the World Food Organization, all of them are showing that Israel has been obstructing aid and supplies into the country. The only sources out there that seem to be in the favor of Israel are coming directly from Israel or Fox News. Fox News and the Israeli Times.
Very obviously biased sources, too.
Yeah.
They don't try to hide it very much.
When it comes to intelligence from some of the world's leading governments, including the U.S., the numbers, the information shown definitely isn't in favor of Israel, doesn't really make Israel look good. And then it's just every single academic source out there. You have doctors from all over the world that have visited Gaza, discuss just how deplorable the conditions are and how difficult Israel is making things. So I guess all of these professionals are lying. You have military experts from some of the world's leading universities across the fucking planet. And even within Western countries that are all discussing how Israel has the technology to conduct more discriminate sort of attacks, and yet they are using dumb bombs, and their approaches are designed to create as much collateral as possible. So are all of them lying? So all the academic sources are wrong. Every single journalistic source that is in Israeli Times and Fox News is wrong. Every single international aid organization is wrong. The UN is wrong. All of these intelligence agencies from the US and the UK, all of them are wrong. Everyone is fucking lying except for Israel and Fox News.
Yeah, I wanted to address another thing that Jake Labby said earlier. You asked why nobody would give up where these Hamas hostages are, even when offered millions of dollars and free travel to Europe. If that's the case, most humans deep down, regardless of ethnicity or national identity or ideology, a lot of humans deep down would sell their mama up the fucking river for a buffalo nickel. Do you really believe that a bunch of people just sort of said no to that kind of ride just based on, I love Hamas terrorism and I want to help them keep these hostages? Oh, Israeli hostages. Well, I mean, it's the same deal.
A-18 Super Hornet tried to land on the flight deck, but the arresting gear...
Before we move on from Jake, I just wanted to point out something they said. I wanted Gene to respond to it. I said, people never liked Israel. They also never liked Jews. Read about history. It sucks. I wish it was different, but it isn't.
I mean, in America, we have the second largest Jewish population, and there's almost as many Jewish people living in the United States as in Israel, and a very, very large percentage of the Jewish population in America are not really, they don't really approve of what the IDF is doing. Even in Israel, you find a lot of their citizens protesting, so I guess they just have some kind of internalized hatred. And the thing is, I mean, I don't have any issues with people who are Jewish. I mean, any interaction I've had with somebody who's Jewish has been positive, so I've never had any negative sort of confrontation with anybody who is Jewish. So I guess,
I've also only had Jewish positive.
People. So criticizing Israel is just, and again, it's you're saying that all of these doctors globally of all different religions, even ones who don't affiliate with or associate with any religion, all of them just hate Jewish people. So all
it would be like saying that Jews represent Israel. It would be the same shit.
Designed to catch the jet with a hook and wire system.
Everyone's wrong except for Israel and Fox News. Yep.
Failed. That's according to an official. The two pilots ejected safely and sustained only minor injuries. In April, another FA-18 slipped off the deck of the Truman. Each jet costs more than $60 million. The FAA says it will take immediate steps to improve operations at Newark Airport after more than a week of disruptions that will include brand new telecommunications systems and a boost to air traffic control staffing. It comes as Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is expected to announce a multi-billion-dollar plan tomorrow aimed at upgrading air traffic control systems nationwide. And air travelers must also get used to a new reality. Starting today, Real ID is now a requirement to fly domestically. The rollout has been...
The Blackish cracker says, holy shit, these people think they're actually...
And air used to a new reality is now a requirement to fly domestically. The rollout has been...
The Blackish cracker says, holy shit, these people think they're actually informed. So...
The fire-ass username, by the way.
Yeah.
Actually smooth so far. Those without the IDs were...
Yeah, so I'm well informed because I think I'm well informed. And the other people don't know what they're talking about because I say they don't know what they're talking about. And how do they not know what they're talking about? Well, they don't know what they're talking about because
it's different from what I think.
Just because. Yeah.
Were given handouts advising them to use one the next time they fly or face delays. Former President Joe Biden says it wouldn't have mattered if he had dropped out of the 2024 presidential race earlier than he did, but that it was still the right decision. The comments came in his first broadcast interview since leaving the White House.
Well, we mentioned more than Doctors Without Borders, and the thing is, this is where you just have confirmation bias, where it just is every single international aid organization just corrupt to the core. And it's like, you can say that about anything, like, oh yeah, the UN, oh yeah, a study from like Harvard or whatever, oh God, oh the Pew Research Center, yeah, okay. It's just, so you're saying that Israel is completely reliable? That there's no bias there, so, oh, look at the bad stuff that Doctors Without Borders has done. So therefore, they don't have a completely clean record. Therefore, you can just dismiss them in their entirety. But yeah, Israel's just a perfect country. Their government, Netanyahu, there aren't any flaws on their end. So I guess it's that black and white.
Biden spoke with the
Always.
marked the 80th anniversary of the
All right, John.
victory in Europe.
I hate to do it, but the fatigue is settling in.
Okay.
And I can't feel my brain. It feels like ginger ale in my skull. So I'm going to go to bed.
Peace out.
I'll see y'all next time.
Big,
Piece of chicken grease, pasta la pizza. Nice to meet you. Next time, I'll eat you.
Get out of here.
The relationship between Europe and the U.S. is fracturing under President Trump. He also said the Oval Office confrontation between Trump and Ukraine's President Zelensky was beneath...
Oh, do you have a link? They'll wipe the floor with us with facts. Okay, somebody post the Discord link.
America, and he dismissed President Trump's proposals to acquire the Panama Canal and Greenland and make Canada the 51st state.
What the hell's going on here? What president ever talks like that? That's not who we are. We're about freedom, democracy, opportunity, not about confiscation.
So Howard Clegg says his opinion is the only one that counts. Typical. So, what, are you referring to me, or are you referring to the other person in the chat?
In that same interview, Biden described the Trump administration's willingness for Ukraine to concede territory to Russia as modern-day appeasement, a reference to British leader Neville Chamberlain's policy of trying to appease Hitler before World War II. The final race of the nation's 2024 election has finally been decided.
Okay, next vid.
In a show of unity, leaders from 4 major European countries threatened to increase pressure on Russian President Vladimir Putin if he does not accept an unconditional 30-day ceasefire.
All of us have now to back this unconditional ceasefire for 30 days and increase pressure on Russia.
The leaders from France, the UK, Germany and Poland traveled to Ukraine together for the first time on Saturday.
It is for Russia, it's for Putin to come to the table for a 30-day unconditional ceasefire, and there must be clear sanctions if he fails to do so. There is real unity on that.
The 4 leaders say the proposal was supported by President Trump, whom they briefed over the phone.
It is therefore essential that we keep the United States on board and convince President Trump. Ukraine is not the problem. It is extremely constructive. It is Russia.
Well, Trump is clearly the best head of state of all time, and he claimed that Ukraine started the war.
That does not move unless we increase pressure.
Their demands for a ceasefire announced in a joint press conference with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who said the show of support from Europe sends a very important signal that no one is afraid of intimidation from Russia. ABC's Martha Raddatz spoke exclusively with Russian Press Secretary Dmitry Peskov. He says before Moscow agrees to any ceasefire, weapons shipments to Ukraine from the US and Europe have to stop.
Otherwise, it will be an advantage for Ukraine. Ukraine will continue their total mobilization, bringing new troops to frontline. Ukraine will use this period to train new military personnel and to give a rest to their existing ones.
President Trump has pressured both sides to quickly come to an agreement to end the war. And while Zelensky has agreed to the American plan for a 30-day halt to hostilities, Russia has not. Instead, continuing its attacks against Ukraine. Lama Hassan, ABC News, London.
Ukraine.
Gunner, same thing.
We are committed to serious negotiations with Ukraine. The meaning of the talks is to eliminate the root causes of the conflict and to establish a long-term lasting peace for a historical perspective. We do not rule out that over the course of these negotiations it will be possible to agree on some new ceasefire, a real ceasefire that would be observed not only by Russia but by the Ukrainian side as well.
You think they'll get back Crimea?
I should like to emphasize, without any preconditions, we propose that they begin without delay as early as next.
I know part of their aims isn't just to get back the 4 provinces that were recently annexed. They also want Crimea as well.
Thursday, 15th May in Istanbul.
It's been ongoing for 3 years. So 2022.
This particular conflict has been, at least.
Yeah. I mean, they annexed Crimea in 2014, but this current
uninterested. That's why it feels kind of dishonest to say like the war itself has only been going on for 3 years, but this this specific part of the war, it's an on paper thing.
What I would say is,
I bet they don't know.
Right now, the Russians are asking for a certain set of requirements, a certain set of concessions in order to end the conflict. We think they're asking for too much.
I think we're close. The one man who can deliver it, I believe, is President Trump, as long as Putin agrees, and that's one of our problems. Our impediment to progress is the president of Russia right now not agreeing to it.
Vice President J.D. Vance and Special Envoy to Russia and Ukraine Keith Kellogg blaming President Vladimir Putin for being an obstacle to peace when it comes to ending the war in Ukraine. Here at the Vatican this morning, Pope Leo XIV called for a just and lasting peace between Ukraine and Russia as the extraordinary scene played out earlier this week with the selection of the first American Pope. I was far away in Moscow, witnessing a very different and yet also extraordinary scene in Red Square.
Oh, so they said I'm wrong, but I mean, I just looked it up and it said, in 2014 and 2022, respectfully. So that's what I said. They annexed Crimea in 2014. And I said it's been going on for 3 years. So I guess when they invaded and annexed the 4 eastern provinces, that was in 2022. So am I wrong about that?
Vladimir Putin throwing a massive military parade to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. That show of force coming at one of the most...
Y'all don't know, it's sad. Okay, I think you're a bit slow because anyone else in the chat think we gave the wrong answer?
Consequential moments in the war between Ukraine and Russia, with President Trump this morning saying this could be a potentially great day for Russia and Ukraine as Vladimir Putin offers to resume negotiations with Ukraine. But judging by what the Russians told me this week, we are still a long way from a peace agreement.
It was a massive display of military muscle. Row after row of goose-stepping soldiers, more than 11,000 Russian and foreign troops marching across Moscow's Red Square, all under the gaze of Vladimir Putin and his special guest, China's President Xi. Tanks, artillery, and missiles rolling before them, and fighter jets soaring above.
They look pretty dated and antiquated, all of their military equipment. I don't know if that's on purpose to, I guess, emulate the, or the Soviet sort of tech at the time of the victory, but I do know they've lost a decent amount of their tank vehicle sort of stockpiles, and it then turned out that because of cronyism and corruption, people are selling a lot of the parts on the black market.
There are troops from all over the world here in Red Square today, but the largest contingent of foreign troops from China. Putin celebrating military victories of the past, the Soviet Union's defeat of Nazi Germany 80 years ago, but keenly aware of the mounting pressure to end the war he started more than 3 years ago in Ukraine. Just weeks ago, President Trump calling for Russia to accept a 30-day ceasefire, to which Ukraine had already agreed. This weekend...
Yeah. So I guess so far we got one person in the chat who says that we were right with our answer. So, I mean, again, how is our answer incorrect?
Leaders from France, Britain, Germany...
I guess they're one of those people where they just have no critical thinking skills and they don't understand that things are kind of relative. It's like...
That's why I even felt the need to mention the difference between the Crimea annexation and the current conflict, because it's technically an on-paper thing, which means that it's something that you can look up and verify. There's a right answer, and the rest are wrong.
Yeah, you can answer that World War II started at the start of like the second Sino-Japanese War in 1937, but most sources will say that it started when Germany invaded Poland in 1939, and then some people claim that it started in 1942 when the United States got involved. So it's like there's different sources and kind of relative.
Poland traveled to Kyiv to show their support for the plan and for President Zelensky. It
started in 2012. I think you should look up the Dunning-Kruger effect because it really applies to you.
Image talking by phone to President Trump. Top administration officials have been saying it is Putin who is the impediment to progress after Trump said weeks ago a deal was close. Overnight, Putin releasing a statement essentially dismissing an immediate ceasefire.
Do you know why he walks that way? I know a while back there are all these articles claiming that they think he has Asperger's because of his walk, which was stupid. But do you know where that walk derives from?
The swinging hand thing? The military thing, yeah.
Yeah, he was a KGB agent, so apparently it has something to do with like how they're trained.
Suggesting instead rekindling direct
with easy access to the gun that they have, like if their hand is always ready, like.
Yes, that.
Negotiations in Turkey this week, something his spokesman Dmitry Peskov
you don't
had
think
floated to us in the Kremlin.
That? Like their gun is on that side, and
well, you're just high, so you're taking a while to get to the point.
For the parade.
President Putin is open for peace negotiations.
I've never been high in my life.
And this is what he was proposing.
You're sitting there with a bong on camera in front of you.
But direct negotiations is different than being very close to a deal, as President Trump said. Were you close to a deal?
Yes. Well, Ukraine settlement is a very complicated thing. It is not as simple as just to sign one paper, A4.
Amer in the chat. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Why don't call out what is it, Blackish Cracker? Do you think Blackish Cracker is being unreasonable?
Size and proclaim it a deal. That's a settlement process full of tiny details, and each of that detail is vitally important for the future of both Russia and Ukraine.
Earlier this year, it was Ukraine that President Trump was publicly blaming for a lack of progress, but after that remarkable meeting with President Zelensky in the Vatican for the funeral of Pope Francis, the blame shifted. What did you think when you saw those images?
Well, of course, we thought that President Trump was going to use his enormous influence over Ukraine to get Ukraine closer to the idea of negotiations. Ukraine is trying to escape from negotiations.
It was shortly after that meeting with Zelensky that Trump started to change his tune, suggesting that Putin may be just stringing them along.
No, this is not correct. This is not correct. President Putin is doing whatever is possible to solve the problem, to achieve a settlement through peaceful and diplomatic means. But having no peaceful and diplomatic means at hand, we have to continue military.
I posted a link, Bill Hicks.
Link to what?
The Discord. Should still be. Yep, it's still there.
They said they were only going to come if we answered the question directly. And apparently we were wrong because it started in 2012. Even though no sources say that, and it's
They're
not even
troll.
yeah.
They're not serious.
Переговоры с самого начала были нужны, но мне кажется, что украинская сторона не согласится на такие переговоры. Потому что они агрессивно настроены, как и весь Запад.
Надеемся просто на положительный исход. Мы сделали очередной раз первый шаг. Будем надеяться, что это приведет к чему-то хорошему.
Do you think they're a bit brainwashed?
Она не согласится на такие переговоры.
No, I'm saying the Russian citizens being interviewed.
Ну, потому что они агрессивно настроены, как и весь Запад.
It seemed like geniuses to me.
З-під вражої охрани втікли два отамани, зірвалися соколики на волю. Поблизу гуляй поля,
Gotta download the song on Amazon Music.
болотах зупинились, у хаті біля старої верби.
Рано переживати. Переживати не треба, треба спокійно. Следіть друг за другом, щоб не проїбались нахуй.
I'm in the Donetsk region, near the embattled city of Toretsk, embedded with the Ukrainian 59th Mechanized Brigade's Skaval Battalion. Skaval battalions are penal units
What's that?
Nothing.
gathered from the Ukrainian prison system that started to pop up late last year. Recruits marching out of the penal system onto the battlefield have been most associated with Russian prison recruitment, like the notorious Wagner Group, which used its criminal element as assault groups.
Now, they've been using them for their meat grinder tactics, where Wagner will send them forward and threaten to shoot them if they retreat. And then when they're being mowed down, it exposes like the positions of all the Ukrainian soldiers and snipers. And then the more experienced Wagner troops will advance and take them out. So kind of similar to when you had that prison exchange between Russia and Ukraine, where you looked at the Russian prisoners versus the Ukrainian prisoners, and which ones do you think were treated more humanely? Because the Ukrainian soldiers were skeletons, and the Russian prisoners definitely looked like they were more well-fed and taken care of. So
I remember that.
Even though it's like, okay, it's they're claiming that, hey, the Ukrainian prisoners or conscripts aren't being treated properly. Do you think they're using them for meat grinder tactics? Because I'm guessing maybe they're not as inhumane when it comes to the sort of operations that they use them for, but maybe I'm wrong.
The over half-year slog and slugfest that was the battle for Bakhmut.
The motivation is simple. If you don't push forward.
Like we were talking about before the stream, John, this conflict seems to have had more on the ground small arms casualties than what you would normally see in a modern conflict like this. That could actually be a part of what this is.
Will brutally torture and beat you to death, but if you break through, you may be lucky enough to survive.
Bakhmut was hell, both for those facing the unrelenting avalanche of bodies crashing into the burnt-out ruins they're tasked with clutching onto, or the bodies themselves, sent into a brutalist labyrinth to find whatever cracker hole to burrow into for what remains of the buildings if they mean to survive. If you did manage it, often the only reward to look forward to surviving is the opportunity to do it all over again. Regular reports of mistreatment, particularly harsh for those who objected to going into the concrete jungle, ill-prepared with steep odds, as well as the infamous sledgehammer executions of those under their command, inspired a culture of fear to keep the men advancing. The nature of how prisoner soldiers were used in the battle and others, and their status in the Russian armed forces, means that any progress made was paid disproportionately in the blood of inmates. Their eyes were heavy with the weight of their task as they loaded their rifles, bullets clinking into the magazine. These men are preparing to head to the front line, more specifically, the line of contact with the enemy. To hold the front, it is necessary to have a constant flow of manpower to and from the
Now, the book I'm writing, what do you think my prose when it comes to describing the fatigue and the wear and tear of the troops compared to his?
He's a lot better. You do make a good point, Jane.
Go fuck yourself. What do you think, Zidane? You've listened to it.
I am actually reading a Human Rights Watch report on Ukraine it's from 2012 and talking about the update at the time on tensions between Ukraine and Russia, but a lot of it has to do with Ukraine adopting reforms to facilitate closer association with the European Union. So is that what started the war in 2012? Because, you know, I don't want to just reject somebody's opinion. So I've been reading up on that, and I haven't really read the subtitles of the video.
Well, the problem is, again, it's fairly relative. And the overwhelming majority of sources are saying that, disputably, it's 2014 when they annexed Crimea, or 2022 when Russia initially invaded and annexed the 4 eastern provinces. So it's just...
and to claim that wanting to be involved with the EU is what started shit. Like, I don't know, what about Russia? Why would they be so pissed off about another country wanting to be involved in the EU?
Demand the trenches under fire and frequent infantry assaults. Without the rotation of fresh troops to replace those dug in on the contact line, exhaustion and continued casualties will wither away a unit until it does.
Do you think when Trump invades Canada, do you think that it's just going to turn into a trench-style dispute all across the U.S.-American border? What is it, the 49th parallel?
Then we're going to have to build a wall up there, too. God.
Then we're going to have to build a wall around Greenland. Got to invade Greenland.
Yeah. We got to take over.
Dissolves under enemy pressure. That can at times be relentless. Not only at the front itself, where Russian munitions have a tendency to make themselves known at every waking moment, but also en route to their positions, where Russian drones hunt for any movement. A real and present threat for these men preparing to load into an unarmed pickup truck and head to one of the most active parts of the front line.
And John Cohen says, Putin underestimated Zelensky and the citizens of Ukraine. He sure did. And it wasn't just underestimating them, it was also terrible fucking logistics. Like, one thing they did is they didn't have any areas to really land their aircraft. So there was this one instance where this one street they had, they were using as a makeshift airfield, and they had all the helicopters lined up, but because they were all lined up and obstructing the street, they can only refuel or apply maintenance to one helicopter at a time. So they'd have to refuel one and then have it fly to the front of the line of helicopters. Do that over and over again. So, and Russia's never been that good with logistics. And one thing is they rely heavily on trains that transport their goods, and kind of train tracks in enemy territory. Kind of hard to come by. It's very easy to dismantle your train tracks to make it hard for the enemy trains to get through. And their military transports, they're kind of lacking in one notable area. You know what that is?
Armor.
Yep. So it's like Ukrainian citizens, even vigilante fighters, could just run up, put a Molotov cocktail, and I was actually waiting to bring that up, is the lack of armor.
So the blackish cracker is in the waiting room. I don't advise inviting them in. But if you want, we can bring them in.
Zidane, can you pop in there and kind of screen them? Yeah.
Минимум нам хотя бы зайти в той блиндаж. Все остальное, блядь, можно крипануться. А если поймать, то реально пизда. Руки в ноги и ходку, блядь. Главное, щоб кабель не мокрий. А нам кабель є. Якщо буде пряме попадання, кабель. Все. А якщо рядом буде, ти вже встречався, блядь?
Now, do you think they should be smoking? Because, I don't know, maybe it helps with the stress and stuff, but it seems like it's going to affect their cardio. And then the other thing is nicotine withdrawal, so it's
that seems normal.
They seem normal?
Yeah.
Okay. Bring them in and so they're currently muted, so they're not talking.
I'm waiting to be spoken to.
Okay. So what's your take here?
Which subject?
Well, we're discussing Ukraine, so what do you disagree with when it comes to our rhetoric?
let's say a picture's worth 1,000 words and a video's worth 1,000,000, correct? In this day and age of technology that we all live in. You just proven me wrong by searching on Google the first page. And what younger kids like you fail to realize, there's people that have been
I'm
around
29.
longer than you. You're young.
Okay.
You're still young. Don't think you're an old man when you hit 30. All right? If you're thinking that way, you're arrogant.
But it seems like
let's say I show you wartime footage in Ukraine from 10 plus years ago. If I showed you that, that would completely dismantle all the articles that you just read a few moments ago, wouldn't it?
But here's the thing. When it comes to establishing what the particular date is, that is the start of the conflict, that's something that's kind of arbitrary.
No,
so different historians or different pundits will have a different take.
No,
so
your
if
point...
there's a skirmish that took place,
there's no skirmish. You don't know what you really don't know what you're talking about. And I'm trying to be nice by even coming up here.
Explain it.
All right, by even coming up here, I'm trying to be nice because y'all probably don't have many people that come up here with different opinions. And there's a reason for that. It's because people actually have the mental elasticity to understand that they're wrong sometimes. And Google is not always right.
I'm well aware of that.
And just because it's a 501c what the hell ever, and they have to write off taxes every year and spend all of their money on the upper echelon of management instead of the money actually going to the people that we're donating for in the first place. And that's how the world works. It's not fairy tales that most of these people are corrupt and they just spend the money on themselves. That's how it works. When you own a company, before the end of the year, you spend all your money so you don't have to pay taxes on it.
So what does this have to do with Ukraine?
Let me get back to that. I know, right? You can't stay on subject yourself, but I got to stay on subject, right?
Well,
what does that have to do? I'm going to put a link. It has okay, all right.
And what you just said is like, yeah, we live in a world where there's a lot of corporate corruption.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. So by you saying
I
that,
think most people can agree with that.
Oh my God, all these doctors without everyone's saying the same thing. Well, if you learn anything in life, it's usually if everyone's saying the same damn thing, they're wrong. They're wrong.
So
majority is wrong. That's why we don't live in the
there's
democracy.
an appeal to popularity, but the thing is sometimes the majority is right, and it's a case-by-case basis. And then if the majority of professional sources are
if majority rules, mob rules. I don't want to live in a society.
Basis.
No society's ever worked out with the mob rules.
So you're saying 100% of the time, if the majority of scientists
believes that you need to inhale oxygen in order to survive, are they wrong?
Oh my God, bro! Don't even talk to me. Please don't even talk to me, dude. You just said that. I don't want to hear anything else you ever have to say in your whole life.
So what was wrong with what he said?
You need more.
You said an absolute. You said an extreme absolute.
Because it's not my opinion that you need to breathe oxygen to survive. It's God's, the creator.
God,
right?
Well, God.
Okay, what you were trying to get at is that you don't want people to just believe shit that they hear because it's coming from an authoritative source.
Right now, this is why no one comes up here. There's one person telling me, "Well, if I told you you don't need oxygen to survive, are you going to stop breathing?"
That's not what I said.
What kind of question is that? Shut up. Stay in your green room. I'm not talking.
Podcasts end up like that.
Okay. I'll just discuss with him privately. But we've had people on the stream before in the chat. You're not the only person that we've had on in the chat to discuss things. We had one dude who's I
don't care about them. We're
Okay.
having a discussion about Ukraine. Just like this dude bringing up air. I don't give a shit about air. I don't choose to breathe air. It just happens naturally.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
You're really
what's
following
your take
along with
with
your own
Ukraine?
argument. Go on.
You're saying that Ukraine started a few years ago. My take is it started a lot longer before that. Do
We
you know
said
the whole
that-
reason? Do you know the whole reason why Russia has an issue in Ukraine right now?
They're making the argument that the NATO borders
Because there was
are
a
expanding.
coup. No, sir. There was a coup that happened in Ukraine. And it was arguably a US-backed coup to put a puppet in place, right? We know about that, right? I know everyone knows about that, right?
So
The
in
United
the
States loves to go around and they love to put people in positions of power and do these little hot wars with the CIA and black money and all that, right? Can we agree on that?
we're well aware of that, and it's
Okay,
not just
okay,
the US,
okay, great.
it's China
Great,
and
we can
Russia
agree on that.
and France and Britain.
No,
it's all the notable military powers.
Not really. You know, America's
really?
like, yeah, because we have more money.
Okay, but it's not just America. Do you know about France and the neocolonialism in Africa?
Okay, compare
and all the
France's
African frank
GDP.
countries.
Compare France's GDP to the United States. It's uncomparable.
They're still doing it to a
No,
significant sum.
it's like 10%. It's like 10% of the United States
Okay,
GDP.
so-
You can't compare the two. So respectively speaking, United States can do 10 times the more black ops than France can, correct? Because they have more
I'm
money
well
to
aware,
spend
but
on
it's
them.
not just America, and all
Yes,
the
that's-
world's
that's how it
notable
works.
powers are also doing the same
Isn't it
thing.
funny where it's, hold on, we trying to agree on something and it's not America's fault now. Isn't that funny? Wow.
So are you saying that it's not America's
It's not
fault?
America's
What's going
fault.
on in Ukraine?
It's not, am I gonna get you to say it's not Trump's fault next? Is that what's gonna happen? It's not America's fault. So America's not racist, we're all good, we're good, we're cool.
So there's
We're good?
nuance.
America's cool
So
now, right?
In cases
America's
like
perfectly
this,
fine in your eyes, right?
no. I think that
Okay.
there's nuance,
Right.
and in a dispute with Ukraine, it's just some other proxy dispute, like a lot of the other proxy wars and disputes that are going on,
Yeah, like
in
that.
East Africa or in Syria or in Burma.
Damn, did I say
So
America's
here,
good?
you have the EU and NATO states that have played a part, whether for good or bad. The United States has meandered, and they've kind of interfered with affairs in
So they
Ukraine.
have, like-
Russia has as
they
well.
have like 300, I don't even think it's 300 million people in Europe. They have something like 200 and something million people.
No, they
all
don't.
of
They have
Europe.
close to 900 million.
What?
Are you kidding me? Russia's part of Europe. And
Russia's
Russia,
Asia.
no, Russia is a
Yo, bro,
Europe
come on,
and
bro.
Asia.
Come on, bro. Come
Europe-
on.
So Russia is
You saying
classified
Russia's
as a
Europe?
European country, and
Do
Russia,
you know what Eurasia is? Do you know what Eurasia is?
yeah, it's a mega continent
Okay,
that includes Europe and
is
Asia.
Russia part of Eurasia or Europe?
Okay, so most of Russia's population is on the European side of Russia.
No.
And
It's
the
Eurasia. It's not.
majority of Russia's
Europe.
landmass is Siberia, which is desolate and doesn't have much of a population at all. So the vast majority of Russia's population is on the European side of Russia. And Russia is classified as a European country and an Asian country. It extends across both continents. There are multiple countries.
So it's Eurasia.
It's
Eurasia, right? So it's not part
typically
of
on
Europe.
the world stage. Well, here's the thing: France, they have French Guyana, and they, like Britain, they have the Falkland Islands that are in South America. So there's
Come
nuance.
on. That's
So
not,
they
that's
have-
a fucking island. It's not a part of a continent. It's not.
Okay,
it's not
but
like,
still, they have territories in other continents. So
all right, see,
you can have a
that's why
country.
It's hard to have a discussion with people when you stretch it that far. Because I'm keeping everything local. You're going halfway around the world to prove your
You
point.
said local. So most of Russia's population is on the European side of Russia. It's in Moscow. And the thing is, Russia, throughout the overwhelming majority of its
I've
history,
never heard of a
its territory.
European Russia. It's Eurasia.
Well, then you're not
Like
well read
Turkey?
on this
Hold on,
topic.
Is Turkey part of Europe?
There are sources that classify it as a border state where
Oh
it's
my
part
God.
of Europe or it's part of
So it's
Asia.
called Eurasia. It has a name to it, but that's besides the point. The point is, and you said 2015, 2018,
2014 is when they invaded Crimea and they annexed Crimea.
so that's when they like shot at people and said, "Hey, I'm taking your shit and you're dying." Right?
That's when they sent soldiers in and annexed that territory.
And they shot at people with guns and they destroyed them, right? Took them out the face of the planet, right? With
I
military.
know that when it
Or did
came
they
to
send
the
the police
military,
in there? Or did they send the
police in there?
military?
They sent
Yeah.
the military into Crimea.
Okay, so they sent the
occupied it with their
military. What did the military do? Did the military attack schools, or did the military attack other military bases and take them over?
They occupied the region and expelled any sort of resistance in that
So
area.
they just walked in there. No one fired a shot. They just
There were
walked right in there.
shots fired, but the
Oh, so that
casualties were
sounds-
pretty low.
So are we going to call it a battle?
Well, they pretty much declared war on Ukraine when they took over that region. And there were minor skirmishes, but in the end,
So-
this is where it's arbitrary
So
when you're
you're
going to call
saying
something a
that
battle.
you're saying in 2014 the only skirmishes that were happening are in Crimea.
What do you mean in terms of Ukraine and Russia? It
Yes.
started with skirmishes in Crimea. There weren't a lot
In
of casualty
Crimea.
counts. They kind
Are
of
you
just
sure?
sent their troops in. What do you mean, am I sure?
Yeah, you know, Donbass, Luhansk, the other one I can't think of, the three regions that Russia has occupied right now. Do you think that it might
sent
have
troops
started in
there.
those regions?
They sent troops there in 2022. But the thing is, there
There were
been
troops
back
there
and
before
forth-
that.
There had been back and forth
There were
conflict.
troops there in 2014 fighting the Ukrainian army. And give me
That
1
happened
second.
after
Give me 1 second.
Crimea.
I'm going to prove it to you. I'm happy I was able to walk you into that. It took a little bit. But I'm going to prove to you that there were Ukrainian troops fighting Russians or rebels, whatever they want to call them. Like they used to call them in Syria. They called them rebels, and then they called them ISIS, and now they're freedom fighters. All right? It's the same group.
It wasn't ISIS.
In Syria?
No, in Syria, it was.
Yeah, I made an
talking about
example.
Syria. We're talking
I
about
made
Ukraine.
an example of how they speak about these groups that they have control over. All right. At first, in Syria with ISIS, they were freedom fighters, and then they were ISIS, and now they're freedom fighters again. It's the same damn group, and it's still bankrolled by the U.S. Same thing happened in Ukraine. All right.
ISIS was not supported by the U.S.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. The United
Are you
States
serious right now, bro?
had a ceasefire with Assad, and the U.S. and the U.K. and other NATO allies went into Syria
So
to
if
deal
I
with
could
ISIS.
if I can get you a picture with John McCain, Hillary Clinton, and the leader of ISIS in Syria, what would you say then?
So were they engaging in negotiations? So you're claiming that they were backed by the U.S.?
Do you know what
Obama
the
was
Arab
signing
Spring
off
is?
on airstrikes against ISIS.
Do you know what the Arab Spring is?
Yes.
Do you know what was at the conclusion of the Arab Spring?
What's
Ukraine.
that? Tell me.
Ukraine. The coup in Ukraine.
So how are they connected
As
with?
soon as the coup happened, the war began because Russia didn't want a puppet state of the United States right on their border. It had nothing to do with NATO.
They
had
have
nothing to do with
plenty
any of that.
of states that are allied states with NATO and the US on their
Allied
border.
is different than a puppet state. You know that.
So what are the metrics? What's the litmus test for whether something is a puppet state? So I mean, why would you classify Ukraine as a puppet state and not Estonia or Latvia?
Because its leader was put in by the United States. There was never any election. They did a coup and they said, "Hey, you're out, you're in." That's how it works.
So Zelensky wasn't elected. I'm fairly certain Zelensky was an elected official. And you can say that. Do you know what an appeal to possibility is? You can
I don't think so.
make the assumption that any leader was just installed there by a higher power. So what hard data do you have to show that it's more plausible that that's the case as opposed to them being elected?
If I remember correctly, just the same little world organizations you were speaking about, crying about people not getting food in Gaza, was crying about the election in Ukraine.
So
that didn't happen.
It didn't
because they went in
happen.
there. It didn't happen because they went in there, overthrew the government.
So
And installed a
can you
puppet.
show any sources that show, because I'm
Here-
pretty sure there's plenty
I
of
put
media
one-
coverage of the election, and I think if you talk to any Ukrainians, they're not going to tell you that, yeah. Okay, do you know
So
what
they had a
Zelensky's
coup.
Do you know what Zelensky's career was before he ran for president?
You think I don't know that answer?
Okay, then answer that.
He was an actor
Okay, so you're saying this
and a
actor,
comedian
so this comedian, this actor was part of some
playing a
coup.
piano with his dick. Yeah. Yeah, he's an easy puppet. He's easily controlled because he would never be in that position without them putting him there. They do the same thing to talentless people. They do the same thing to talentless people. What do you? It's like you just.
You're saying that some actor.
Are you living in reality?
So you're saying that some non-politician would never be elected into office because it would have to be a coup. What about Trump? Trump is some reality show.
We're not talking about Trump right now.
Okay, but you just made the argument that it has to be
Look
a
how
coup.
happy you are to talk about Trump. 10 minutes ago you said America's good. Are we good still? Is America still
I
good,
never
or are we
said
not?
America was perfect.
Oh,
So
okay.
there's no country that's perfect, but I'm using it as a counterexample. So you're
Did you see the link I
arguing
put in the back?
that because Zelensky was an actor, the only way he could actually make it into
you
office.
fool. No, it was because it was an armed coup d'etat in Ukraine that overthrew the government and put him in. That's why.
So again, where did you hear this from? And don't you think that
It's
is there
called
any
history. I'm sorry. Listen, buddy, I'm sorry that you was not paying attention to anything like 15 years ago, 10 years ago. It's understandable. You was like 18. I understand, bro. 18-year-old's not going to be paying attention to geopolitics. All right?
So you're saying that Zelensky was put into power based on a coup. So you're saying I wasn't paying attention. I don't think it's that hard to find coverage of the elections in Ukraine in like 2014, 2012. So you're saying there was extensive coverage of a coup that put Zelensky into power. And that if people look into all the coverage of like the politics and the elections, that you're going to see extensive like coverage of some kind of coup and militia making sure that they, I guess, occupy the Capitol and arrest all of the elected officials and their legislative branch, and they installed Zelensky
Oh my fucking god!
into the
dude.
office.
Come
So
on,
How
bro.
old are you?
Can we
Can I
stay on?
ask how old you are?
Can we stay on?
How old are you?
Can we
How
stay
old
on
are you?
subject?
How old are
Listen here,
you?
air breather. I'm not talking to you, air
How old are
breather.
you?
All right.
So
Not
you're just
speaking
engaging
to
in
you,
an
air
ad hom.
breather.
You're not actually presenting an argument.
He's
So
an air breather. No, I'm not talking to the
you're
air breather.
talking about this coup. So
Didn't
how
hold on.
exactly did the
Didn't I
coup
put a
take
video in the
place?
back? Hey, you're rambling on. Didn't I put a video in the back? Do you
A
watch the
video in the
video yet?
back.
Yeah, the chat right here, underground chat.
Ugh.
He wants to play a
I mean, it's
video
just
on the
like not
stream.
popping up.
Like, no, you can't.
No, I
do
don't
that.
want to play a video
Oh.
on the stream. I want him to watch the video so he can gain the information. You idiot!
Are you drunk?
I don't see a link
think you're
posted
drunk.
in the underground chat.
Really? It's
Yeah,
not
I'm
really
an
like
air
pulling up for me
breather.
for whatever reason.
So
You only breathe air because I suggest to.
Yeah. You're an air breather.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be mouth
that's a
breather,
good one,
you
right?
genius.
Where should I put it? I mean, you could breathe through your nose also, genius. Where should I put the
so
link?
put it in the general
Since that
chat
one's not working.
or send it to one of us through DMs.
Yeah, I must got a bunch of shit in that chat. This shit ain't loading. Let's send it to you.
So people in the chat. So do you want to give your take on this coup that put Zelensky into power?
Or this just conversation in general. This conversation. I guess he wants you to play a video like off
Well,
stream.
they're taking their time to post it because I don't see anything posted in the general. And I told them that they.
What did he say?
Host.
Oh.
I sent it to the host.
I'm not getting any DMs.
Well, you gotta accept my friend request.
Okay, I posted in the general.
Bro,
It's not that
y'all-
difficult to do.
Now the general, okay. You're trying to sell me some car insurance now, huh? The general, okay, general chat. Okay, general, here we go.
I still not seen it.
No shit, it takes a fucking moment, bro. Impatient. How can you ever learn anything being so impatient?
Yeah, I mean, very impatient.
You tell me to DM it to you, and you say you're not gonna accept any DMs or what the hell ever.
Well, I'm not going to.
You
like,
told me to DM
sign
it
up
to
a
you,
friend
and then you
request.
don't want to accept it? Okay. It's not my
Well, I
fault you
didn't
have it
know that I
set up
had
to where you
to-
only accept messages from friends.
Well, I didn't know that that was a thing, so it's not that difficult to
Oh,
post in the general
are you
chat.
saying I know more about Discord than you?
Maybe you do. I'm sorry that I don't know everything there is to know about the
Post in
Discord
general
interface.
chat of the Discord.
I did put it in the general chat in the Discord.
Okay, look in the general chat, Gene. Can you find it?
Hey, stop telling Gene what to do. You're really bossy, green guy.
Green guy.
All
yeah.
that extra oxygen you're sucking up, huh?
Yeah, I mean, that's me.
Yeah, you're really
I'm a
showing your
nose
wisdom.
breather.
You're really showing how age really correlates with maturity.
Yeah, he's
It's
so
a
much
joke.
older than us. So you
It's
can
a
tell.
joke. It's a joke. Crying. Let's be mature, y'all. It's super serial on YouTube, guys. Come
So
on, bro.
this
These
video
people
is
get
from
serious at
10
29 years
years
old.
ago. So it's 2025. So we discussed how they annexed Crimea in 2014. So if this video is from 10
Dude,
years ago, what's
listen.
2025 minus 10? Isn't that 2015?
Holy shit, do you not know how the YouTube works neither? So
What do
let's
you
say
mean?
it's 11 months. It's 10 years and 11 months. What's it gonna show on YouTube? Is it gonna show 10 years and 11 months? Or is it gonna show 10 years?
Okay, so in the end, they annexed Crimea in 2014. So even if it happened
What
before
month?
that, it would still be
What
in
month?
2014.
Okay, yeah, exactly. That's the point. There's ground war going on in Ukraine before Crimea even happened.
And it's
That's
saying
the
that
point
they're
that you're
fighting
missing.
rebels. So it's well
Hold on,
known
hold
that
on,
they
what
were
are the
having
rebels
issues with
speaking?
rebel groups in the east.
Rebels. Don't you learn anything from America? Isn't that what we call our military when we send them into countries that we don't want them to know that we're in? We give a bunch of people some money, we send some of our own guys in, and we call them rebels.
So
Right? So
you're
wouldn't
sa-
Russia do the same
wasn't
thing?
Zelensky, so you're saying these rebels that the Ukrainian government was fighting in the eastern territories, that those are the rebel groups that installed Zelensky?
No, oh my God, bro. I know you did not just do that mental gymnastics, bro. This is why people can't be. You people just, you try to twist everything. How did you twist that Ukrainian government is fighting rebels? The installed puppet Ukrainian government is fighting rebels after they were installed. Okay.
So it says the Ukrainian forces are fighting rebels in the Donetsk region. So
Yeah.
that's been going on for a while. So, but this started around the time that Russia sent troops into Crimea and annexed Crimea. So, like, what's your point here?
But my point is, through your mainstream Googling profession that you did earlier, it didn't speak anything about them fighting in Ukraine in the same region that they're fighting in 10 plus years later. It only spoke about Crimea. Now, if they're trying to tell the whole story, if they're doing their actual job,
okay, so
why aren't they
we're
telling the whole
doing
story?
a live stream. So if we're trying to just Google some simple fact, it isn't like if you're off.
No,
or
that's
if
why
you're,
before you start the live stream, you need the knowledge. You need to read hours and hours and hours and hours.
And I
Learn
gave
as much as
you
you can.
the
Don't
answer
do the first couple
that the war
pages.
started in 2014, and you claim
you
it
learn
started
something?
in 2012. And this isn't 2012.
I misquoted 2012. Yeah, I misquoted that earlier.
And this says
this is all knowledge coming out of my brain. I don't Google this shit.
I didn't Google it.
coming
You
from your
asked me if I
brain.
said
I was off
okay.
2 years. Oh my God, I was off 2 years.
But you're saying that we were wrong, that it started in 2014. This video says that it was uploaded in February 2nd, 2015, which is post 2014. So what you're showing here,
holy shit,
after they annexed Crimea.
So
you're saying that I was wrong when the answer I gave was 2014.
Hold on, this video was uploaded the same damn day it was taken. Is that the ground you're standing on?
News,
You're standing on a 6-month difference, and that the fact that the video was uploaded the same day it was taken, is that the ground you're standing on right now?
So how far apart
do I need to find an 11-year-old video to shut you up? If I find an 11-year-old video of them warring in Ukraine in Donbass region. Would that shut you up? Okay,
So-
give me a second. Give me a second. Give me the second. The timestamp on the video ain't right, chat. I'm sorry. He doesn't know how YouTube works.
What do you mean timestamp? It's the upload date. You said that the
You don't
war
know how they
started
work.
in
You don't know how it
2012,
works.
and you gave us a video that
It's 2 months into 2015. Hold on. They're firing. Describe what you see in the video. They're firing artillery in February 2015.
I'm not
I
disagreeing
wonder what happened in
combat
3 months
happened.
before that made them bring in artillery. Do you think they go? Oh, we're fighting the rebels. Let's pull the artillery out.
So
what?
The rebels are in the eastern provinces. And if you read up on this, it's Putin that has been supplying the rebels with weapons and has been supporting them, not
Hey,
the
could
US.
he be supplying? Could he be also supplying troops like the Wagner Group?
Yeah, and he's doing that because he has
okay,
an
now we're getting
incentive.
somewhere.
He
Now
has
we're
the
getting somewhere.
incentive to take over these territories. You said it was the US that was supporting these rebel groups.
No, I didn't, you idiot.
Am I wrong, Chad?
The U.S.
Was he
did
not
the coup d'etat. The U.S. did the
Could've
coup
swore he
d'etat.
said
They
that.
installed the puppet government. I never said the U.S. was the rebels. In Syria, yes. Read it up. Read it up in Syria, yes. That
So why are we talking about Syria?
love backing rebels. We love backing rebels in all the Arab
And so
countries
does
that we
Russia.
could possibly get. And
And
then
so does
what we're
China,
doing,
and so does Britain, so does France, and so does all the other major military
So what-
powers.
count every damn thing because one or other country does it.
Since
Hey,
like
you
the
know what?
Renaissance,
Hey, you know what? My
this is
neighbor-
how
my neighbor beats his wife. So does that mean I can too? Everyone
That's
does it.
not the logic.
Maybe
That's not the
argument
logic.
that it's
Everyone does
It really
it,
just
though.
goes over your head.
Yeah, you're like arguing that hey, this is like something only the US
You're
does,
arguing.
so it must be
You're
the
arguing,
US.
bro. You're literally standing on an upload date of February, 2 months into 2015, that the war didn't start in 2014. I'm gonna find you a video of the war in
We said that
2014.
the
And
war
I'm
started
going.
in
I'm doing it
2014.
right. I'm doing it. You brought me back to Discord because. So I'm gonna find you another video. All right. I'm sorry if that one wasn't perfect for you because it's 2 months into 2015, so technically it's not 2014. But you know, whenever I go to war, I bring in the artillery first before I bring in ground troops. I just start pounding the shit out of everything.
So if they took Crimea in 2014, which is the catalyst for the fighting, and then this happened months later,
No,
you're
the
saying
catalyst. The catalyst for the fighting was the coup. Wrap it around your head. All right, you know how like Muammar Gaddafi got killed and all the rest of the Arab leaders around the time?
So
right
again, you're claiming that the United States supported a coup when you're showing in 2015 that there was a battle amongst military. How does that prove that a coup took place?
Do you know anything about how the coup even started?
Which coup?
The one in Ukraine.
So how did it start?
There was protests, and then the protesters got shot up in a couple of the cities. And the CNNs and the MSNBCs and the Fox News and everyone else said it was the Ukrainian government that was shooting the protesters. And that's what created the excuse for the uprising. Once they had the uprising, then of course, easy cheesy, you know, of course, in one of the most corrupt, probably the most corrupt country in the world, Ukraine at the time, really easy to go ahead and shoehorn the next guy in there and have a whole reason why, oh, look, we got to have a new leader. the government's killing people, and we can't have that happening because this is democracy. It's the same playbook over and over again. If they can't go in there with boots on the ground and warplanes in the sky, they go in there covertly. They go in there and they infiltrate any lever of power. They use blackmail. They do anything and everything that they can for power. And it's like if you're going to say that, oh, Israel's all bad and we're doing all this shit over here, and oh, Russia's bad, and no, you got to actually look at the whole damn picture. You can't just be all one-sided to it. And that's the thing that really infuriates me sometimes. Is people think I'm one-sided, and I'm not. I'm definitely.
So how are we being one-sided?
I'm definitely very balanced in my opinions. Huh?
We've been very critical of pretty much every major, like, global player. We've been critical of Russia, the US, India, Pakistan, Israel. So we're one-sided when we've been criticizing all the major powers globally.
No, because you're not seeing that, just like you just said earlier, Russia. It's not all just Russia. It's Ukraine also, and it's also the United States. Just like you said, Israel. It's not just Israel. It's the same dumbasses that flew on kites over the border to go and take people out. You know, you said that earlier. I guess you were speaking the Russians are brainwashed. Well, isn't the people in the Gaza Strip brainwashed also? I mean, where does the brainwashing stop? Is patriotism brainwashing? That's the real question you should ask.
Okay, so most people
there you go.
Globally,
is August 27th good enough for you?
Okay, let's take a look at this.
From the Telegram, is that good enough for you? Here,
So,
I mean, that's probably around probably one of the earlier ones.
So
I can't remember.
This is
I could swear it was
also
earlier than that.
in 2015.
To what?
Or no?
What are you talking about? No, double check the upload date.
You didn't post any recent video in the general. Oh, there you go.
I just did. See, look how impatient you are, bro. You gotta gain patience, dude.
Gene?
Exactly.
Without patience, you cannot gain knowledge.
Yeah, you're always gonna be a stupid fuck if you keep being impatient, Gene.
Excuse me, sir. I didn't call him those mean names.
No, I am though. God, he's such an idiot.
Mouth. Yeah, it's because you always breathe through your mouth and you start breathing through your nose.
Oh.
In through your nose, out through your mouth. Yep.
Oh.
That's how you do
Thanks,
it.
baby boo.
Mhm.
I appreciate it.
Nah.
So sweet.
Nevina.
I know how to
listen,
breathe.
Nevina. And only a few people can
This
say
is in
that.
August. The
Your name ain't
Crimea
never know.
crisis happened in February 2014. And this is August 2014.
Okay, this is literally the definition of moving the fucking goalpost, bro. Listen, if
the sources you're
they
giving
took over-
me-
no. You're saying, because your whole argument earlier was they took over Crimea, and then like 5 or 7 years later, they started going to war in actual Ukraine. And I'm proving to you that that's not the facts, Jack. That they were actually in war in Ukraine before Crimea was ever even invaded. I mean, do I need to go back further?
You gave a video that dates several
Of an
months
upload
after
date.
Crimea
Listen,
crisis.
bro, if you think I'm on the front lines of a war, I'm going to be able to upload the video the same damn day? Or is it when I get back on leave? Huh?
So you're
Is it-
saying
is it
when the
after a
media
couple months
covers
being-
war, they don't actually when they cover the actual military conflict, that the actual coverage doesn't get released until several months later?
Yeah, a lot of the time, yeah, for sure.
No.
That's a fact.
currently in
God!
the war.
Wow! Hold on. Let me explain it to you. Okay. Location. If you release a video and I can see it, the enemy can also see it. So from a tactical vantage, just like you see any these war documentaries and they go anywhere near the front lines, I guarantee you the footage is not being released for months because they don't want people to know, like the enemy, where the hell they're at. Who would literally go to a war zone and film where they're at?
You're
and
saying
then release
that
it the same damn day. Like, you have no tactics.
So you're saying that when we see coverage of what's currently going on in Ukraine, when they're there as the event took place, or days after, or even a day after the event took place, that's all
a lot of the
just
time, yes.
staged?
Like dude, if it's a person on the ground that's reporting from the ground, I can 99.99%, unless they fucking snuck it out somehow, are not reporting until Ukrainian government allows them to report what they want them to report.
So when there's an air drone strike that happens at a particular date, and then the press,
well, a drone's different.
That's
not news. Are you saying news reporting is the same as a FPV drone?
Okay, like, you're claiming that if you provide us with journalistic coverage of
is the video I sent you for 2014 good enough?
It was in August, so it was several months after the war started.
Was it in 2014?
Yeah, but
were they fighting in
after the Crimea crisis.
Fighting in mainland Ukraine?
Yes, but we acknowledge that the war either started in 2014 or 2022, depending on who you ask.
No, it did not start in 2022.
So again, do you not understand?
Oh my God, bro!
That things can be relative and arbitrary. So again, it depending on who you ask, there's going to be different dates.
Hey, listen. If that's
the point is,
no.
Russia invaded Ukraine in
shooting
2022
in uniform. That's when war begins. All right. That's when it begins.
So
just because they're doing a bunch of operations, they don't want to say shit for months on end because they actually have that tactical advantage of information, which I guess you don't understand.
So the chat, so far, who do you think's presenting the better argument? Who do you think?
So did I give you a video of them fighting in mainstream Ukraine in 2015? Yes. Did I give you a video of them fighting in mainland Ukraine in 2014? Yes, I did. Do you need one from January of 2014?
We never argued that fighting didn't take place.
It was I got you again. I got you another video. I know I done blew your mind a couple times tonight. I got you on third time around. All right. So Crimea was annexed what month? August?
February.
Okay.
And you gave us a video from August. So when we claimed that,
and they were fighting in mainstream Ukraine, which none of your news people say that they were, right? Are you googling? Does it say them fighting in mainland Ukraine?
And not 2014, and you're giving us videos.
They were fighting taking place in mainland Ukraine in 2014.
We never argued against that.
They were fighting in mainland Ukraine in 2014 with heavy arms and artillery.
We never argued against that. You said in the chat that it started in 2012 and not 2014.
I misspoke earlier. How many times do I have to say I misspoke?
So then what are you disagreeing with? Like you said,
it's 2014.
That we're not
it's
well
when the
read.
coup happened.
I'm well aware. I said at the beginning that it was 2014.
Dude.
If you consider the war to have begun during the Crimea crisis, then it would have been 2014. If you consider the start of the war,
it was before.
Okay, so if it's before, then show sources prior to 2014, because you said 2012. And all of the links you've been showing us...
I didn't say 2012, you jackass. If you say 2012 again,
So
I'm
it was
lose my
before.
shit.
So you're saying it was before.
That's you being a dishonest asshole. To be honest,
So you're saying it was
'Cause you
before
heard what I
February
said.
2014?
I've told you multiple times since the first time before I even came up here. I misspoke. It was 2014, not 2012. You say 2012 again, you can shove it up your ass.
Okay, then we agree that it started in 2014. So, how am I getting my history wrong? I said the Crimea crisis started in 2014. So, you said it happened before 2014. So then when did it start? Because again, all the sources you're showing us are its coverage that takes place post 2014 or post February 2014 when the Crimea crisis happened.
Hey, didn't he want a video from 2014? I gave him a video from 2014. Y'all see how it's not good enough, right? Now I'm gonna try to find one from 2013, but I could have swore the Q was around that time, so I don't know if they're gonna even have video.
It's not
He doesn't understand how the internet works.
In 2014.
The internet is not instantaneous. It takes you to actually get internet access to upload anything to the internet. And he doesn't understand that there's not internet access everywhere.
So
it's so annoying trying to explain to you people that think you know every damn thing. And when
So
I give you added something in 2014, I give it to you in 2014. It's not good enough. What is good enough?
So again, I said it started in 2014, and then you're showing coverage from 2014. So what are you trying to prove?
I am proving, just like I said before, that there was actual war going on in mainland Ukraine, you fucking idiot. Well, I've been saying it the whole damn time, bro.
Yeah, you idiot, Gene.
We agree that military confrontations took place in mainland Ukraine.
Listen?
But we're saying that the mainland confrontations...
Is that really... You know, are you part of the 30% that graduated that couldn't fucking read at high school level?
Yes, stupid.
Do you comprehend what you fucking read?
Gene, you're idiot.
I graduated from the University of Maryland College Park, which is one of the top universities in the country.
Oh, let me tell you right now, they fucking failed you and their mothers wasted your money. They failed you. They failed you.
I went to school on a scholarship.
And you're wasting it.
I'm wasting it?
Congratulations.
I'm a homeowner and I work as a civil engineer.
Still wasting it.
How am I wasting it?
What the fuck, dude?
Got him.
Got him.
Who gives a shit? He can say anything he wants to.
Who cares, bro?
Well, you're just saying that I wasted my education and I'm not properly educated when I graduated with honors from one of the most prestigious universities on the planet. But hey, I guess I'm clearly wasting it.
And my brother's Obama. Congratulations, you know how to speak on the internet.
Okay.
Congratulations to you as well.
So let's get a vote going in the... I'll put up a poll.
Oh, man. Really interesting.
Yeah, how much of a brick all them people are.
What'd you say, babe?
I don't think you need to smoke any more weed. You need to smoke some more. What'd you say?
I said, what'd you say, babe?
Can't I, like, individually mute a motherfucker?
I'm the producer, so that's not gonna work out.
I can't mute you, dumbass.
You can,
What
but
are you
you won't be
producing?
on. You won't be able to be on here then.
Why can't I mute you, dumbass? Where is it?
Then you're gonna be removed.
Just want me to boot the retard?
If he's going to mute me,
Not quite yet.
that's
Well, I
stupid.
couldn't figure out how to do it, so I can't mute him. It sucks.
Well, that you might need an IQ over fucking like 90.
Well,
to do
you
that.
might need an IQ. I think your balls need to drop. You get pussy.
How old
That's
are
what
you?
you need.
You sound like a very well-educated
Yeah.
adult. I mean,
I bet
again,
you're a
I'm just a
virgin.
kid because I'm 29, but I mean, the rhetoric you're presenting,
Oh.
How you
that's
and he's
from a
still
very well-educated, literate adult.
Like this, the cadence of this, I sound intelligent.
how
and it
old
doesn't
are
matter if I don't
So,
information I have
how
is
old are you,
wrong.
10?
Oh. Hey, can you show me a
How
video for
old are you?
2014? Oh, that's not good enough.
Are you?
Oh,
scared
my
to say
vagina
your age?
hurts. Wah.
Wah, I talk like a child.
That's what y'all sound like, bro. That's
when
exactly how you sound.
bro.
Well, no. If you asked me my
Hey,
age,
listen,
I'd
y'all
tell
can be
you.
brothers
How
from another
old,
mother.
how old are you?
Wait one sec, Shab. Is the
Why you
poll
keep
showing up in
asking
the
me
chat?
how old I am? Why are you trying to date me, bro? I'm not. I don't like men. Stop asking
You
me
were
those
the one
weird ass invasive
worried about our
questions.
age earlier when you first joined. So were you trying to date all
whose
of
age
us
did
when
I
you
ask?
first joined?
It's because he stated his age.
After you
You were
said we
bringing
were,
up that we were kids.
Yeah.
And then you're
Yeah,
claiming
you was a kid.
age.
10 years ago, you was a kid. When the Ukraine war started, you was an 18-year-old kid.
So
Yes.
you do understand that you can read a book or two and do some homework to learn about events in the past. So even if you were a kid at the time that something happened, you can still learn about modern history.
Yeah, and if we're talking about 10 years ago,
Understanding bullshit is kind of it's very little. It's a little thin. It's a little thin right now.
if we're talking
Still
about
thin.
an event that was 10 years ago,
Ooh,
I was
you're so scary.
I was 23. Okay, so that's not a kid. That's an adult.
Well, you know the old and arrogant get old and arrogant.
How old are you again?
You started young and arrogant.
So do you know what arrogant means?
I'm old enough to have a full mustache. I can tell you that.
Oh, that's what's important, is being able to grow some facial hair. That's a
Yeah,
true
facial
metric
hair
of
is
worth.
important.
You'd think you'd be old enough to be able to complete a fucking sentence then.
Well,
So you are using the term
I do own
arrogant.
my
So
own
do you want to
company.
tell us what the term arrogant means and why you're not deserving of being branded as arrogant?
You want to call me arrogant when I came up here and showed you everything
didn't
that
even
you
call you
wanted?
arrogant.
Just use the word arrogant.
He asked you the definition and why you are not that. He didn't even say you are that.
Oh,
You know what
I have to
words are?
explain myself to you? Why? Hold on. Do you
Me?
think
He's the one that
I
asked the
have
question.
to? I don't care about the question.
Are you too drunk to have a conversation?
Why do you think?
How much
Why
have
do
you
you
drank?
think that I have to explain anything to you?
To who?
Because you're coming on the stream to discuss things, and we're asking.
Yeah, isn't that what you
questions.
wanted to do in the first place,
Did I
you
ask
fucking
you to come up here?
retard?
Oh,
Yeah.
didn't I give you proof that there was war in mainland Ukraine in 2014?
Yeah, after February 2014, when the Crimea annexation happened.
Fucking idiot. You're just a fucking idiot. And you know what? You're gonna die a fucking idiot too. It's okay.
Stay mad, bitch.
He really owned us.
Gosh. I love how...
So, Gamer, what's your opinion? So far, it's 80% Gene and 20% Black Cracker. So I'm wondering.
I tried to be nice and steel man his opinion when he got here too. You all saw it.
Yeah. So
I was literally looking for shit that was credible and might have confirmed his arguments, and yeah.
I'm gonna guess that Bill Hicks voted for Black Ass Cracker.
Bill Hicks, silly guy. But, yeah, that was stupid.
He's playing the long game.
Like, it's so stupid how he was like, what was it? He said, he was acting like only America could do this thing, and you're like,
all right,
all these other countries can do it too. And he's like, oh, well, if someone else raped somebody, you think it would be okay if I did it? It's like, what?
Yeah, let me go message the people who told me that they were done watching until that guy was gone.
Like,
you can come back and watch PPP again. He's gone.
yeah, like his analogy was just so fucking retarded and was totally far from understanding what was even being said to him, that it just shows that, like, everything else he says is most likely going to be something really fucking stupid. And he acts like I'm an idiot for making an argument against his bullshit that... whatever. He's a stinky poopy head. I'm a mouth...
Don't use that word.
Wait, no, I'm a nose breather, or whatever.
Mouth breather.
I'm an oxygen breather. I'm an air breather. That's what he called me originally, air breather. Can you believe that? I've never...
That conversation reminded me... Right. That conversation reminded me of how happy I am that I quit drinking regularly and decided to just stick with weed.
Oh, Bill Hicks said more people voted for him than just me. Oh, so do you agree with the
Good
dude,
point.
Bill
It's
Hicks?
60-40.
Okay.
There is dissent here, John Morgan.
Damn, they don't like
we got Drunken Crow up there, and I'm worried what he might have to say about our previous guest. So, do we bring him in, or hey? Well, there's my answer.
Oh, you're gay. How did you like that little conversation that Gene had with the guy that didn't want to allow me to talk? It was so mean that he did that.
I fucking make more sense than he does when I'm drunk.
Oh, hell yeah.
Well, yeah.
Do. Hell yeah. And you can actually make some good jokes sometimes when you're drunk and stuff. I couldn't expect anything out of that guy. Like, he said some of the dumbest shit ever. That was just really special.
Well, Ark popped in like 5 minutes ago or whatever, and Ark was just like, oh, I want to ask the guy one question. What do you qualify as mainstream media?
Well, and that was what I was getting into when we decided to have just Gene talk to him, and I also, that was why I brought up that Human Rights Watch report from 2012, because I was looking for what he might have seen that would lead him to believe that, because we might disagree, but I don't think you're going to get your opinions just out of nowhere. So yeah. I wanted to steel man his argument.
He's in the chat, and I'd love to keep him in the chat because he's funny. He said he said you speak through your nose, but he doesn't even know how to spell through. Like,
yeah, because
but that actually leads
learn to read. So clearly, he's
right.
the one that's well educated.
Do you really think that's how you spell through? THRO?
Right, but what I was reading in that report, actually, it's pretty interesting. They were talking about how there were tensions building up between those two countries because of Ukraine's desire to be more involved with the European Union, which is, that's pretty close to the reasons that Putin gives now, and that's a lot of his pretense for invading those parts of, like, not just Ukraine, but he's invaded other parts of Eastern Europe because of that too.
Poland, Georgia.
You were talking about Gene's education here, and you can't even spell at a elementary school level. Like, kids learn how to spell through in like the 3rd grade or something.
Well, you ask who gives a fuck.
Amer, who did you vote for?
Yeah, who did you vote for, Amer? But you ask who gives a fuck, but it's kind of relevant when we were talking about how Russia cited NATO expansionism as their reason for attacking Ukraine, which is an insane reason.
He might have said who gives a fuck about me doing a spell correct on him there.
Right.
I think that's what he was responding to. But it that's pretty stupid. Just I'm sorry. You can tell by listening to him. It's not like it's like English is his second language or something. And he doesn't know how to spell through.
John and Irene and Father Brian from this morning. We met
Pretty special.
Dude, it's the guy from Jurassic Park.
Yes. The couple that got married earlier this week in the Vatican. You have had an extraordinary week. You'll never top this ever. Never. How did today feel seeing that white smoke, being in the
So
crowd?
we're going to learn more about Pope Leo. So apparently Pope Leo, he's not a big Trump advocate. And there's conspiracies about him really being a Jewish plant.
Whoa.
Overjoyed.
Just wonderful.
Just totally
Jesus
overjoyed.
was a Jew.
An American Pope. Couldn't believe it.
Yes.
Never expected it. I mean, your feet aren't touching the ground. No. We're just
Where is it, Horn?
Father Brian,
Dude, he's like the... I just love how he claimed, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. It didn't happen in 2014. And then he keeps posting videos of like events that took or coverage that happened post 2014. It's like, okay.
did you ever think that you would see this in your
Never.
lifetime?
I just answered a text from a friend of mine, and he said, you quoted me, there'll never be an American Pope. So I just wrote back and said, I was wrong. One of the greatest things I think about people having faith, and there was something in the movie Conclave where the Cardinal Secretary of State said to the brother cardinals, certainty can be lethal to faith. And when we say there'll never be an American Pope, or there'll never be two popes back to back from different religious congregations, I think we have to realize that the pundits aren't always right, and we cannot be certain.
What does it feel like for you?
No, I heard that there's never going to be an American Pope unless America is falling or is in decline.
Do you think America's in decline?
Everyone can fucking see it. Everyone,
Dude.
yeah, we're just in the inside looking out.
The cracker guy is mad at you, Gene. He's very
The cracker man.
The cracker man. He's very mad at you.
Come from a city still aglow after yesterday.
I said that it depends on when you consider what date you consider. Some people consider it to be when Crimea was annexed, 2014. Some say that it was in 2022. So I gave both dates.
Well, Gene, let me send you a video from 2002 that explains absolutely fucking nothing, and I will give my drunken points for no fucking reason, just like he did.
Head of the Catholic Church, Pope Leo.
Yeah, see, we already got a drunken crew here, sir.
Okay, let's just get to the next topic.
In Italy, quickly endearing himself among the faithful, leading his first mass as Pope this morning in the Sistine Chapel, where only hours earlier the conclave that saw him elected as Pope ended. Born in the United States, a first for a Pope, a surprise choice to many, but not for the cardinals who elected him, many revealing it was barely a factor in their discussions that preceded the votes. Tonight, we're getting glimpses surrounding the largely secretive conclave process, including what guided their decision-making and how they got to know each other. Pope Leo XIV presiding over his first Mass as pontiff today in the Sistine Chapel, beginning with a few words in English.
I know I can rely on each and every one of you to walk with me as we continue as a church.
Today, there's been a slow pulling back of the curtain about the conclave and the days leading up to it, specifically the mealtime breaks and coffee breaks where critical discussions took place. Cardinal Blaise Cupich, the Archbishop of Chicago, told me in those conversations the cardinals zeroed in on the qualities they were looking for. The Chicago native and Villanova grad who'd worked for years as a missionary in Peru emerged.
They wanted people who were multilingual, who lived on more than one continent, who had pastoral missionary experience, as he did. So he seemed to check all the boxes. And then the votes came in, and they just seemed to move in the direction to elect him.
He knows Pope Leo well. We hear people slip.
Now, he's also calling out Israel. So everyone's calling out Israel.
Been calling him Bob, obviously very familiar, but talk to us about what kind of person he is.
Well, he's an individual who is just very real. What you see is
What does the Dalai Lama have to say about Israel? He's another big religious idol or religious figure.
what you get. He's authentic, he cares about people, and it's been said he doesn't pick a fight, but he won't run from it either.
But there's one thing the cardinals say wasn't a big factor.
I don't think the fact that Cardinal Prevost was from the United States had much weight.
Cardinal Joseph Tobin reflected on the weight of the moment for his friend of 30 years.
After one of the ballots, I walked back and I took a look at Bob, and because his name had been floating around, and he had his head in his hands, and I was praying for him because I couldn't imagine what happens to a human being when you're facing something like that. And then when he accepted it, it was
Yeah, I know I usually don't like to engage in or entertain the, hey, look at that person's face, but yeah, do you think maybe he's dealing with dementia or something? He needs to retire, the guy on the left?
Yeah.
And Pope Leo's first night as pontiff was a busy one, greeting the faithful, signing autographs.
He just looked like a happy Smurf.
So we need to.
You know when somebody tries to draw like an icon for drama, and it's like two different masks. So one of them's smiling, one of them's frowning. That dude looked like the frowning drama mask. But go on.
We need to travel to a particular country in order to know anything about the country or have any valid opinions. So, if we want to criticize the Vatican, I guess we have to travel to the Vatican City.
Today, the Vatican releasing the official document announcing his election. Pope Leo's older...
No, you just have to get touched by an angel.
Pretty surreal.
It's just mind-blowing that my brother was elected Pope. We used to tease him about being Pope when he was 6 years old.
In Pope Leo's hometown today,
let us pray for Pope Leo XIV.
A special mass honoring the new leader of the Catholic Church. What are you hearing from back home?
Lots of things. The culture of Chicago and the Midwest produced a Pope. That's terrific. I think it's something that people are going to take pride in, being from Chicago.
And I see you a little choked up there. It's just deep.
Very deep. Yeah.
Another question tonight, how will the first American Pope handle the thorny political issues on the world stage? We're already getting some clues. With more on that, here's Molly Hunter.
When Pope Leo XIV spoke of reaching out to the world in his first Mass as pontiff, it came as no surprise to Father Tony Banks.
He's going to try to bring into dialogue different viewpoints on different things.
The fellow Augustinian describes issues that his friend, the first American Pope, cares deeply about, like migrants, issues that may put him on a collision course with President Trump.
Why can't these people who are in these afflicted countries actually share in the riches of the countries?
And go in search of better lives.
See, even the fucking like Catholic authorities don't like Trump.
Yes.
In February, an ex-account for former Cardinal Prevost reposted an article titled, J.D. Vance is wrong. Jesus doesn't ask us to rank our love for others. And back in 2018, the account shared a cardinal's criticism of the family separation policy under President Trump. Even still, the president and vice president congratulating and praising the new pope.
To have the vote from the United States of America, that's a great honor.
Back in 2012, he criticized popular culture for promoting sympathy for beliefs and practices that are at odds with the gospel, referring in part to the homosexual lifestyle.
He stands very much with the marginalized, for those who have been on the periphery of church. There's no reason for that exclusion.
So he's kind of regressed in terms of Pope Francis. So Pope Francis actually was more pro-LGBT. So he's shown that he has the opposite take there.
According to voter registration records, the new pope voted in Republican primaries in Illinois in 2012, 2014, and 2016.
Will he want to build bridges to Donald Trump? I suppose, but he would want to build bridges with the leader of every nation.
Now, Cardinal Dolan says the new pope will start those meetings with world leaders within days, and President Trump says he looks forward to meeting the new pope.
Okay, Molly, thanks very much. As we trace the Pope's roots, our journey led...
So everyone in the chat, what are your opinions on same-sex marriage and homosexual relationships?
My opinion is that I engage in a lot of them.
Whoa. This bishop and
you got to experiment.
I think homosexual relationships...
See, you can't know what you think about homosexuality unless you actually engage in some kind of homosexual behavior. Yeah.
Till you actually rail a femboy yourself.
Even if you're straight, you need to just at least date one person of the same sex, so you can at least have an opinion there.
Not long after Leo XIV, the Chicago-born pope,
Gotta try everything once.
church bells rang in
Everything once.
the president proudly declaring, El Papa es peruano. The Pope is Peruvian. God loves Peru. For Catholics in Peru, Leo XIV is their first pope, too. Social media lit up with memes. The Pope in the national soccer jersey, eating ceviche, drinking the Inca Cola. What is the feeling in this city today?
It's like a party. I think the people is very excited.
Robert Prevost spent more than 2 decades working in this South American country, first as a missionary, then a priest, and ultimately a bishop in the city of Chiclayo.
This is terrific. I'm at a restaurant right across from the cathedral, and they are serving up the Pope's favorite lunch, cabrito.
So when are we going to have an American as the Dalai Lama? Do you think that will ever happen?
Chiclayano, which is good.
I know, what is it? The Pension Lama, they're the sort of religious idol that is supposed to seek out the Dalai Lama, and then the Dalai Lama is supposed to seek out and appoint the next Pension Lama, and then the Pension Lama that was appointed by the current Dalai Lama was abducted by the Chinese government. And then they presented this, they said, oh, yeah, he's being well taken care of. Here he is. And it's clearly not the same kid. So now the Dalai Lama has said that, like, after he's the Dalai Lama, there will be no more official Dalai Lamas. But then China's going to have their brainwashed sort of pension Lama doppelganger. They're going to probably have him appoint a Dalai Lama. And there might actually be 2 Dalai Lamas, depending on how things work. Or no more Dalai Lamas.
With rice and beans. Among
so good job, China.
Most beloved causes, helping immigrants. We visited a shelter he helped build with Professor Juan Carlos Reño, who tells me when Bishop Prevost saw people in need, he wanted to help them. Gabriela Murillo has been here for 3 years and met the future Pope. I asked her if she had a message for him. She says, I'm grateful for everything he has done for us, for Venezuelans. Prevost's tenure in Peru did not escape controversy. He was accused of mishandling an investigation into reports of priest sexual abuse, allegations the diocese has denied.
That's not surprising.
What's that?
I said that's not surprising.
Cari fratelli e sorelle, buona domenica.
So, do you know what language she's speaking? Don't answer, Crow.
Dutch.
No.
I didn't hear hardly any of it.
I believe it's Latin.
No, he did 2 speeches. I think one in Italian and one in Latin.
Okay. So, do you think he was just speaking Italian?
I don't know. Did he do this?
I know in the Vatican they do speak Latin. It's like one of the only, or it is the only country where Latin is still, I guess, spoken. And the Vatican City only has like a few hundred people living in it. But Shabisky, can you tell me what all the different Latin languages are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Italian.
Yup.
French.
Yup.
And some other stuff as well.
Spanish, Portuguese, and Romanian.
Yeah, I was gonna say those.
L'immane tragedia della seconda guerra mondiale terminava 80 anni fa, l'8 maggio.
Yeah, they pretty much all evolved from Latin. So Latin is an older, kind of dead language. If it wasn't for the Vatican trying to like keep it going, it would pretty much be completely dead.
Dopo aver causato 60 milioni di vittime, nell'odierno scenario drammatico di una terza guerra mondiale a pezzi, come più volte ha affermato Papa Francesco, mi rivolgo anch'io ai grandi del mondo, ripetendo l'appello sempre attuale. Mai più la guerra.
Now, if we asked Pope Leo if he hates people who are Jewish, do you think he would say yes?
Not with that hat. He's wearing the same hat.
Okay, bad Crow, but what do you think his answer would be? Now, if he says that he doesn't condemn people of other religions, do you think he's just lying? In
Probably
secret,
a
he would
man.
like to see them all burn.
Yeah, you're probably
Well,
just acting all nice at first here, then he's
Yeah.
just gonna turn evil like everyone else in the end.
Guerra.
Right, Drunken Crow?
Yeah, the Catholic Church turned a blind eye to the Holocaust.
Yeah.
So,
But the thing is, except for Fox News, every single country, every single government, every single notable public figure, whether it's politically or representing any other, I guess, any sort of academic figure, they're all just a bunch of anti-Semites. The whole world is anti-Semitic except for Fox News.
Porto nel mio cuore le sofferenze dell'amato popolo ucraino. Si faccia il possibile per giungere al più presto a una pace autentica, giusta e duratura. Siano liberati tutti i prigionieri e i bambini possano tornare alle proprie famiglie.
Roman Empire never died. America is the Roman Empire. America's not the Roman Empire, it's the American Empire. They're different.
Addolora profondamente quanto accade nella striscia di Gaza. Cessi immediatamente il fuoco. Si presti soccorso umanitario alla stremata popolazione civile.
But, Charles, I'm willing to agree that America does like to world police, have military bases all over the planet, and the U.S. Does like to, I don't know, engage in a lot of control over the globe. But you can't deny Russia and China are guilty of the same thing. Do you disagree? And France and Britain.
E siano liberati tutti gli ostaggi. Ho accolto invece con soddisfazione l'annuncio.
And I think the Roman Empire isn't a good parallel. I'd say with the United States currently, it's the new British Empire.
Del cessate il fuoco tra India e Pakistan. E auspico che attraverso i prossimi negoziati si possa presto giungere a un accordo durevole. Ma quanti altri conflitti ci sono nel mondo? Affido alla regina della pace questo accorato appello.
Okay, so when are there never conflicts taking place on the globe? Here.
1947.
Okay, here, I'm looking up a list of proxy wars.
Oh, sure. Now you Google stuff, John. But when the other drunk guy was here and told you to do it, you didn't. But I'm drunk and I'm not telling you to do it. And now you do.
I did Google stuff when he was here.
Nah, he's just fucking stupid.
So this is pre-World War I. Now we need to get to... Okay. Cold War proxy wars.
I said 47. I said 1947.
Yeah, Chinese Civil War,
no.
Iran Crisis, Greek Civil War, First Indochina War, Paraguayan Civil War, Malayan Emergency, Korean War, the Mau Mau Uprising, Second Indochina War, First Taiwan Strait Crisis, First Sudanese Civil War, Suez Crisis, Second... Jeez. We need to play that one montage music whenever... What is it? I guess I can't emulate it. But
are you talking about the Rocky montage music?
No.
Get with it, Gene.
Jesus.
Yeah,
modern proxy wars.
Get with it.
See, it never fucking stops. And these are just proxy wars, so these don't include other military conflicts that don't involve other like powers like interfering. Ongoing proxy wars. Oh, I guess apparently the Chinese Civil War never ended. Is it the Xi Jinping conflict?
What?
What's that?
Yeah, people are killing each other all the time, Gene. It makes me think,
Dude,
like...
why do people like war so much?
I don't know, but it makes me think like I'm missing out on something. Like, I need to get into this stuff.
Yeah, and people are
Makes
like...
your dick hard.
People are
Let's
always
see how
like...
many of these disputes involve the UK supporting America. Well, the Venezuelan crisis looks like the UK and the United States were on the opposing sides. But that's pre-World War II.
And people are always complaining about overpopulation. And we got wars all over the place.
Okay, so Greek Civil War, you got the UK and the United States. So the Malayan emergency, you got the UK and the United States. The Mau Mau Uprising, the United States, United Kingdom. See? The United States, UK, France. Got the UK, United States. See, I think the Suez Crisis is the only one I can think of where the United States actually opposed the UK.
So quick side tangent. Crow, are you dipping and smoking?
No, I just so I don't. You get when you smoke, you still get a film of stuff, and I don't like that fucking film, so I fucking spit as when I smoke.
Okay. Bill Hicks said that you were dipping and smoking. I'm like, is that true? I haven't done that in a hot minute.
Yeah, it's been a while. Like I used to fucking chew Copenhagen and fucking smoke Marlboro.
Me too.
Fucking Red Bull or not Red Bull. Fucking Cowboy Killers.
So
yeah.
Here, the Nigerian Civil War. Apparently, the Soviet Union supported the U.S., Canada, and the UK against Portugal, France, and Spain, and Israel. Should read up on that. I don't know. It seems like something. If you want to criticize the United States, you can't just criticize them. Look, it's always the U.S. and France are always following us into all these other proxy wars. You got to blame them as well.
Yeah, the U.S. and France are always following us. That's exactly what you said.
Not the U.S. and France. It's the UK and France that are always following us around. They're a bunch of orbiters.
Che sia lei a presentarlo al Signore Gesù per ottenerci il miracolo della pace.
Wait, did that last fucking thing say Gaza girl that got her face ripped off by a missile?
What?
I don't know what's happening.
To Mary, the rejoicing Queen of Heaven.
Buona festa a tutte le mamme.
A human touch by Pope Leo XIV on his first Sunday address. An estimated 100,000 people were there to hear it.
No, I woke up
I carry in my heart the
an
suffering of
hour
the
ago.
beloved Ukrainian
I'm only
people.
on beer like 2.
Mi addolora profondamente quanto
I'm deeply saddened by what is happening in the Gaza Strip. Let there be a ceasefire immediately. In his call for peace, and by going on to appeal to the young as the future of the church, this new pope has
see, do you think he's just trying to promote anti-Semitism?
already begun building bridges in troubled times, breathing new life into the Catholic world.
His message already is very appealing. Peace in the world, and we need that. We need peace in our world. There's too much violence, too much wars.
Do you think the Bible and Catholicism is all about peace?
We need peace.
God damn it, Jeff.
So, do you think peace can exist without religion?
Yeah.
Be a lot more peace.
Saying that religion and ethics are not mutually dependent. They can exist outside of one another or without one another.
Then why would you blame
Indeed
on religion then, Gene? That's true.
I think that in a lot of scenarios, religion is the catalyst for war.
It's a morality issue, not a religion issue, Gene. You just admitted it.
I think there's a lot of different things that act as the catalyst for money, power, and in some cases, it is religion. Sometimes political figures, they use religion as a way to, I guess, manipulate people or to convince people to go to war.
Lies.
Like the Middle Ages and the Crusades. What was it? God wills it. It was divine will theory.
Be honest. And faith in the UK is not that great at the moment. And then you cross the water to Trumpland, it's even worse. So to have an American Pope, hopefully it'll inspire more people.
Earlier on Sunday, Pope Leo prayed at the...
Okay, so Charles says no man will always shed blood. Now, Charles, what if we have some kind of AI supercomputer overlord? And what if humans become genetically engineered cyborgs and we sort of advance and evolve beyond just being mere humans? And what if everyone has an IQ of like 5,000? Do you think maybe at that point we can be like some of those type 1 societies that you see in a lot of sci-fi where everyone's wearing white robes and they're all enlightened? Do you think maybe then we can exist without shedding blood? Or maybe that's wishful thinking.
Certainly the church will bring about peace if we just give them more power.
he will see as a gesture of continuity.
Everyone needs to live in their VR heavens while robots just make sure all the trees are growing and all the bees aren't dying.
Reforming zeal of Pope Francis.
The work of the Pope continues, you know? I hope so.
But it is also symbolic of a transition now complete.
It has taken 3 weeks to the day to complete one of the world's most closely watched, ritualized and historic transfers of power. From the final moments of an ailing Pope Francis on that balcony over there to Sunday blessings delivered by his successor, Pope Leo XIV.
And with that, the Catholic Church can take a deep breath now and move on. Jonah Hull, Al Jazeera at the Vatican.
Make sure to subscribe to our...
So, what do you think of our new Pope, Pope Leo?
Yeah.
Do you think he's a cool dude?
Yeah, he's homophobic, so that's cool. That's a good start, you know.
But he is anti-war. Well, I think he's also anti-abortion.
Yeah, you do make a point. He's anti-war. You know what? Fuck that guy. Fuck him.
He hates war so much that he wants to end the wars against fetuses.
To our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Yeah, I'd move on too.
Fetus lives matter. Okay, let's get to different story. Oh, this.
To an FBI warning about a criminal network targeting kids at home. ABC News joined with some of our owned and affiliate stations across the country to investigate the threat. Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas is here with what they found. Good morning, Pierre.
George, good morning. The FBI is warning that this new network has a potential national security implication, but also in case after...
So have you heard of this particular online, I guess, terror group or criminal network?
What's it called?
764.
I have not heard of this, no.
So apparently their big thing is they target teenagers online and they'll usually blackmail them and force them to do really fucked up things, such as like carving images in their chests or burning themselves. And it's nihilistic extremism. So their motive is just to send the message that everything is fucked.
Okay, yeah. Wow. Thanks.
Yeah.
Directly reaching into American homes, targeting...
So what do you think a lot of these people look like? The people that are manipulating the teens?
And their families.
I think they got crazy look to them. I bet they look all crazy. Like a vampire.
764.
Hello. I have placed 2 explosives inside of Rockville High School, okay? And if they fail to detonate, I'm just going to shoot every kid I see, okay?
This call was a hoax, but part of a series of nightmare threats terrorizing Vernon, Connecticut. Investigators determining the threats came from overseas, but with the help of a teenage girl living right in town.
He was doing these threats with her knowledge and with some of her input.
Both of them involved in a shadowy online global network called 764, which wants governments toppled and the world in chaos, but which also targets kids...
Should we start our own underground deep web network?
Social media and gaming platforms, befriending them before demanding violent and sexual content from them.
They will encourage them sometimes to commit suicide. They will encourage them to do cutting. They will encourage them to harm their pets.
They're using basically psychological warfare on children.
That's right. They gain the trust, and then they continue to build that trust to the point where they have power and the ability to blackmail the child, basically.
The girl thought the hoaxer was her boyfriend, and he convinced her to share pornography and create 764-related content, like this Barbie doll with the group's name written on its forehead.
It was very difficult to process. I wanted to scream, not my child.
ABC News agreed to alter the faces and voices of the parents of the teenage girl.
Before it started, she was a child who was on the honor roll. She had a...
Do you think these parents are part of the 764 criminal network?
I didn't think you were going to bring...
I blame them.
Just waiting in the general for when the show was over.
Oh, well, Crow lagged out, so I figured I'd drag you in.
I really wish you had asked him. He said something about a mainstream... news and Google, I think is how he worded it. I really wanted you to ask him what he considered a reliable news source, because I was expecting InfoWars or Joe Rogan.
Well, a reliable source is a source that tells him that he's right, and people are idiots for believing sources that tell them that they're right, because they don't extensively look into it. And I'm sure like he really goes out of his way to cross-reference things. He goes out of his way to go to like university databases and like online libraries to look at the peer-reviewed sort of publications. He reads through like the 30, 60 page like PDF documents that go into great...
calendars.
What's that?
He apparently doesn't read through calendars. I'm not sure what he was on about it taking months for footage of conflicts to reach the internet.
Oh, so according to him, when we're watching coverage of like what was going on in Kashmir, apparently that's from 6 months ago. Everything that's gone on and
that would have already been in the news that, oh, there's some shit popping off hard in Kashmir right now.
yeah. Well, his logic is that all the coverage we've gotten in the last week with the disputes between India and Pakistan, it takes months for this stuff to get out to the public. So, like, clearly we're watching footage of confrontations that took place 6 months in the past. That's how it works.
The only way I can logic out that somebody would believe that is they misinterpreted why Geraldo Rivera was kicked out of Afghanistan in the early parts of the Afghan war.
You're really quiet.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I turned them up.
Yeah, but they're still too quiet. We'll turn up, but now they're a little bit better. Okay.
I said the only way I can figure that they would come to that conclusion is misinterpreting why Geraldo Rivera was kicked out of Afghanistan in the early parts of the Afghan war, when he literally drew in the sand what the battle plan for a conflict that was about to happen was. Come to think of it, I'm not sure how he came across that information, so he probably got in trouble for that too, or somebody else did for telling him. But they threw him the fuck out of the country after that because he was broadcasting like plans that have yet to be executed, as opposed to the footage that we see daily now, which is stuff that's already happened.
You're lying.
Yeah, I'm lying. I'm making all of this up.
Well, it's 5:34.
Wow,
It's
you're
work
a
night,
girl,
so I want to
Jane.
get I want to get a little bit of sleep. I hear the birds chirping. So
Yeah.
maybe
You gotta go out there and peck the ground too, but get the worms before they do.
Exactly. So there's competition, but maybe we'll cover this more extensively. So maybe tonight or tomorrow night, whenever I'm up to it, I'll message Shab. We're gonna try to do more streams. I think we've been doing a good job. Like, been doing streams like every 3 days.
Yeah, we're talented.
Recently. Yeah, so
we're talented.
Yeah, so at most 3 days from now, we'll do another stream. But I think I'm going for over 5 hours. So what does everyone else want us to go on a little bit longer, or do you think this would be a good time to stop? And how many
Start a
new
tip train.
How many new subs have we gotten?
Like 25.
Ah, that's good. Okay. Well, is this a good time to stop?
Sure.
Oh, Crow wasn't just seeing things. There was a Palestinian girl whose face was ripped off by an Israeli missile.
Yeah, that was what I sent you a little bit ago, Gene.
Well, anyway, what do you guys want to say to the chat before we end it?
You're a butthole.
Hit the subscribe button.
Fuck them all to
guys.
death.
Yeah, subscribe, guys. We're almost we passed 2,000. Now we need to get to 3,000 subs.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Peace out, guys.
Good morning, good night, depending on